Hey there, my name is Antonio and today we will learn how to make our own language learning software as a service. Users will be able to pick a course, dive into a lesson, and interact with questions using AI-generated voices.
El hombre, la mujer, el chico, el hombre.
We are also going to have a success and error sounds,
El chico,
and a dynamic heart system to keep learners engaged and motivated.
la niña,
Once we reach the end of a lesson, we will hear a success trumpet and see our statistics, such as hearts left and points gained.
el chico,
In case a user runs out of hearts, they will see an appropriate pop-up. But don't worry, users will be able to refill their hearts by going into a previously completed lesson in a form of a repeated practice, where they can regain their hearts by answering correct questions.
el hombre,
We are also going to have a shop system, in which users will be able to exchange their newly gained points to refill their hearts. We'll also feature a leaderboard ranking users by points, as well as milestones like hitting 1000 points in the Quests tab. And of course, to make our app a real software as a service, we are going to have a premium tier, which will give the user unlimited hearts in an exchange for a monthly subscription using Stripe.
el hombre,
As you will see in the following example, Pro users do not lose hearts on wrong answers. Besides the main application, we are also going to build a landing page and an entirely functional admin dashboard, where you will be able to add, list, and modify courses, units, lessons, challenges, and mark correct answers or change their audio and image files. And to wrap it all up, we are going to ensure that the entire application is fully responsive on all devices. So, without further ado, let's get started.
la mujer,
Let's get started and let's configure our Next.js application. In order to do that, we first have to check if we have the necessary system requirements. So head inside of your terminal and write node-v to print out your current node version. After you're confirmed that you have the necessary system requirements, go ahead and run the command for automatic installation. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the command and I'm gonna paste it inside of my terminal. After you've pasted the command, you're gonna get prompted to enter your app name. So I'm going to write Lingo. I'm gonna be using TypeScript, so I recommend that you do the same and select yes for this option. Same for slint. Tailwind CSS as well. Source directory, I'm going to select no. I recommend you do the same so you have the exact same results, at least during the first time you're doing this tutorial. App router, is very important to select yes here as well. And I'm not going to change the default import alias. If you know what you're doing, you can change it. But again, I recommend that you do the exact settings that I did so that you have the best results. And now let's wait a minute for this to install. After the project has been successfully installed, you're gonna see this success message at the bottom of your terminal. So let's go ahead and let's open our new project. After you've opened the project, if you're using Visual Studio Code, you might get a prompt which will ask you, do you trust the authors? And you can press yes if you get that prompt. When you're inside of your application, you should see a structure similar to this. You should have the app folder with a favicon, globals, layout, and page.tsx. You should have the node modules, the public folder, and some configuration files. Most important ones are the Tailwind config, because we're going to be using Tailwind for styling, the post CSS, which enables Tailwind, and tsconfig, which is used for TypeScript. Before we run this project, I want to add a library which we are going to use to build our own component library. For that, we're going to be using a Shadcn UI. If you head into the documentation, you're going to see that it says that this is not a component library. It's a collection of reusable components that you can copy and paste in your apps. And what they mean by saying that it's not a component library is that you do not install this as a dependency. So we are only going to install specific components that we need. And they are not going to be stored inside of Node modules as you might expect. So let's go ahead and actually do the installation so you can see what I'm talking about. Head to the installation tab and select Next.js, or you can just follow my steps here. So we already have a Next.js project, so we can skip the first step. And let's go immediately into the second step. Let's run the CLI command to initialize Shadcn UI. So I'm going to be using npm throughout this tutorial, so every command I run is going to be for npm. Make sure that you are inside of your project and open the terminal again. Confirm again inside of the terminal that you are inside of the project you want and paste the npx Shadcn UI latest init command. I recommend that you select the default style because if you select the New York style, that is going to give you different packages to work with, specifically for icons. So again, if you want the best results from this project, do it exactly as I am. So I'm going to use the default style and I'm going to choose the slate color. I'm gonna select yes for the CSS variables, and now let's wait a few seconds for this to install. There we go. Once this has been installed, we can go ahead and do npm run dev. This will run your project on localhost 3000. So let's go ahead and visit this application. You should be seeing a screen similar to this. What I want to do now to wrap up this first chapter where we set up our project is change the font of our application, and then I want to go ahead and add a button component. So we'll learn how to do that. So let's go ahead and change the font. We're going to use the Nunito font for this project. So let's go inside of the app folder and let's go inside of the layout file. Inside of here, we can see that we have a predefined inter font from Google. So what I'm going to do is change this import to be Nunito. Then I'm going to use the Nunito here in this constant, and I'm going to change the constant name to something more generic like a font. And now I have an error inside of my body element. So let's go ahead and paste that here, and let's go ahead and save our project. And in a few seconds, you should see the changed font inside of your application. Now what I want to do is clear out this entire page. This code, the code for this page is located inside of app folder page.tsx. So I'm going to go ahead and close this return method and I'm going to completely remove it. And then I'm going to remove the import image as well because we do not need it. And let's go ahead and return a div, which is gonna very simply say, hello, Lingo. And there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in, and we now have a text which says, hello, Lingo. So now I wanna try if my Tailwind is working, and I wanna show you a useful Tailwind CSS extension. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of text, green 500. After I save, you should see the change as well. If you're wondering how come I have this little box here which indicates the color, and how come when I hover over my classes I can see the exact CSS inside, that is thanks to the Tailwind library. So go ahead and search for Tailwind inside of your extensions tab, and the very first is the extension that I am talking about. So besides having this little useful color indicators and hover displays the CSS, we also have an autocomplete, for example, font, dash, and you can see all the options which you can do. So I'm gonna do font bold, and there we go. Once I save, you can see that my font has changed to bold. You can also use this extension to verify whether a class name in Tailwind exists. For example, text extra small exists, and I can see that because when I hover, I can see the exact underlying CSS. But if I change this to something like 20XL and then hover, you can see that this doesn't exist, so nothing is displayed. Great. So let's go ahead and do the following to add a button from Shadcn UI. I'm gonna go ahead and open a new terminal, Again, just make sure that you're inside of your app and run npx Shadcn UI at latest. And I'm gonna go ahead and write add button. After a few seconds, the button component will be added inside of our project. So let's go ahead and find where it was installed. Go ahead and visit your components folder, UI folder, and now you should have a new button folder. As you can see, this button file was not added in our node modules. Instead, we have the actual source code inside of our project. This is going to be extremely useful because we're going to build our own component library to give our app that cartoonish 3D look that the Duolingo application has. So let's go ahead and use this button. I'm going to go back inside of my homepage here, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to add a button component from @/components UI button. And I'm going to right click me. And there we go. You can now see how we have a nice button. And you can see how it already gave us some predefined button variants using the class variants authority library. So we have the default variant, the destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, and link. And we also have the sizes. This size and variant keys inside of this object are translated to props when used as a component. So I can change the size to be large, and I can change the variant to be destructive, like that. And I can very easily modify a variant. So I can change this from BG destructive to BG green 500, for example. And there we go, that immediately changed the color. So I'm gonna undo this change and leave it like this. You can just as easily add a new one, for example, premium. Let's make this BG indigo 500 and text white. I can now go back inside of my page.tsx and you can see how I'm gonna have type safety here, and I can select the premium variant. And there we go, now it's purple. This is exactly what we are going to do to build our own component library later on, because we're gonna have to style our components to have a 3D cartoonish look. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's build our component library for buttons. Before we do that, I quickly want to show you how we are going to create the routes inside of a Next.js application. So for all routes, be that an API route or a client-side route, we are going to use the app folder. So inside of the app folder, in order to create a new URL, you can create a folder and simply give it the name that you would wish the URL to be. So for example, I'm gonna write buttons. And in order to turn this into an actual route, we have to use a reserved file name, which you might have already guessed is page.tsx. So once you create a new file, page.tsx inside, and if you attempt to go to localhost 3000/buttons, you're going to get an error that the default export is not a React component in page/buttons. So it recognized that this is a URL, but it gave us an error. That is because besides page being a file convention, which we have to follow, there is another convention which is quite important. And that is that every page.tsx needs to do a default export. So let's go ahead and write the following. Const buttons page, the name does not matter. The only thing that matters is the default export. So I'm just gonna write buttons page, and then I'm gonna export default buttons page. Once I save, there we go. We have the buttons page. So if you try and rename this into something else, for example, a component.tsx, you can see that now this is no longer a route. It is a 404 page. And if you change something from a page to a non-page, you will most likely get this weird unsaved file inside of your .next folder. You don't have to worry about unsaved or conflicted files inside of this .next folder, because all that it does is cache. So feel free to simply click on this one unsaved if you even got this, and you can just save this file. In case you think you did it wrong, you can always remove this folder completely. So let me just demonstrate that to you in case it happens. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut down my application, so make sure it's not running. So you should get the site can't be reached in your browser. And I'm gonna go ahead and completely remove the .next folder. And on my next npm run, that folder will be generated again. So there we go. If I go back, I have the .next folder again. Great. So now let's go ahead inside of our app folder buttons, and I'm gonna turn this back into a page. There we go. So if I refresh here again, I can see the buttons page. So just make sure you are on localhost 3000/buttons. So what I want to do in here is I want to render all buttons and all of the variants which we are going to have. So you already know how to import the buttons, so I'm repeating that here again. And first I'm gonna go ahead and add a primary button like this. So I'm just gonna write that. Below that, I'm gonna go ahead and add a primary outline like this. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of padding 4, and let's give it a space y4. So I want them equally spaced out. And let's also actually turn this into flex call. So I want them to be one below another, and I'm simply going to limit their width. So max width is gonna be 200 pixels. It really doesn't matter. What I'm trying to do here is just a demonstration of all the types of buttons which we are gonna have inside of our app. So this is probably what you are seeing because I'm working with my browser zoomed in. Great, so we now have a primary button and we have a primary outline button, but they look exactly the same. So let's go inside of the button, which is located inside of our components UI folder, and let's go ahead and modify. The first thing I want to modify are these default classes right here. For example, I don't want to have rounded MD, I want to have rounded XL. So once I save this, you can see how both of my buttons just got a more rounded corner. What I want to do next is I want to give it an uppercase value. So whatever I write, I want it to be uppercase. And I'm also going to turn on tracking wide. So my letters are more spaced out between. And one more thing I want to do is change from font medium to font bold. There we go. So this is the baseline that I want to work with. What I want to do now, before I change my variants, is change my sizes. So the default size of my button is not going to be H10, it's going to be H11. I just want them to be a little bit bigger. For the SM option, I'm going to remove a rounded MD. And for the large option, I'm going to change the height to go to 12. I'm going to remove a rounded MD. And for icon, we can leave it as it is. And I'm going to add just one more size, which is going to be rounded, which is just going to do rounded full. Great. So now we have that prepared. What I want to do now is I want to go ahead and remove all of the variants except the default one. So let's go ahead and let's actually remove everything inside of the default and let's style it again from scratch. I'm just going to go ahead and disable my copilot so it doesn't cause us any problems in this tutorial. Let's give it a background color of white. Let's give it a text color of black. Let's give it a border slate 200. Border is going to be 2. Border bottom is going to be 4 pixels. So we're going to use this specific value. So you can always break from Tailwind if it doesn't exist in your, for example, border bottom 3, border bottom 4, or you can write 4 pixels directly. So it looks like our 4 actually exists, so we can use it like this. Border bottom 4. On active, border bottom is going to be 2. On hover, bg slate is going to be 100, and let's give this a text slate of 500. There we go. So this is our default button. You can see that when I click on it, it kind of has a 3D effect because you can see how this border on the bottom gets evened out with the rest of the borders. So let's actually go ahead and change this to be our default button. Like that. And then I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and change this one to be primary. So now we're going to develop this too. Primary and primary outline. For the default one, we don't have to explicitly pass in the variant, because if you take a look in here, in our default variants, the variant which will be chosen if no prop is passed is the default one, which is the one we have just created. So now what I want to do is create a primary one. So let's go ahead and write this one from scratch again, and then the rest we are just going to copy. So for primary, I'm going to give it a bg sky of 400. And here's the thing I want us to do. I want us to go into page and just give this button a variant of primary so that we can see exactly what we are doing. So primary is going to have a bg sky of 400, a text primary foreground. It's going to have hover bg sky 400/90 like this. Border sky 500. Border bottom 4. Active border bottom 0. So there we go. Now we have our primary button. Now let's go ahead and create a primary outline. So primary outline is going to be quite simple. Background is going to be white. Text is going to be sky 500. And then hover bg is going to be slate 100. Let's go ahead inside of here and let's give our third button a variant of primary outline. There we go. So this is going to be our outline button. Not too much effects on that one, but you can see that these big buttons have a cool 3D effect. Great. What we have to do now is do the same thing, but for more variants that we are going to use throughout the app. So let's prepare those other variants. I'm going to copy our last two buttons here, and I'm going to go ahead and call this secondary and call this secondary outline. So now we should have this, which look exactly the same as primary, but we are already going to change this to be secondary here. So you should have an error for these two variants and they should look completely naked. Now let's go inside of the button here, and what we can do is copy this primary and primary outline because they're going to be quite similar. So let's change this to be secondary and change this one to be secondary outline. And now let's change this from bg sky 400 to bg green, like that. So if you want to, you can leave it like this, or you can go ahead and modify this even further. So what I'm gonna do is change this to bg green 500 because I want it to be just a little bit darker. Then what I'm going to do is on hover, I'm going to use bg green 500 again. And for the border, I'm going to use bg green 600 like this. There we go. And the rest is completely fine. And now what we can do here is simply change this from text sky 500 to green 500, or you can actually leave it like this, and we can leave this to be slate, exactly like that. Perfect. So if you want to, you can, play around and modify the colors a bit. I just want them to be as the app you saw in the demo. So now let's copy these two buttons, and we're gonna create a destructive property here, but we're gonna call that danger. So danger and danger outline. So I'm going to change these two to danger and danger outline. So again, this two should be naked now, but we're going to go ahead and copy and paste our secondary inputs here. And let's replace this one to be our danger and danger outline. So instead of using BG green here, we're going to be using background rows like this. So we have danger and we can leave it exactly as it is. And for the danger outline, again, change from text green to text rows. There we go. So you can see how our component library is very easy to create thanks to Shadcn UI. What I want to do now is go ahead and create a couple of extras here. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare my super buttons, which we're going to use for our premium components, right? For pro users. So I'm going to change this danger and this danger to say super. So let me just scroll down. They should be here at the bottom. And I'm going to change these two to be super and super outline. Let's go inside of the button. Let's copy the last two here. Don't forget to add a little comma here and change this from danger to super. So instead of being rows, these are going to be indigo and text is going to be indigo as well. And you can leave it as it is. Great. And now I want to go ahead and I want to create one individual component here, which is not going to have its matching outline, and that's going to be called a ghost button. So I'm just going to give this a variant of ghost. It should be at the bottom and it should be completely naked. So I'm going to write ghost and I'm going to give this a BG transparent. I'm going to give it a text slate 500. I'm going to go ahead and give it a border of transparent, border of 0, and hover BG slate 100. So just a very simple ghost button which we can use. This is technically an alternative to our default button, so technically you could make it as a default outline if you want to. So I'm just gonna creating as many options as I'm gonna need for my project here. And the last one I want to create is the sidebar ones. So the sidebars are going to be kind of unique. Some would say they might not even fit here. Perhaps they could be custom components, but I found it to be useful to have those two variants as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to go ahead and copy these two values from super. And I'm going to go ahead and change from super to sidebar. And I'm going to change the variant as well. So sidebar and sidebar outline. Let's take a look at them here at the bottom. They're completely naked. So I'm going to go ahead and create the sidebar one. So sidebar is going to have BG transparent. It's going to have text slate 500, border 2, border transparent, hover BG slate 100, and transition none. So I want transition none because I want it to behave very fast inside of. I want it to behave very fast when it's in the sidebar. You're gonna see that later, of course. So we have the sidebar, and now let's go ahead and create a sidebar outline. So this is gonna be BG sky 500/15, text sky 500. Border sky 300, border 2, hover BG sky 500 and the opacity of 20, and transition none again. There we go. So once in the sidebar and inactive, it's gonna look like this, but once clicked and once we redirect to that route, it's going to look like that. Great. So I believe that is all we need for now. If I forgot something, we're gonna come back to this and revisit later. But there we go, we just built our first component set using Shadcn UI, and you can already see how this changes the app completely. So now that we are gonna use these types of buttons, you can clearly see how we change the tone of the application into a playful, cartoonish, and a 3D style. Exactly what we were aiming for. As always, you can visit my GitHub and you can find this exact source code if you think you did something wrong or you're having some problems. Great job. What I want to build next is our marketing or landing page. And while we do that, we're also going to learn about route groups and how to reuse layout components. So let's go ahead and do the following. We learned that once we create a new folder, like buttons, and put page.tsx inside, that will turn it into a route. But what if you want to create a folder which is purely organizational and should never, even if I put page.tsx inside of it, put that folder name in the URL? Well, we can do that. So no, you don't have to keep your root page.tsx inside of the app folder. Instead, you can do something like this. I'm going to create a new folder here and I'm going to call it marketing. And inside of that, I'm going to drag and drop my page.tsx component. And now let's go ahead and try and go back to localhost 3000. As you can see, nothing has changed. So this is a marketing page. There we go. So I successfully moved my page.tsx from the app folder inside of this marketing folder, but my URL for the root page hasn't changed. So that's what I want to achieve with this route groups. So route groups are folders which can still be used to render routes by using the reserved page.tsx file. But the difference is, if you wrap them in parentheses, that means that this part will not be part of the URL. So it's very useful for organizing your routes. Another thing that is very useful is that you can also create a layout file inside of it. So layout files are similar to page files in a sense that they are a reserved file name. They also need to have a default export inside of them, but there's a catch. So let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to write marketing layout here. And very simply, I'm going to return a div and I'm going to write layout. And then export default marketing layout. Once I save this file, the error is gone, but my page seems to have disappeared. We can only see the layout text. That is because in order to make these layout files functional, we actually have to add a children prop. So let's write type props here and let's write children to be a type of React node. Also a quick tip, if you don't know, you don't have to import React in a file when working in Next.js. So let's assign these props here. So we have type safety and let's extract the children. And now instead of rendering this, let's render children instead. And there we go. Now we can see a page inside. So what did we actually achieve with this layout.tsx? Well, you're going to see that in a moment. So what we can do now is we can define a reusable layout which is going to wrap any of the children inside of this layout. So what does that exactly mean? Well, let's go ahead and do the following. Let's give this div a class name of minHscreen and flex call. And let's give it a background of red 500 so we can test out whether it's actually taking 100% of my screen. Great, so now that we know it's taking up 100%, we can go ahead and remove the background color. Now what I want to do is wrap my children inside of a main element. And then I'm going to give this main element a class name of flex1, flex column, items center, and justify center. There we go. So you can see that now every page or route that I create inside of this marketing folder will have the exact same outer layout. So if I create a new folder, for example, frequently asked questions, and inside a page.tsx, and if I go ahead and return this frequently asked question page, not pages, like this. And I will just return a div frequently asked questions page. And now if I go to localhost 3000/FAQ, you can see that it has the exact same styles. But if I move the FAQ page in the app folder, for example, now it doesn't have those styles. So that's what the layout file is useful for in a combination with a route group. So I'm going to remove this FAQ file completely, and now we have these errors in this page, but we can close that. So this is that .next folder that I was talking about, and I showed you how you can resolve that. So you can just save that unsaved file. Let's go back to our localhost 3000 and let's demonstrate how this layout can be used even more effectively. So above the main element here, I'm going to add a header component. And let's go ahead and create this component, header.tsx. And instead of exporting this as default, let's do export const header, because this is a component, not a page, and I prefer named exports when it comes to components. So in here, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm very simply gonna return a header element. I'm gonna give it a class name of height 20, full width, border bottom 2, border slate 200, and px of 4. And I'm going to write out header inside. Then I'm going to go back to the layout and I'm going to import this header from ./header. And there we go. You can now see how I have a header component inside of here. So if I were to create again, for example, I don't know, a docs here page and inside page.tsx. So you don't have to do this. I'm just demonstrating here. So docs page. And if I go to localhost 3000/docs, you can see that docs also has a reusable header. So the question is, when I changed from localhost 3000 to /docs, did this header component re-render? Well, no, because layout file ensures that what is inside of it will not be re-rendered by the children re-rendering themselves. So that's another thing these layout files are really useful for. So now I'm gonna remove this docs page, we are not going to need it. But besides the header, I also wanna prepare a footer component. So I'm gonna go ahead and go inside of a footer, export const footer here. And let's return not a div, let's return a footer with a class name of hidden LG block, height of 20, full width, border top of 2, border slate of 200, and padding 2. And let's render our footer. And you might have noticed that I have given it a default class name of hidden, which means on mobile devices, our footer is not going to be visible. But when it reaches a large screen, which begins with a min width of 1024 pixels, that's when we are going to render the footer. So let's go back inside of our layout and let's go and below the main element, render the footer from ./footer. So now go back to localhost 3000 here. And if you expand, you should see the footer. And if you go onto mobile mode or basically just lower than LG, you can see how the footer disappears. Perfect. So we have prepared the skeleton for our landing page. What we're going to do next is we're going to add a logo here. We're going to add some authentication options, a nice hero image. We're going to detect whether the user is logged in or not, so we can give them a different message like continue or register. And in the footer, we're going to go ahead and simply display some flags, which are the courses we offer inside of our application. Great job. In order to wrap up our marketing page, I want to add authentication, because the marketing or landing page is going to show different things and different labels in the buttons depending whether the user is logged in or not. So for authentication, we're going to be using Clerk so we can add it super quickly inside of our app. So go ahead and create an account on Clerk, and once you're in, you can click New Application, or you are immediately gonna get prompted with a screen like this. So I'm gonna zoom in a bit so we can see what we're doing. I'm gonna call my app Lingo. I'm gonna enable the email and Google. If you want to, you can go ahead and play around with all of these other amazing providers that Clerk offers. Go ahead and click create an application, and that should redirect you to the dashboard of your new app. So the first thing we have to do is copy this environment keys. So let's go ahead and do the following. We're gonna create a new environment file, and for that I wanna go to .gitignore, and I wanna find where we already have .environment.local, and I'm gonna add .environment itself. So let's go ahead and save that file and now create .environment and paste those two keys inside. So next public Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. After you've done that, make sure Next.js is selected here and click continue in the docs. So we're going to be using the app router. So that's the type of instructions we are going to follow from this documentation. First things first, let's install the Next.js package for Clerk. So head inside of your terminal here. I'm gonna go ahead and use this separate one that I have. I'm gonna do npm install Clerk Next.js. And after this has finished installing, we already added the environment variables, so we can skip step 2, and instead we can go and add the Clerk provider inside of our layout file. So let's go ahead and find that in the app folder layout, and let's just wrap everything inside. But before we do that, we have to add the import Clerk provider from Clerk Next.js. So I'm gonna add the Clerk provider very simply like this and indent the entire thing. Once we've added Clerk provider, let's go ahead and add the middleware. So I'm going to copy this boilerplate here. Actually, let's copy the lower one so we have the matcher. So I'm gonna copy this, the second one, and be careful with the naming of this file. So it needs to be created in the root of your application outside of any folder. So middleware .ts, and make sure you don't misspell it, because just like page and layout, middleware is a reserved keyword. So I'm gonna paste this inside, and in here you have the basic layout. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove the ignored routes because we're not going to need them, and for the public routes we can go ahead and add a slash. So the only public route we are going to allow is our landing page. So if I leave an empty array here, and if I go inside of my localhost here and refresh, I'm redirected to the login page, right? But if I add the slash inside of the public routes array and then go back to my localhost 3000, there we go. I can now see the header component. Great, so that is it for authentication. So just like that, we added authentication without any problems. Later, we're gonna add the user button, but before we do that, we're gonna go ahead and actually use some other Clerk components. So let's head back inside of our Clerk, inside of our app folder marketing header component here. And let's start styling this a bit. So I'm gonna give this a div, and I'm gonna give it a class name of large, max width of screen LG, MX auto, flex, items center, justify between. Let me just remove this XSS letter which I wrote. So justify between, and height full. So what does this do? Let's give it a background color of red 500 so we can see it more clearly here. So you can see that at one point this red block stops expanding. You can see that by zooming out a lot in your application. But if you zoom in, you can see that at a certain point, it will always go as much as the screen is, right? Excluding the padding which we've added. So what we've done here, these two classes here. So on large devices, we use the max width to be large screen, meaning up to this breakpoint. And then we give it an MX auto, right? So on large devices, it's not gonna go and expand all the way. So it's not like we're gonna see our logo here. We're only gonna expand up to this point because it's just nicer for it to look that way. Great. Now let's go ahead and prepare the area for our logo here. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a div here. I'm gonna give it a class name of padding top 8, PL4, padding bottom of 7, flex, item center, and gap x3. Now in here, I'm gonna go ahead and add an image component. So import that from next/image. And now you can either use any logo you want for your app, or if you want the exact one that I'm using, let's go ahead inside of my repository. You can find that using the link in the description. Go inside of the public folder, and inside of here you can find all of my images and all of my sounds. So go ahead and find the mascot. So I'm gonna go ahead and find the mascot right here, and I'm going to download it. If you're wondering where I got this from, it is from Kenny Game Assets. So if you want to, I'm gonna leave the link in the description for this as well. This is literally thousands of completely free game assets. If you want to, you can donate. I highly encourage you to do so. I did so myself because I am just amazed by the amount of content provided by Kenny here completely for free, and I found this to be the perfect design style for our Duolingo app. So this is where I found some 2D assets, specifically these shape characters, which I've then used to create our mascot. So you can either create your own, you can use any other logo you want, or you can simply download the file from my GitHub and then just add it to your public folder. There we go, mascot.svg. So let's go ahead and just close these things. Let me go back here. I'm gonna go inside of my header component where we left off. And now let's add a source of /mascot.svg for this image. And let's give it a height of 40 and let's give it a width of 40. And I'm gonna give it an alt of mascot. And let's also remove this background red 500 from our wrapping div because we no longer need that. We use that only to demonstrate what we are doing with our classes. And below the image, add an h1 element which will simply render the name of our app Lingo. And in here, give it a text of 2XL, font extra bold, and let's give it a text green 600. And tracking wide. And let's not misspell tracking. There we go. So we have our logo here in the corner. Great. And now what I want to do is I want to go outside of this div, which is wrapping my logo. And I'm going to add a Clerk loading from Clerk/Next.js. So make sure you import this. And inside of here, I'm very simply going to render a loader from Lucid React. We have Lucid React already installed because Shadcn UI initialization did that for us. So let's go ahead and give this loader a class name of height 5, width 5, text muted foreground, which will give it a gray color, and animate -spin. So now, if you refresh for a second, you should see a little spinner here in the corner indicating that we are checking whether we are signed in or not. Great, so we have handled the loading status, and now let's do Clerk loaded from Clerk Next.js as well. So let me just prepare this imports like this. Inside of Clerk loaded, I'm gonna check for signed in status again from Clerk/Next.js. So we can import that as well. And sorry, not sign in, signed in. And let's also do signed out. So these two components, and then let's do sign in button. And let's do it like that. So instead of using sign in, we're gonna use the status signed in here. And all I'm going to render if we are signed in is the user button from Clerk/Next.js. Notice how I also have this import for their beta version. So Clerk is going to get updated soon. But don't worry, this implementation that we are doing in this tutorial will be supported for a long time. But if you want to, you can already explore the future beta. You can see that it has all the existing components which I'm using in this tutorial anyway. But I recommend that you follow this exactly as I'm doing. If you can simply import it from Clerk Next.js, go ahead and do that. So user button is actually a self-closing component. So let's go ahead and make sure you import user button, signed in, Clerk loading, and Clerk loaded. So right now you should not be seeing anything because we are not logged in. We have not done that part yet. So then inside of Clerk loaded, go ahead and add if we are signed out, which we already have imported. And in here, we're gonna add a sign in button component, which we also have from our Next.js here. And go ahead and give it a mode of Modal. And let's give it after sign in URL to go to /learn, and after sign up to go to /learn as well. So regardless if we log in or create an account. And inside we're going to use our button, which we've created and styled in the previous chapter. So let's go ahead and write inside login. I'm going to give it a size of large and variant of ghost. There we go. So now we should have a login button in the corner, which should open the login model from Clerk without redirecting the user. Great. So now we are done with the header component. What I want to do next is first let's actually log in, right? So we can demonstrate this user button, because there is one thing missing from this user button, which is a prop after sign out URL. Simply go back to / and save this and refresh. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in so we can demonstrate the user button. So after you've been logged in, you're gonna get redirected to this 404 page because we told it to do that, but we have not yet implemented that page. And there we go. Now in here you have the user button and you can use it to log out. Now let's go ahead and create the middle content in here, which is located inside of page.tsx itself. So for that, we're gonna need another image from here. So let's go ahead and find the hero.svg inside of my public folder. So the same place you found this, or of course you can use your own if that is what you prefer. There we go. So this is our hero image, also thanks to Kenney game assets. So let's go ahead and drag and drop that inside of our public folder. There we go. And now let's go back inside of page.tsx here. Let's give this div a class name of max with 988 pixels. MX auto, flex 1, full width, flex call. On large, flex is row, so they are next to each other. So we are automatically gonna make this responsive. And then we're gonna go ahead and give this an items center and justify center. Let's give it a padding of 4 and a gap of 2. And now let's create a container which is going to hold our image component. So this container is gonna have a class name of relative. Width is going to be 240 pixels. Height is going to be 240 pixels as well. And on large devices, width is going to be 424 pixels, and on large, height is going to be 424 pixels as well. So these are obviously values which I have defined while working on the app that they look the best. So I'm also adding a margin bottom of 8 on mobile devices, because on mobile they're going to be one above another, and on large devices they're going to be next to each other, this image and our next component which we are going to do. So no need for margin bottom here. Let's give this image a source of /hero.svg. Let's give it a fill property and an alt of hero. And of course, we have to import the image from next/image. And there we go. You can see how now it's here in the middle, but when I expand, you can see how it gets bigger. So let's go ahead and add the next element to it now. So outside of this, let's go ahead and create a new div with a class name of flex call items center and gap y8. And then in here, let's add an h1 element, learn, practice, and master new languages with Lingo. Let's give this h1 element a class name of text extra large. On large devices, text is going to be 3XL, font is going to be bold, and text is going to be neutral 600. Let's give it a max width of 480 pixels and text center. There we go. And now, outside of h1 element, I want to create special cases on whether we are logged in or not. So let's add our Clerk loading from Clerk Next.js. Inside of here, we are going to render a loader from Lucid React. So let's give this a class name of height 5, width 5, text muted foreground, and animate spin. So make sure you have added Clerk loading from Clerk Next.js, loader from Lucid React, and image from Next Image. And we're also gonna need this button, which I have here from before. So now if you refresh, you can see the same way as we have in our header, we now have a little spinner here. And then if Clerk has loaded, so Clerk loaded component from Clerk Next.js, make sure you add that to your imports. We're going to do the status for signed out from Clerk Next.js. And we're going to do signed in from Clerk Next.js. So again, make sure you've added Clerk loaded, Clerk loading, signed in, and signed out, all from Clerk Next.js. So inside of the signed out, we're going to go ahead and add the sign up button from Clerk Next.js, and inside we're going to render our button component, which will say get started. So let's go ahead and give this a size of large, variant of secondary, and class name with full. So again, make sure you added sign up button import from Clerk Next.js. And let's give this sign up button a mode of modal, after sign in to go to /learn, and same for after sign up. There we go. And then, so this is inside of signed out. So let's copy this sign up button again, paste it below, and change this to be a primary outline button, which will say, I already have an account. There we go. And this is going to be sign in button this time from Clerk Next.js, because the user using this is trying to log in, whereas this get started is sign up. So make sure you have both sign in and sign up button. And for this that we just copy pasted, you should be using this sign in button. So now if you log out, for example, there we go, you should be seeing get started and I already have an account. So let's go ahead inside of the signed in here. And what we're going to do here is simply add a button component and write continue learning. And we can add a link component from next/link. give it an href of /learn, give this button a size of large, variant of secondary, class name with full, and as child prop is important because we're using the link component as a child here. So make sure you imported the link from next/link. And now if you go ahead and try and log in, so I'm gonna click here, I already have an account, and let me go ahead and log in. And now if I go back to localhost 3000, there we go. It says continue learning. Great. So we've done the basic landing page here. We're going to go ahead and style it even better, and we're going to wrap it up with our footer component in the next chapter. And then we can go ahead and start creating our database and slowly start creating the initial inner interface. Great, great job. So all that's left on the marketing page is to add a footer component. But just before we do that, I want to add a few more class names for our main page here. Let's go inside the app folder marketing page.tsx and let's find the div which is encapsulating our clerk loading and clerk loaded. So this part right here. And to this div, I want to add a class name of flex call items center gap y3 and max width of 330 pixels, and let's give it a full width like that. There we go. So now this looks just a tiny bit better, and you're gonna see that even more when I log out. So now these two have a gap between them like that. I like this. It's a tiny detail, but I think it just makes this look a tiny bit better. Great. So now that we have this, we have to create our footer component. So in order to do that, let's prepare some flags. So again, you can find all of the assets inside of my public folder in GitHub here. And for the flags, I'm using this flag pack library. So originally this was a React library, but I'm not sure if it is maintained at the moment. So what I did is I used the Figma resource for it. So if you want to, you can do that yourself. And this is Flag-Pack. You can find the link in the description. Or you can find the ones which I've downloaded from Figma and exported here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just add a couple of random flags inside of my footer, which are gonna be used to showcase some of the languages which our app is going to offer. So I'm gonna go ahead and download Spanish, English, Croatian, Italian, and German flag. For my case, you can go ahead and choose any flag you want. So I ended up adding Spanish flag, French flag, Croatian flag, Italian flag, and Japan flag right here. So you can find this exact names, so HRITJPFRES. So just go ahead and find them inside of my public folder and download them. This is just, for preview, of course. It's just the landing page. It has no real functionality, so you can use any image you want. So now let's go inside of the marketing here, inside of footer.tsx, and let's go ahead and actually style this. So inside of the footer, create a div with a class name, max width, screen large, mx auto, flex, items center, justify evenly, and height full. So we're gonna do the same max width screen trick that we did in the navbar. So it is consistent with the footer as well, but we don't have to hide it under the LG prefix because the footer will be hidden on mobile devices. And now inside of here, I'm gonna use the button component, which we've created, and I'm gonna add a little span here. Sorry, I'm not gonna add a span. I'm gonna be using the image element from next image. And I'm gonna do, for example, hr.svg, which will represent Croatian language. And I'm gonna go ahead and try this with a height of 32 and a width of 40, and we're gonna see how that looks like. So I'm gonna give this button a size of large. I'm gonna give it a variant of ghost and a class name of with full. And let's also write creation here. And let me just do that after the image. So I just want to collapse these elements here so it's more readable. And let me go ahead and just add a class name here, mr-4 and rounded md. All right, so let's try it out. This should simply render a creation flag in my footer. There we go. This looks fine. And now I'm gonna go ahead and do that for the rest of the flags that I have. So I'm gonna copy the button. I'm gonna write Spanish, for example, and now we should have Spanish. I'm gonna copy the button again. And just look at your public folder, right, and check what you have. So we have FR, that's gonna be French. Let me change the text to French here as well, and I have to change the auth of this image to Spanish. Let's go ahead and copy one more time. This one is going to be Italian, using it.svg, Italian, and last one is going to be Japanese. So let's add JP here, Japanese. And let's copy that and paste it here. And I believe we should now have a nice little footer. Great. If you want to, you can add these to open a model as well by wrapping them in the sign in button or sign up button. Great. And you've probably noticed that these flags from Flag have a unique little touch to them. I like that because I want this to kind of have a whole cartoonish feel to it. So yeah, even the creation flag where I'm from is a little bit modified. So this is supposed to have like a little artistic touch to it. You can of course find your own images of flags if you prefer different ones. Great, so that wraps up our landing page. As you can see, we have nice little loading states, so we can see if we have an account or if we are already logged in. So let me just log in so we can just see how this looks on that screen. So yeah, we are still getting redirected to this 404. That's the next page we're gonna work with. And there we go. In here we have a nice little user button, and we have a button continue learning. Let's just check on mobile. Looks fine. Great. So all of that is working. Great job. You finished the marketing or the landing page. What we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and work on this 404/learn page. Let's continue developing our Lingo app, and what I want to build next is the layout for this 404 page. So I finally want to get rid of this error and start working on the reusable layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new route group similar to this marketing one, and we're going to go ahead and call this main in parentheses. So I don't want main to be a part of the URL. I just want to visually separate this from everything else that's going on inside of the app folder. So inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new layout file. And I'm going to go ahead and create a folder called learn, because that is where we redirect the user after they log in. So because this is a route, I need a page.tsx inside. So if I save these files and refresh, we no longer have 404, but we do have an error because we need a default export. So if we just go ahead and do this, so if I do a write learn page here and a div learn page, make sure you do a default export, it still won't get rid of the error because we are also missing the layout export. So we have to go inside of the layout here, and let's go ahead and simply do type props children react node, and let's just go ahead and do the same thing I just did inside main layout, and let's return a div which renders the children, and we have to destructure the children from the props. There we go. And now we should get rid of the error and we should see the text which says learn page if you are on localhost 3000/learn. So now when you click continue learning, it should redirect you to here and just confirm that the same thing works if you are logged out. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in and see if it will redirect me to that page. And there we go. Once I logged in, it redirects me here. So just confirm that you have the necessary redirects on your marketing page. Great. So now that we have this layout, let's go ahead and actually structure this a bit better. So first of all, this layout is going to be a fragment. And then I'm going to go ahead and wrap this in a main like this. And I'm going to go ahead and give this main a PL of 256 pixels like this. So I want this to be moved from the side here because this is where we're going to add our sidebar next. So let's just keep these things separated. I'm going to give this a background color of red 500 and let me give it a full height and see if this will add something to it. So it looks like it didn't add anything. So let me just see how we can improve this. I'm not gonna add the background color here. Instead, I'm gonna do the following. I'm gonna add a div here and the class name of BG red 500. There we go. So this is what I wanted to showcase. I just want to showcase that this is the part that we have to work with, right? So that included the color, but this is what I wanted to demonstrate. But one thing that seems to not be working as it should is our h-full line. So let's go inside of the app folder, globals.css, and let's add the following: HTML, body, and :root. And let's go ahead and add @apply h-full. So this is the equivalent of adding height 100%, but since we're using Tailwind, we can use @apply and write a Tailwind class name. And there we go. You can see the moment I added that in our globals, we now have the full height of our learn page here. So let's go back inside of this layout here and let's actually create a little sidebar component, or at least prepare it so that we can see what we are working with. So I'm gonna go inside of this. Well, we can actually keep this inside of learn, or actually this is going to be reusable. So I'm thinking where we should put the sidebar. I was thinking I can do it the same way I just did in the marketing folder, but then I remembered that the sidebar is going to be reused for the mobile drawer as well. So perhaps it's better to think of it as a reusable component. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and create this in the components folder, but not inside of the UI folder, because that's where I wanna keep my Shadcn UI components. So my custom components are gonna go to the root of the components folder. So I'm gonna create sidebar.tsx right here. And let's go ahead just very simply and export const sidebar. So no default export because this is just a component. And let's just return a div which says sidebar. And I'm gonna give it a class name, BG blue 500, full height, and let me also give it a fixed width of 256 pixels. And now I'm gonna go back to my layout file, and just above the main, I'm going to import that sidebar from add/components sidebar. So let's see what did we achieve here. So it looks like we have this set up, right? But they are not aligned next to each other. So you can only now see the learn page if you scroll down. So somewhere in one of our layouts, we have to resolve this so they can actually be next to each other. So there are obviously multiple ways we can resolve this. As I said, we can go in one of the layouts and we can apply a flex row to this, right? We could do that. Or we could go inside of the sidebar and we could give it a fixed position, which in my case suits me better because I never want that to scroll with the rest of the page. So I want my sidebar to always have its own position. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and give it a fixed position. And you can see that already this resolved our scroll issue. So now you can see that the sidebar takes its width, and because we added a PL, this learn page is pushed exactly for the content of this sidebar. So this obviously looks fine for a web screen, but we need to do the same thing for mobile. And for mobile specifically, I want the sidebar to collapse once it breaks a certain viewport. So let's go ahead and do that next. I'm gonna go ahead and give this a couple of more class names here. So I'm gonna give it a flex class name. I'm gonna go ahead and mark this width as with an LG prefix. So I only want it to be here visible on desktop, right? And the same thing I want to do for the fixed, like this, right? So on mobile, I want it to take 100% of its width, which it will do automatically because we are not limiting it like we used to. And I'm also removing the fixed position because it's going to be used in a drawer, which is fixed in itself, right? You're going to see what I'm talking about in a second once we implement the mobile view from it. So only you can see that when I expand or zoom out, it shows them next to each other as they should be on desktop. But once I break, it goes into a tablet or mobile mode. Obviously, it would not collapse into the sidebar itself, but I'm just confirming that this works as expected. Great, so we now have this, and let me just add a couple of more positioning fields here. So I want to give it a specific left 0 and top 0. I'm gonna prepare px4 here, border R2, and flex call for all the items inside. There we go. So now you can see how I have a little border here as well. Great. Now that we've prepared this, let's go and give this sidebar component a type of class name. Sorry, a prop of class name. So an optional prop, which can come from outside, wherever it's being reused, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use our CNUtil, which we've gotten once we've installed Shadcn UI. So you can import that CNUtil from @libutils. It's a very simple function which will help us merge Tailwind classes without causing any additional conflicts. And I'm very simply gonna pass that class name here. And what I can do now is I can optionally, where I want to, add a class name to this sidebar without hard coding it inside of here, because sometimes I don't want it to behave a specific way. But here's what I want to do. So inside of my main layout here, I want to ensure that this class name, this sidebar is hidden on mobile devices and only visible on desktop. So when I expand, there we go. You can see how only then it appears, but on mobile, it doesn't appear. And then we have to do the same thing for this learn page. We have to ensure that this padding here only shows if we are on desktop. So I'm gonna add LG prefix here. There we go. So on mobile, the learn page will take the entire content, but when I expand, the sidebar will appear. Great. And now I wanna add something that will enable the users to trigger the sidebar when they are on mobile mode. So in order to do that, we're gonna do the following. So first of all, let's prepare a padding top of 50 pixels here. So that should push this learn page, as you can see, even on desktop. But I only want it on mobile, because on mobile we're gonna have a little header which will serve to open the sidebar. So let's go ahead and just ensure that this only happens on mobile. So we're gonna write it like this, and then once we reach a large breakpoint, we're gonna give it a 0. So if I go ahead and expand, there we go. Once the sidebar appears back, the learn page does not have that padding anymore, but on tablet and mobile devices, they appear. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to create a mobile header. So let's go ahead and create a mobile header component. So we don't have it yet, but we're gonna go ahead and do that in a second. So I'm also gonna create that in here, keep it reusable. So mobile-header.tsx, and very simply, I'm going to export const mobile header. And I'm going to return a nav element, and I'm going to give this nav element a hidden value on large devices. I'm going to give it a px of 4. I'm going to give it a fixed height of 50 pixels. Flex item center. I'm going to give it a bg. Let's use yellow 500. Border bottom, fixed position, top 0, full width, and let's give it a z index of 50. And I'm simply going to write mobile header here. So I'm going to use this color here. Let me just disable the copilot. I'm going to use this color here so we indicate and it's easier to see where it's actually appearing. So let's import this mobile header from components mobile header the same way we did with the sidebar. And there we go. We now have a mobile header here, but when I expand, the mobile header should completely disappear. Perfect. So what I want to do now is I want to create a component called mobile sidebar. But before I can do that, I need to add a component from Shadcn UI. So let me open a new terminal besides my npm run here and do npx Shadcn UI at latest add a sheet component. So let's wait a few seconds for this to install, and then we're going to use this as a drawer which will open the sidebar on mobile devices. So after you have this, you're going to go ahead and do the following. So instead of having this text mobile header, we're going to have mobile sidebar being rendered here. So I'm going to create a new component in the components folder, mobile sidebar. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the sheet component, the sheet content, and the sheet trigger. So from add components UI sheet component. And let's go ahead and do the following. We can now import our reusable sidebar component from add components sidebar or /sidebar because they are in the same components folder, but I prefer explicit way like this. And let's do export const mobile sidebar. And let's very simply render these components. So we need a trigger here, and the trigger is going to be a menu icon from Lucid React. So let me just move this Lucid React import to the top here, and let's give it a class name of, well, very simple, let's give it text white. Everything else is pretty much okay. And let's write sheet content here. And inside, we're going to render our sidebar component. So now let's go inside of the mobile header and import the mobile sidebar. We should get rid of the error now. And if I click here, there we go. That opens a drawer and you can see our sidebar here. But obviously it's not as perfect. So first things first, I want this to be on the left side. And I also want the sidebar to take the full height and width without any padding here. So that's why I'm using these bright colors so we can clearly indicate how this is supposed to look like. So let's go back inside of the mobile sidebar and find the content component, and let's give it the following class names. I'm going to give it a padding of 0. I'm going to give it a direct z index of 100, and I'm going to give it a side of left. And now if I try this again, there we go. This is exactly how I want my sidebar to behave on mobile devices. Perfect. So on desktop, this is going to be quite nice to look at. We have the sidebar and we have the learn page. And then when we collapse, when we have too many elements, we're going to collapse to mobile mode. So if you're wondering how come I'm using the large viewport and not the medium viewport for collapsing to the mobile, well, that's because we're going to have another sticky sidebar on desktop here. So it simply doesn't look good when collapsed, right? So that's why we simply have to fall back to mobile mode once we don't have enough space to work with. At least that's the solution that I found. Great, and just to wrap this layout up, let's do one thing that we can already finish, which is go inside of this mobile header and let's give it a proper color. So it's not going to be yellow, it's going to be green. There we go. So this is going to be the proper color for our header here, which is going to be used in the final version as well. So we can already prepare that. And obviously the sidebar and the learn page are not going to have colors, but I just want to leave them here so they can indicate for us what's going on. Great, so we just reused a layout. Once again, we learned how that works, and you're gonna see how powerful this layout component is now, because in our marketing, it's not that visible because we only have one page, right? We kind of try to demonstrate it with frequently asked questions and with the docs page, but here in the main route group, you're clearly gonna see how useful this is, because we're gonna have a lot of routes. Besides learn, we're gonna have quests and leaderboard and a ton of other things. And you're going to see how useful it is that we don't have to write the mobile header every time or this entire sidebar functionality. Great job. What I want to do next is build the actual sidebar. So before we move on onto any page, I want to have a fully functioning sidebar. So you can do that either in the mobile mode like this, or you can zoom out and expand your screen to see how it's going to look like on desktop. But both are going to use the same component, so you don't have to worry about checking both at the same time. So let's go ahead inside of our sidebar component. And for the first item I want to add, we can actually revisit our marketing page, specifically the header. And from here, you can copy this image and H1 saying lingo. And you can even copy the div, which gives it the exact padding that we need. So I'm going to copy these three elements and I'm going to replace the text sidebar with that. Once you've done that, you have to import image from next/image. So let me just add that and make sure that you have this div. Make sure that you have an image which uses /mascot. And we're going to see if we're going to modify the height and the width. And the H1, I believe, can stay exactly as it is. So if I click here, oh, and let's also remove the background color. We're not going to need it here. There we go. So now this says lingo, and let me just close this. There we go. So this says lingo as well. So this is how it's going to look on 100% height. This, 100% zoom. That looks great. Now what I want to do is add some sidebar items here. So let's go ahead and yeah, let's turn this this logo into a link. So in order to do that, I'm going to use the link import from next link, and I'm going to wrap the entire div inside of that. And I'm going to give it an href to go to /learn, because /learn is going to be the default like homepage for logged in users, right? I'm not going to disable the marketing page with the redirect, but the logo click will go to /learn. Now let's go outside of this link and let's add a div element here, which is simply going to hold all of our routes. So give this flex column, so it goes one below another. Let's give it a gap y2, and let's give it a flex of 1. And now inside of here, we're going to use the component sidebar item, which does not exist yet. So we're going to go ahead and create one. So I'm going to do that inside of the components folder, sidebar item.tsx. And let's go ahead and create this reusable component. So this is going to be a use client, meaning that we're going to create a boundary so that we can use some hooks inside, because in Next 14 and 13, basically Next.js versions which use the app router, every single component that you create and page inside of the app folder is a server component by default. That means that you cannot use hooks and other interactivity. Obviously, there's much more going on between server and client components. If you want to, you can read the Next.js documentation for that. But when you see me write use client, it means that I'm creating a boundary so that I can work with this as your usual React component. I can add hooks, I can add on-click, I can add use effect. and stuff like that. But for other components by default, they are server components, and you're going to see what they are very useful for later. So this is going to be our good old client component. So let's go ahead and define some props here. It's going to have a label, it's going to have an icon source and an href. And let's go ahead and export const sidebar item. And I'm going to go ahead and assign the type props here and extract the label, icon source, and the href. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and just return a button component from ./UI button, but I'm going to change this import to go to components UI button. And in here, I'm just going to render the label for now. Like that. And we can go back inside of this sidebar.tsx, and we can import sidebar item from ./sidebar item. So now you should just see a button in here. Great. So, and I didn't pass any label here, so that's why it's not showing. So if I pass a label, for example, learn, there we go. We now have a button here which says learn. Great. So let's go ahead and do the full implementation of the sidebar item component here. So I'm going to go ahead and now finally add a hook here. So I'm going to call this path name to the use path name from next navigation. And let me quickly demonstrate. So when I save this, there are no errors going on. But if I comment out use client, I'm not entirely sure if it's going to throw an error. It does. So you can see how it threw an error, and you can see why it's going on. So use path name only works in client components. Add the use client directive at the top of the file to use it, and you can read more here, right? So obviously, if you want to learn more about server components and client components, we are going to talk more about them the more we use them throughout these tutorials. I also have short section in all of my tutorials about client and server components, but I'm not going to focus too much on them for this tutorial. If you want to, you can go ahead and visit the Next.js documentation, and in here you can learn all about the components inside of the app router. So just make sure you're using the app router, and in here you can see how we define routes, pages, and layouts, and also the difference between, for example, a server component and a client component, which is our good old usual components that we are used to. So I just want to clear that up in case this is your first time seeing the use client directive. So make sure you have use client at the top, and then using a hook should not cause any errors. And now let's determine whether this sidebar item is active or not. So we're going to define a constant here, path name is equal to href. And let's go ahead and give this a variant to be dynamic. So if we are active, we are going to use the sidebar outline. Otherwise, we're going to use the sidebar. So those are some of the variants we've created in our buttons chapter, if you remember. And let's give this a class name of justify start. And let's give it a fixed height of 52 pixels. And let's also pass in the as child prop, because we're going to incorporate a link component here from next/link. And let's give it an href of href. Make sure you import next link from link. And we have an error because we are not passing any href here. So let me just add an href to /learn here. There we go, no more errors. And we can now see the text learn here. And we can see that this page is active because our URL is at /learn. Great. And one more thing that we have to do is we have to render an image component. Again, from next/image. So just make sure you've added that. And this image component is going to have a couple of props. So the source is going to be icon source. Alt can be the label. And then we're going to have a class name of margin right 5. And let's give it a height of 32 and a width of 32 as well. And there we go. Now we have this broken image here because we're not passing anything. So let's go ahead and actually pass in an image. So I'm gonna go ahead and collapse this. And for this one, we're gonna pass in the icon source, which is gonna be /learn.svg. So again, this is gonna be a broken image because we don't have that. So now you can either use your own icons as always, or you can go inside of my GitHub here, go inside of the public folder, and I'm gonna add all the items I need here. So let me go ahead and find my learn icon here. I'm going to download learn. And let me go ahead and paste that in the public folder here. So learn.svg. There we go. So I added this little house icon. These are MIT licensed icons from Microsoft, if I remember correctly. Let me go ahead and show you this. There we go. So this is how it looks like. So what I want you to do now is find the equivalent icons for leaderboard, quests, and shop. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. I'm gonna download all of those icons and then I'm gonna show you their names, but you can find all of them here in the public folder. So I've added the following. I have a leaderboard icon, so you can find that in here. I have a learn icon, quests, and shop.svg. So make sure you add all of them, all of those. You can find them in the public folder. Or you can of course use your own. And now let me go back inside of the sidebar here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this sidebar items. So the next one is going to be leaderboard, and it's gonna go to /leaderboard, and we're gonna have a leaderboard SVG. And for the next one is gonna be quests, and for the last one is gonna be shop. So let's go ahead and try that out. So if I go ahead here and zoom out, there we go. We have learn, leaderboard, quests, and shop. If I try and click on any of those, I'm redirected to a 404 page. But once we implement them, they're gonna have the same status as our current learn page here. So just make sure you've added these icons. And one more thing we have to add is our logout button here. So let me add a div here with a padding of 4. Let's go ahead and import a couple of stuff from Clerk here. So from @Clerk Next.js, we're gonna go ahead and import Clerk loading, Clerk loaded, and let's add user button. And while we are here, let's also import a loader from Lucid React. Now I'm gonna go ahead and add a Clerk loading here to add a loader with a class name, height 5, width 5, and text muted foreground, and animate spin. And then Clerk loaded is simply going to render a user button. But remember to give it an after sign out URL to go back to the marketing page. There we go. So we've added that. Let's go ahead and see how it looks like. There we go. So here in the bottom, we have our user controls. Let's see how it looks on mobile. Perfect. So we have a responsive sidebar, and we can use it to control what part of the app the user is on, and we can also manage user settings, and we can also sign out. Perfect. So we are officially ready to start developing the Learn page, and we're gonna go ahead and do a similar process. We're gonna start with creating a skeleton layout because we're gonna have a sidebar here and some feed content here, and we're going to work up until to the point where we need some stuff in our database, and then we're gonna connect Drizzle and we're gonna start building our backend. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's develop the layout for our Learn page right here. So I recommend that while you're developing this, you zoom out so you see the desktop mode. Because the last thing we did was we created this collapsible sidebar, right? So we have this header here. Well, in order to fully develop the Learn page, I would ask you to zoom out or expand your screen if possible so that you can see this static fixed sidebar on the side here so that you can properly develop the rest of this application. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's revisit our main and let's revisit our layout inside of that main. And now we can finally remove the background red for this because we know that it is working. And let's go ahead and do the following. Let's do max width. And let me go ahead and give it a value of 1056 pixels. And let's give it MX auto. So it's pushed to the sides once it reaches that max width. And let's give it a padding top of 6. Like this. There we go. So now you can see how my learn page words are not expanding after a certain breakpoint, right? So you can see that the MX auto is activated once we break from that 1056 pixels. Great. Now that we have that prepared, let's go inside of learn page.tsx and let's create some basic classes here. So I'm gonna give this a class name of flex row reverse, gap 48 pixels, and px of 6. And now inside, I'm going to create a sticky wrapper. And inside, I'm just going to say my sticky sidebar here. So let's save this and let's create our reusable sticky wrapper inside of the components here. So sticky wrapper.tsx. It's gonna have some props here. So let's give it a type of children to be React node. And export const sticky wrapper. It's gonna have children like that. And let's go ahead and return a div. Inside, let's prepare another div and let's render the children. And let me just turn off my GitHub Copilot. And to the first div, let's give it a class name of hidden on mobile. Then on large is going to be visible. Let's give it a width of 368 pixels. Let's make it a sticky position. Let's give it a self-end position. A z-index of 1. Actually, I don't think z-index of 1 exists, so I'm going to remove this. And let's give it a bottom position of 6. And for this one, let's give it a class name of min height. And now let's do a calculation of 100 viewport height minus 48 pixels, because this is going to be our little header that we're going to create later. And let's give it a sticky position, a top 6 position, flex call, and gap y for all elements inside. Now let me go ahead and add the sticky wrapper here from components sticky wrapper. And there we go. Now inside of here we have a sticky sidebar, and in here we have the space needed for our feed wrapper. So now I want to create the equivalent but for our feed. So just outside of the sticky wrapper, add a feed wrapper. And I'm going to write my feed. Well, my feed is good enough. Now let's go ahead back inside of the components and create a new file, feed wrapper.tsx. Inside of the feed wrapper, it's going to be even simpler. So give it a type of props again with a children of React node, and export const feed wrapper. And let's not forget to assign the props, children. And let's return a div which renders the children. And then in here, I'm going to give it a class name of flex1 relative, top 0, and padding bottom of 10, so that when we reach the end of our feed, we have some space at the bottom so that we can scroll. And let's import the feed wrapper the same way we did with sticky wrapper. Just remember that you have exports, otherwise you won't be able to do that. So there we go. Feed should be visible on mobile, but on desktop, this is how it should look like. Great. So now I want to try something out. I want to go inside of my feed wrapper here, sorry, my page here, and I'm going to create this div block. And perhaps I can also make a self-closing tag. So you don't have to do this. You can if you want to try it out. So I'm going to give this a height of 200 pixels and a width of full and the BG of blue 500, like this. And let me make it even more. Let's do 500 pixels. And I want to copy it as many times as possible because I want to try something out. So I'm going to go ahead here. And there we go. I should now be able to scroll. So I'm scrolling right now. You can see how I reached the end of my blue bars here, but you can see how the sticky wrapper stays in place. So that is the exact effect I wanted to happen here. Great. So now what we can do next is we can create two components, one being the header and one being the user progress, which later are going to be filled with actual values from the database, but the components themselves are just presentational, so they only accept the props. So technically we can already create them, so we see how that's going to look like, and then for the rest of the stuff we are going to have to start creating some database items. Great. So of course, if you have created these things, you can now remove them. So I think this is even simpler for me to do. I'm just going to add the feed wrapper again and write my feed. Great. So we ensure that the sticky wrapper actually stays sticky and the feed wrapper actually holds our feed. And now that I think of it, you might not even need flex row reverse. Instead, you could remove this and then you could add this in this position. So feed wrapper first and then the sticky wrapper. I think this should still work as expected. I think I might have just been experimenting in my original source code when I added this, or perhaps I wanted it to be prepared for a mobile view where the sticky wrapper is going to be on top, something like that. But for now, I'm going to stay true to my source code. So I'm going to write flex row reverse just because I don't want any additional issues to be caused. But I am pretty sure that I was just experimenting with something and we actually might not need that. But then again, I don't want to cause any problems later in the future. So I recommend you do the same. Leave the flex row reverse, put the sticky wrapper in the first position and then the feed wrapper in the second position. If you want to, you can add a little to-do comment to try and remove that later and reverse their positions to see if everything later works as intended. Great. Now I want to go ahead and I want to create a very simple component here called a header. So that's going to be inside of the feed wrapper here. So I'm going to write header like this, and I already know that the prop it's going to accept is going to be, for example, Spanish. Basically, it's going to be the name of the course that the user is taking. So now let's create this header component, but this is not going to be reusable. So it's only going to be inside of this learn here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, header.tsx. And since this is a component, I can do export const header. I don't have to do export default here. And let's just return a div for now. And let me just already prepare the props here. Title string. And let's go ahead and add, let's destructure this. So props. The title. Let's save it and let's import the header from ./header. So don't accidentally import it from our marketing folder, right? That's the landing page. Great. And now let's actually go ahead and style this. So I'm going to give this a class name of sticky, top 0, background color of white, padding bottom of 3. On large, we're going to give it a padding top of 28 pixels. Flex, items center, justify, center, my apologies, let's give it justify between, border bottom 2, margin bottom of 5, text neutral 400, and on large, give it a z-index of 50. Because on large, we are gonna have some other floating elements which are possible to overlap with our header. So we want to ensure that the header has a higher index. Now let's add our link from next/link. So just make sure you add that import. And let's add our button from add components UI button. I'm going to give this link an href of /courses, which we are going to create later. And inside of the button, I'm going to use the arrow left icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have these three imports here. So link, arrow left, and the button. And let's give the arrow left a class name of height 5, width 5, stroke 2, and text neutral 400. Let's give the button a variant of ghost and a size of small. And outside of the link, let's add an h1 element, which is very simply going to render our title here. And let's give it a class name of font bold and text large. And there we go. We now have our header, but there is an issue. Our text here is all the way in the right corner, but I want it to be centered. Now, here's a trick that we can do. Since we are using justify between, we know that it's going to align all elements equally spaced out. But we only have two elements inside. We have this link and we have this h1 element. So what we can do is we can add a little trick. We can give it an empty div, and now it becomes perfectly centered. Great. So now we have our header here ready, and once we go back, it's a 404 because we don't have this page yet, but we are gonna have it in the future. And now I think we can also do the initial items for the sticky sidebar here at the top, just so it aligns with our header. So let's go ahead inside of our page.tsx, and let's go ahead and create a component called user progress. So I'm gonna write user progress here. I'm gonna pass the active course to just be an empty object for now. I'm gonna pass in hearts to be 5, points to be 100, and has active subscription is gonna be false for now. Great, so now we have to go ahead and create the user progress. Now user progress is gonna be reusable, so let's go inside of the components and let's create user progress.tsx. And I'm gonna go ahead and export const user progress here and return a div user progress. Let's go ahead and quickly add the types here. So type props. In here, we're gonna have an active course, which for now is gonna be a type of any, but I am gonna add a to-do replace with database types later when we actually have some database types, because we don't have them at the moment. We're gonna have hearts, which is a type of number, and we're gonna have points, which are number as well, and has active subscription is gonna be a boolean. And let me go ahead and just assign the props here. There we go. Now let's go back here and import the user progress from add/components user progress. So now that we've added this import, let me just change the user progress active course here. So I'm gonna pretend like I've loaded an active course which has the title of Spanish and an image source of /es.svg. So just make sure you're using something that you have in your public folder, right? So I have es.svg, which is iteration of a Spanish flag. So if you have that, you can use that. We've added those while developing our marketing page, if you remember. So just do something like this. So we pretend like we loaded a course. And now we can go ahead inside of the user progress here. And let's give this div a class name of flex items center, justify between, gap x2, and width full. Now I'm gonna go ahead and just remove this. I'm gonna add a link component from next/link. So just make sure you've added this import, and I'm gonna give it a href to go to /courses again. And inside, I'm gonna render a button from ./UI button, but I'm gonna replace it to go to components UI button. And I'm gonna go ahead and render an image component inside. So just make sure you've added an import for next image. And let's give this image a source of active course dot image source. And let's go ahead and give it alt of active course dot title. And let me just destructure the active course from here. And let's go ahead and be more strict with this. image source is string, and title is string, right? Just so we don't make a mistake while passing this, even though we're gonna replace this later, make sure that you have no errors with passing the title and the image source and this type, so you know that you're getting this correctly. And now let's give it a class name of rounded, MD, and border. And let's give it a width of 32, and let's give it a height of 32 as well. So now when I expand, there we go. We have a Spanish flag inside of here. And now I just want to give this button a variant of ghost. Like that. Great. And now we're gonna do quite a similar thing. So I'm gonna add a new link button here. This one is gonna go to /shop. And again, we're gonna have a button with a variant of ghost. And let's give it a class name of text orange 500. And let's add an image here with a source of /points.svg, which we don't have yet. Let's give it a height of 28, a width of 28. Let's give it an alt of points and a class name of margin right 2. And then I'm going to render our points. And we have to destructure the points and the hearts, and also has active subscription. So let me collapse these so that you can see them. There we go. So active course, points, hearts, and has active subscription. And let's copy this link, which has our points, and it's still gonna go to /shop, but this one is gonna have a text rows 500. It's gonna use the heart SVG. It's gonna have 22 width and height. The alt is gonna be hearts. And we're going to render, depending on if we have an active subscription, we're gonna render the infinity icon from Lucid React. Make sure you import it as infinity icon. So with Lucid icons, you can either import infinity or infinity icon, right? But infinity is reserved in JavaScript, right? So it might cause some errors. So I recommend that you do infinity icon here. So we're gonna use infinity icon, or we're gonna render the number of hearts that the user has. And let's give this a class name of height 4, width 4, and a stroke of 3. And let me just collapse this so that you can see. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Infinity icon with a class name h4 with 4 and a stroke of 3. Now if I expand, we have some issues because we don't have these images. So let's head inside of my GitHub repository and add those images. So inside of my public folder here, you should find points and heart. So let me find my points here. Points, there we go. Let's download that, and we should have a heart.svg. There we go. So download that. All of these icons are either MIT licensed or open source. So let's go ahead inside of the public folder here. Let's pass in the heart and let's pass in the points. There we go. So we should have those two inside of your public folder. Just confirm that. So public folder, you should have a new heart icon and you should have the points icon. So now if I go ahead and refresh, there we go. We have the heart and we have the points. Perfect. So you've successfully created the initial header here and some header for the sticky wrapper. So we're going to add some future content here in the sticky wrapper, and we're going to add some units and some lessons here in the feed wrapper. One thing that I'm noticing is that my header has this too much padding as opposed to this side here. So let me quickly revisit my header component. So it's located inside of my main learn header here. So I've added large padding top 28, but since I'm trying to do a sticky effect on this, I also need to add large margin top minus 28 pixels. like this. So let me try that out. There we go. So now they are nicely aligned next to each other. So if you're wondering why I want that effect, you can try that out again. Go inside of the feed wrapper here, and let me just create like a little div here with the class name, space y4. And I'm gonna create like a self-closing div just to demonstrate that again. So class name, it's gonna have height of, let's give it 700 pixels, BG blue 500, and full width. There we go. And I'm just gonna copy it as many times as I can to create a scroll effect. So now you can see how the Spanish doesn't get moved even for a second. So it stays sticky the same way our sidebar here stays sticky. So they have the same effect. So you need to do that sticky position and that little trick with the margin top and the padding top to achieve this effect. At least in my experience, that was what I needed to do. Great, so now I can just simply remove this entire div. There we go. Great, so I think this is a great start. We have a nice little layout here, and what we have to do next is we actually have to create our database and start adding some items, because there isn't much we can do anymore which is static. Everything else is actually gonna have some real values. Great job. In this chapter, I want us to set up our database and finally connect to Neon using Drizzle ORM. So we can close what we have opened in our editor, and I want you to focus on Neon website. So head to neon.tech, you can use the link in the description or simply Google Neon database and go ahead and create a new project. So I'm gonna go ahead and give my project a name of Lingo, and I'm gonna give my database the same name of Lingo. And I'm simply going to click Create Project. So now let's go ahead and copy this string. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click Reveal here, and then you can drag the entire thing and copy, or you can simply use the copy option here. And now I want to go ahead and add that to my environment keys. So let's go inside of .environment, and after our Clerk keys, let's add database, and let's actually use the full name, database underscore URL, and let's paste the Postgres URL. So I'm gonna add it in quotes. You don't have to, you can add it like this as well, but you can see that this weird syntax is enabled for me, so I'm just gonna wrap it in quotes. Great, so we have the database URL ready here, and that is pretty much it for Neon. So it was that simple to create a database with Neon, and we are gonna keep this open just so we can later confirm in these tables that we have some new records added, meaning that our Drizzle is successfully connected to our database. So that's it for Neon. That was very simple, and yes, it's completely free, at least at the time of me recording this. So this was a completely free database. And now let's go ahead and set up Neon. So we're going to be using, let's set up Drizzle using Neon. So we're going to be using Drizzle ORM. And in here, I'm following their Drizzle ORM documentation for PostgreSQL. So let's go ahead and install Drizzle ORM and add Neon database /serverless. So that is the exact provider which we need to use Neon with Drizzle. So I can actually shut down my app for this part and install Drizzle-ORM and add Neon database /serverless. And after that, we're gonna have to install the Drizzle kit, but inside of our dev dependencies, because it's not gonna be used for production, it's only gonna be used for our development purposes so that we can easily set up and see our studio. And also do things like push to the database, right? So great, after we have Drizzle ORM and Neon database serverless, let's install Drizzle kit in the dev dependencies. And once we have that, let's go ahead and do the following. So we're gonna have to run some commands like npx drizzle-kit studio and drizzle kit push Postgres, but this is a long command to write every time. So I recommend that we do the following. Let's go inside of our package.json here, and let's add some scripts, which will save us some time in the future. So I want to add database studio here, which is going to be npx drizzle kit studio. And then let's also add database push, which is going to be npx drizzle kit push Postgres. So first things first, let's try out the database studio and see if it's working. So I'm going to go ahead and run npm run db studio. And there we go. You can see how that runs the npx drizzle kit studio, but we did not configure our path and this file does not exist yet. So we have to configure that first before we can actually run some commands here. Let's go ahead and create a folder called database. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to create in the root of my application a new folder called database. Inside of that folder, I'm going to create a new file, drizzle.ts. In here, I'm going to import Neon from Neon database serverless package, which we've just installed. And I'm going to import Drizzle from Drizzle ORM /Neon HTTP. And then let's import, well, we cannot do that yet. We have to import schema now, but we don't have the schema yet. So for now, let's simply do this. Const SQL is Neon, and then let's use process.environment.database_URL, and let's put an exclamation point at the end so we don't have any TypeScript errors. And whenever you're writing this, just double check that you didn't misspell the database URL here and here. So just copy and paste it and confirm. And then let's do const database to be drizzle and pass in SQL inside. And let's export default database like this. And now we have this little TypeScript error here. And this is what I'm going to do. So for now, I'm going to add a tsignore here just for this line. And we're going to see if this will actually break the code or not, because this did not happen to me in the previous versions of Drizzle and Neon database serverless. So I don't know which package exactly is it, which causes this little TypeScript bug, but I'm pretty sure it will not cause any issues in actual function of this database, of course. So I'm just going to add this for now, and then later we're going to see and actually try and debug what version causes this, and can we fix this by manually adding some types perhaps. But during the initial development of my Lingo app, this did not happen, this TypeScript error. So for now, I'm just gonna add this. You, for example, in the future might not even get this error. Great, so now that we have our Drizzle set up, let's go ahead and create a new folder in the database folder called schema.ts. Inside of this schema folder, I want to create my courses table. So let's export const courses and let's add pg table from Drizzle ORM /pg core. And let's call this courses. Let's give it an ID of serial and make sure you import it from pg core as well. So our ID is going to be named ID. It's going to be a type of serial and primary key. Type of serial means that it will auto-increment on every new entity of course. You could also add integer from pg core like this, but then it will not auto-increment, right? So serial will auto-increment, so that's why I'm using that. Yes, there also exists UUID, so you can use that if you want as well. You can explore other things which exist in the Neon documentation, but I'm going to use serial for this tutorial. Besides the ID, we're going to have a title, which is a very simple text from pg core as well, and it's going to be called title in the database as well. And we're going to add a not null rule here, meaning that it is required. And let's also add an image source, which is also going to be a text. And this is the cool thing about defining Drizzle tables. So it allows us to use camel case here in JavaScript. So when I write this in JavaScript, I'm going to access course.imageSource using the capital S like this. But in the database, I want this to be saved like this. So I can just as easily do that. Great. So that's going to be not null. And there we go. Now we have our first table here. So let's head back inside of our drizzle.ts here and let's do what I wanted to do, which is import everything as schema from ./schema. And then let's extend our database here by passing in the schema as the second argument inside of an object. this will allow us to use the Drizzle Query API, which is similar to Prisma's, which is gonna make it easier for us to get introduced from Neon, because if you watched my previous tutorials, you know that we use Prisma a lot, so this is gonna be just a stepping stone for us here, so we don't have to go immediately into raw SQL, let's call it that. Of course, it's not raw SQL, but to us coming from Prisma, it might look like that. So using the Queries API, which Drizzle team has developed, is gonna help us a lot in this tutorial. And for that, we need to add this SQL schema here. You can, of course, find all of this in this documentation, which I'm using here right now. So let me quickly try and find the queries here. And there we go. You can see how they've added the schema here. And then you can use the query API, like find many, for example. Great. Now that we have this, let's create the last file we need, which is the drizzle config ts. So I'm going to close everything here. In the root of my application, I'm going to create a drizzle.config.ts. And in here, I want to go ahead and install a package called .env/, let's actually just install .env like this. Now let's go ahead and import .environment/config. And let's import type config from Drizzle kit. Now let's export default schema to go to /database schema.ts. Out is going to be /drizzle. Driver is going to be Postgres. And DB credentials are going to be connection string process.environment.database_URL. And you can see that I have a little typo here. So let's just finish wrapping this. So let's add satisfies config. So I have a little typo here. So make sure you don't do that as I did. So I have database URL. It should be database URL. So as always, just double check that it is exactly what's written in your environment file and paste it here. Great. And now that we have this, let's go ahead and do the following. Let's open our terminal here, and let's try and push our new table inside the Neon database. So we're going to use our npm run database push here to see if this is working. So there we go. It says changes applied. So it read from our Drizzle config here. Let's go ahead and open it. It knows where our schema is. So it read from our database schema here, and it noticed that this courses is a new table. Then it gave us a message, changes applied. So let's confirm that by going inside of our Neon console and clicking on the tables, and there we go. We have the courses table in our Neon database with an ID of integer, image source of text, and title of text. If you did not get this result, here's a little thing you can confirm just in case if you think it's not your code. So if you're certain you wrote the exact same code, you can go ahead and look at my dependencies or go to the source code and take a look at the exact dependencies that I have for Drizzle ORM, for Neon Database, Serverless, and for Drizzle Kit. And you can install those if you think it's a versioning issue. Great, so now that we have that, let's just confirm one more thing inside of here, and that is that our npm run database studio is working. So it tells us to please install the required packages pg. So let's go ahead and do that. So npm install, and I'm gonna install this in the dev dependencies. So let me try again. Database Studio, and there we go. So I needed to install the PG package, and I've added it inside of dev dependencies because this is using the Drizzle kit, which is already installed in our dev dependencies. So I assumed that the right place to install this PG would be in the dev dependencies as well. And there we go. We now have the Drizzle Studio is up and running on this domain. So let's go ahead and open it right here. And there we go. We have our courses. We can even choose between different schemas here. So let's go ahead and try and add a record here. So I'm going to go ahead and give this an ID of 1. I'm going to give it a title of Spanish. And I'm going to use the image source of /es.svg. And I'm going to click save. And there we go. We officially have a record inside of our database. Perfect. So this is how we're going to fill our database now, and then we're going to go ahead and create the courses page. So when people click on this page, or when they click on the back arrow, I don't have the app running right now, so it's giving this connection refused error. So that's the next page we have to do. The page where users will choose which course they want to learn. And that page is going to load this table. So this exact table. Great job. So that's what we're going to do in the next chapter. So we left off by configuring our Drizzle and database, and we added our first record inside our courses schema table right here. So what I want to do next is just add a couple of more courses inside of our database so that we can display them on the courses page. And I recommend that you add all of this which you have in your public folder. So Spanish, French, Croatian, Italian, and Japanese are the ones that I have added. So let's go ahead inside of the terminal here. And I'm gonna open a new terminal, and I'm gonna run npm run database studio here. And that will give me an URL where I can look at my database here. So let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to open my public folder here so that I can see. I already have Spanish added in my courses, so let me add another one. So this is going to be an ID of 2. I'm going to add French, and let me just see if I can do this and write French. Can I do that? And /fr.svg. Like that, and save one change. There we go. Let's go ahead and do it again. So the third one is going to be Croatian. And I'm going to go, I have to confirm this, and then /hrsvg. And let's go ahead and add a fourth one. And I'm going to make that Italian. And let me go /itsvg. And Italian. So you have to press enter in the column once you finish writing, and then press save change. There we go. So I have Spanish, French, Croatian, and Italian. I think 4 of them are enough for us to create the initial page. So yeah, we have to manually enter the IDs when we are adding them through the database like this, I believe. But later, when they are created through our admin dashboard, we are not going to need to add the ID. So I want you to learn how to use the Drizzle Studio. That's why I didn't add the admin dashboard at the moment, because it's quite useful, because from here you can also delete records. So this is kind of a super admin dashboard which you have, which is your database. Great, so just ensure that in your Drizzle Studio you have at least 4 elements so that we can work with somewhat of a grid. So I'm gonna go inside of the app folder here. And what we have to do now is we have to go inside of the main here, and let's create a new folder, courses. And inside, let's create a new file, page.tsx. And remember to export default to the courses page, and let's return a div courses page. I'm gonna go ahead and try to go to /courses. So this arrow and the click on a flag should redirect you to /courses now. There we go. You can see how I'm redirected to /courses. Perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and style this a bit. I'm gonna give this a class name of full height, max width of 912 pixels, px3 and mx auto. Then inside, I'm gonna add an h1 element with language courses title. Let's style this h1 element by giving it a text to Excel, font bold, and text neutral 700. There we go. So let me expand this so we can see how it looks like, and there we go. Perfect. So now that we have this, I want to create a query which is actually gonna fetch our newly added courses from the database. So let's go ahead and inside of our database create a new file, queries, Drizzle.ts. And let's do export const get courses. And make sure you cache this function. So import cache from React. It's going to be an asynchronous method. And let's go ahead and fetch the data using await. Let's call the database from .drizzle.query.courses.findMany. And very simply return the data. And this is supposed to be asynchronous, like that. So if you want to, you can go with ./drizzle, or you can use @/database drizzle, depending on how and what you prefer. So we are using cache from React so that we can use this get courses without having to pass the props every time. So if I go ahead and turn this into an asynchronous function, and if I do const data await get courses here from database queries now, and let's say here I have a list component and I don't want to pass in the props like this, right? Of course, this is perfectly fine to do, but let's imagine that I don't want to pass props for any reason. If I go inside of this list component, and if I call this function again, get courses, it's not going to call the database again because of this cache function. So that's why I want us to cache every single query that we are going to write. So that's why I'm doing that. Great, so now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go ahead and write json.stringify and pass in the data. Let's save that, and there we go. So you can see how I successfully loaded my Spanish, my French, my Croatian, and my Italian records from the database. Perfect. So now we're going to go ahead and create the actual list component which will render this. So I'm going to go ahead and add a list like that, and the list component is going to accept the courses, which is going to be our data, or we can actually name it courses, right? And we're going to have an active course ID, which for now is going to be hard-coded to 1. So let's go ahead and inside of the courses folder, create a new list.tsx component. And inside of here, let's mark it as use client because it's going to have some interactive elements. Let's give it a type of props. And here's the cool thing. So now we can finally use the type of courses for our props. So let's write courses, and that's going to be a type of courses from database schema dot infer select. And let's go ahead and add an array at the end. And we're going to have an active course ID. We can write number because we know that our schema type of ID is serial, which is actually a number. Or you can do, well, we actually don't have the ID. We actually don't have the model prepared for this. I'm going to explain it in a second. So for now, let's just keep number. I wanted to do something with a type of as well, but we are missing one table, which I'm going to create in a moment once we finish this. So for now, let's just do it like that. And let's export const list here. Let's assign those props. And let's return a div saying list. And let's see if this is broken here. So list is not defined, so we have to import that from ./list. And there we go. You can see how we no longer have any prop errors. So this accepts courses. This is the object, and this is the array it accepts. Exactly what we expect. So now what I want to do is I want to give this div a class name. And I'm going to go ahead and create a grid that I want to display my flags. So padding top is going to be 6. It's going to be grid. Grid calls 2 on small or mobile devices. And then on large, we're going to have grid dash calls. And we're going to go ahead and write in square brackets, repeat. And then we're going to pass auto dash fill, comma, min, max, open parentheses, and in parentheses, we're going to write 210 pixels, comma, 1 FR. And whenever you are writing inside of this square brackets. Make sure you don't accidentally put spaces in between those values. So neither here nor here. You can check if a Tailwind class is correct by hovering on it. So you can see how this custom value which I've added has perfectly been translated into CSS. If you have the Tailwind extension and you hover and yours is not, it probably means that you have a space somewhere. So just make sure that you have the exact, this is all one line, of course. There are no spaces in this place right here. I didn't break this line. This is just my editor settings so that you can see everything all the time, so I don't have to scroll in here, right? So we have that, and let's add gap 4. And now inside of here, we're gonna go ahead and actually use these courses. So let's extract the courses and active course ID. And in here, we're going to map over our courses. Let's get the individual course. And in here, we're going to render a card element. So let's give it a key of course.id. And let's give it all the other necessary fields. So ID is going to be course.id as well. Title, course.title. Image source is going to be course image source. On click for now is going to be an empty arrow function. Disabled is going to be false. And active is going to be if course ID is equal to active course ID. So now we have to create the card element. So let's go ahead and create the new file inside of the courses folder called card.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as, actually we don't have to mark this as client because it already is in a client component. So it will not magically become a server component. If you're interested, you can pass server components inside client components, but that is done through the children prop, so not directly like this. So let's go ahead and define the props for this new card component, which we've just created. So title is a string, ID is a number, image source is a string. On click is going to accept an ID, which is a number, and return a void. Disabled is going to be an optional boolean, and active is going to be a optional boolean as well. Let's export const our card element here. Let's go ahead and destructure these props. And let's just return a div saying card. Let's go back in our list component, and then we can import the card from ./card like this. And there we go. You can see how my props are perfectly fine with this. Great. So now let's actually destructure the title, the ID, the image source, the disabled, the onClick, and the active prop here. And let's make this look like something. So I'm going to go ahead and give this div an onClick to open an arrow function and call the onClick and pass in the ID which we have from the prop. It doesn't need a key, but it does need a class name. And class name is going to be dynamic, so open the, which are these, the curly brackets, right? And import the cn from libutils. And now in the first parameter, we're going to give it the default classes. So the default is going to be height full, border is going to be 2, rounded is going to be extra large, border bottom is going to be 4 pixels. Hover is going to use bg black/5. Cursor is going to be pointer. Active is going to be border bottom 2. Flex dash column. Items center. Justify between. Padding of 3. Padding bottom of 6. Min height is going to be 217 pixels. And min width is going to be 200 pixels. Now, let's go ahead and add the additional values. So those are going to be, if it is disabled, we're going to write pointer events none and opacity 50%. And now I'm just going to zoom out just a bit because this is too zoomed in to be realistic mobile view. So I'm going to leave it like this. And let's go ahead and write a div here inside with a class name of minimum height of 24 pixels. Let's give it a full width, a flex, items, center, and justify end. And then inside, if this class is active, if this card is active, we're gonna give it a little check mark here. So inside of here, we're gonna render the check icon from Lucid React. So just make sure you add this import here. So we have the check icon, and I'm gonna give it a class name, Auth text white and stroke 4, and I'm gonna do that inside of the square brackets, and height 4 and width 4. And in here, I'm gonna give it a class name of rounded medium bg green 600, and I'm gonna give it flex, items center, justify center, and padding of 1.5. There we go. So we're gonna have a little indicator that one of these courses is currently active. So the first one is currently selected as active because if you remember, in our courses page, we passed the active course ID to be hard-coded to 1. So as you can see in our Drizzle Studio, that is this value, Spanish. All right. So now let's actually add a little flag to this card element. So we just wrapped up the active state here. So go outside of this div, which is encapsulating this. And in here, we're going to render an image from next/image. So it's going to be a self-closing tag. Make sure you added the next image import here. And we're going to go ahead and pass in the source to be image source. We're going to give it an alt of title, a height of 70, width is going to be 93.33, and class name is going to be rounded large, drop shadow medium, border, object cover. And below that, let's add a paragraph, which is going to render the title of the course with a text neutral 700, text center, and let's not misspell neutral, text center, font bold, and margin top of 3. And there we go. We have our flags. Perfect. So when you click on them, nothing much should happen, but you now officially are loading flags directly from your database. So what we have to do next is we have to create a new table inside of our schema, which is going to be called user progress. And in there, we are going to store the current active course ID. So what I want to do before we wrap up is not allow the user. Actually, we're gonna do that in the next one. Yeah, I wanted to do it in this chapter, but I remembered we do need that schema model to even start doing that. Basically, if the user doesn't have any course selected, they are not gonna be able to visit any of these pages, learn, leaderboard, quests, or shop. So they are always gonna be redirected to the courses page if they don't have any of the flags. So I'm going to be calling them flags or courses throughout the tutorial. So if they don't have any of these selected, this is the screen they will see until they click on at least one. And of course, they will always be able to go back and change them, and the progress will be saved. Great, great job. So now let's actually create a new table inside of our schema where we are going to store which course is the user currently taking. So besides the courses, let's go ahead and write export const user progress. That's going to be a PG table again with the name of user underscore progress. Let's give it a user ID, which is going to be a text. We're going to call it user underscore ID, and that's going to be our primary key because it's going to be unique for every user. Let's also store the username here. That's going to be text user underscore name. Let's give it not null, and default is going to be user. Let's give it user image source, which is going to be text user image source, not null, and the default is gonna be /mascot.svg. And then let's pass in the active course ID. That's gonna be an integer. So let's import integer from Drizzle ORM PG core. So make sure you add it from here, not from MySQL or something else. It's gonna be called active_course_ID. And we're gonna add a references to it, open an arrow function, and call courses.id from above. And now, in the last argument, we can open an object and define how it behaves on delete of the parent. In our case, we want it to cascade. And then let's add the hearts, which are going to be an integer again, called hearts. They're not going to be null, and the default is going to be 5. And let's copy this 2 more times, and let's call this our points. And actually, we just need it once. And let's give it a default points of 0. And now let's go ahead and do the following. So let's go ahead inside of the courses here, and let's export const courses relations, and let's add relations from Drizzle ORM, courses as the first argument, and let's extract the many from the arrow function here. And in here, actually, let's wrap this in parentheses because we want an immediate object returned. And now let's write user progress to be many user progress. Like that. And then, so just make sure you imported the relations from Drizzle ORM. Then let's do the same thing here. So let's write export const user progress relations, user progress, the structure 1, and again, open immediate object here, and write active course 1 courses, open an object, fields, user progress, dot active course ID, and then references course.id. My apologies, courses.id. There we go. So let me zoom out so you can see how this looks all in one line. So we defined a relation many-to-many for user progress and courses, and we defined a one-to-many for user progress and an active course. So let's go ahead now and push this to our database. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down, and I'm gonna write what is our method, npm run database push. So let's wait a second and see if this will be successful. So there we go, it says changes applied. So let's quickly go ahead and visit our Drizzle Studio here. So npm run database studio. And let's see if anything has changed. There we go. So we now have a relation with the user progress, and we have the user progress table. So let's go ahead and actually create a method which will happen once the user clicks on one of these flags right here. Also, if at any point you get stuck with Drizzle migrations, right? So if you have a feeling you wrote something wrong here before you did the database push, right? And it gets stuck, the way to resolve that is to very simply change your environment key. So simply remove your database, create a new free database, and just add a new database URL. And then with your new full schema, do npm database push again. So I am going to demonstrate that at one point in the app if we get stuck and if we have some migration issues. So Prisma has something called npx prisma migrate reset, which just resets the entire database and all migrations and everything. Drizzle does not have that. So you would actually have to do like a proper migration which is of course the right thing to do, but in development, I just find it quicker to delete my database and every single table, everything a lot of times rather than doing the migration, right? So that's why you can always visit Neon database and remove your database from there, and then just add a new Postgres URL to your database URL if you even get stuck, right? Great. So now that we have this, I want to go ahead and head back inside of our app folder, inside of main courses, and specifically inside of this page.tsx. And in here, what we're going to do is we're going to change this so it actually loads the user progress as well. So let's go ahead and keep this open and prepare a query for that. So open this, we already have get courses, and now let's add export const get user progress. So that's going to be cached as well. It's going to be an asynchronous method. And let's go ahead and let's extract the user ID from await auth from Clerk Next.js. So I'm going to move this with this import here. If we don't have a user ID, it means we cannot load that, so I'm going to return null. There is no user progress for this user. Otherwise, let's do const data and let's do await database.query.userProgress find first, where equals, let's import equals from Drizzle ORM, and let's pass in the user progress from ./schema. So I'm going to go with /database schema. So user progress dot user ID and comma user ID. So those are the values which we are comparing. And let's add with active course true. Whoa. So we also populate the active course relation. And then let's return the data. There we go. So now let's go inside of our courses page here. And what we are going to do here is use that new query. So just below that, let's add const user progress to be await get user progress from database queries like that. And then for this active course ID, we're going to do user progress active course ID. And if I save this, I'm going to get an error here because I have a type of number in the list here. So this is the perfect opportunity for us to do the thing I was talking about and change this to be an exact type of that an exact type of that schema. So I'm going to use type of here, and I'm going to use the user progress import from database schema. I'm going to use infer select, and I'm going to select the active course ID. And then I'm just going to mark this as an optional prop. And there we go. No more errors here. And now, as you can see, no language and no course is selected for me, right? Because I have not chosen any of the languages. So what I want to do now is I want to add a redirect from the learn page if we don't have user progress. Also, if you want to, you can change this to be the following. So if you want to use promise all for this, you can do courses data here and courses data here, remove the await here, and then you can do const promise.all and pass in the courses data and user progress data. And then from here, you can extract the courses and the user progress. So this should work exactly the same. Did I do something wrong here? Let me just quickly check. Oh, this is supposed to be await promise all. There we go. So if you want to, you can do that. I don't think this exactly helps you progress. I have a typo here. I don't think this exactly helps you with the waterfall because this is a server component, right? But if you want to have them inside of a promise all, you can do it like that. I think this is recommended as a best practice in Next.js documentation. Again, I'm not entirely sure this resolves the the waterfall issue because this is a server component, right? So the network tab is not exactly being blocked. At least I think that's how I understood it, right? So, but I am going to be using this practice throughout the tutorial for when I have a lot of these calls. So in here, I removed await. So the only thing I prepare actually is a promise. So by default, I cannot do anything with this. So perhaps data is not the best naming. We could call it promise, but you know, I know what I mean by data here. And then I pass that in the promise all, and then I extract the value of courses and user progress and use it as I did a moment ago. So let's go ahead back inside of our learn page. So app folder, main, learn, page.tsx. Let's mark this as an asynchronous page. And in here, let's go ahead and prepare our user progress data to be our get user progress from database queries. And let me add them here to the top. And then in here, I'm going to go ahead and call await, promise all, user progress data. And I'm going to extract user progress. So let me prepare the collapse of this, because we are going to have multiple items in the future. So very simply, I'm going to do if there is no user progress, or if there is no user progress active course. In that case, let's redirect using next navigation to /courses. So import redirect from next/navigation, and let me just move that to the top here. There we go. So now that we have this right here, if you try and go to the learn page, you should be immediately redirected. So if you go from the home page here and click continue learning, there we go. You can see how I am immediately redirected back to this page, and you did see a little blank screen here for a second. Don't worry, we are going to add the loading states. Perhaps we can already add the loading state. So let's go inside of the learn here and let's add a new loading.tsx here. Let's import the loader from Lucid React, and let's do const loading. Remember to prepare a default export. So loading in here. We're going to do a very simple div, which takes the full width, the full height, and places the items in the center of the screen, both vertically and horizontally. And inside, we're going to use the loader component. We're going to give it a height of 6, a width of 6, and text muted foreground, and animate spin. Let's go ahead now and try this again. So you can also copy this loading and paste it in the courses. And there we go. So now, if I refresh this, you can see how we have a nice little loader. If I go to the learn page, there we go. So we no longer have that blank screen. Now there are actual loaders inside of our applications while we are being redirected. So what I want to do to wrap up the chapter is that when we click on this, is we actually create a new user progress inside of our database. So let's first prepare the queries which we are going to need while we create this database action. So inside of database, let's go inside of queries here, and let's export const get course by ID. It's going to be cache asynchronous method, which will accept the course ID, which is a number. Of course, if you're working with UUIDs, yours is going to be a string. So in here, let's do const data, await, database query, courses, find first, where equals, we already have this imported, courses.id, course ID. And let's import courses from database schema. So just make sure you have courses and user progress, and you already have equals imported from Drizzle ORM. And let's return data. And I'm going to add a little to do here. To do populate units and lessons. So we don't have these tables yet, so we cannot do that. But later, when I load a course by ID, I want all the lessons and units it has. So this is fine for now. What I want to do now is I want to go inside of my list component in the app main courses. So inside of the list component here, we mark this as use client because we're going to have some interactive on click here. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's add a router from use router, which you can import from Next navigation. Don't accidentally import it from Next router. That is the old import. Then let's extract pending and start a transition from use transition, which you can import from React itself. So this is going to help us to use a server action and its pending state. And then let's do const on click to accept the ID, which is a number. Again, if you're using UUIDs or anything similar to that, it's going to be a string for you. If we are pending, let's break the function. No need to allow it. If the user has clicked on a course, which is currently the active course ID, no need to do the whole database update. We are just going to break the function with the return, and we are also going to redirect the user to /learn. And then let's do start transition. So this is if user is selecting a new course. In here, we're going to call our server action, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and create a server action. So in the root of my application, I will create a new folder, which I'm going to call actions. And inside of here, I'm going to create the actions for the user progress entity. So I'm going to call the file user-progress. Very important whenever you're writing server actions is to have use server at the top of your file, otherwise it's not going to work. So let's write export const upsert user progress. It's going to be an asynchronous method with a course ID and a number here. And then let's extract the user ID from await auth from Clerk Next.js, and D is lowercase. Let's also get the entire user from current user from Clerk Next.js. If we don't have user ID, or if the user is missing, we're going to throw new error from this server action called unauthorized. So whenever you're working with server actions, behave like it's an API call, right? So you need to do authorization here as well. Then let's attempt to fetch the course which user just selected. So await get course by ID from this database query which we just created a moment ago and pass in the course ID. Then if there is no course, we're going to throw back a new error which will very simply say course not found. So this will be a 404 if this was an API route. And here's what I'm going to write. If there is no course.units.length, or if course units first in the array .lessons.length, so if we don't have any lessons or units, I'm going to throw new error here, course is empty. And then I'm going to comment this entire thing out because we don't have units or lessons at the moment. So at the top, I'm going to add one more comment to do enable once units and lessons are added. So right now, no need for this error, but I don't want to forget it later. And then let's go ahead and do the following. Const existing user progress. And let's do await get user progress from our database queries. So we already have this method created and we've used it a couple of times already. Let me go back inside of my user progress server action here. So if I already have existing user progress, this means that user already has been active in some course. So all I have to do is await database from database Drizzle. So just make sure you add this .update. And in here, I'm going to use the user progress schema. So make sure you add that from database schema here. And we're going to do .set here. And we are going to update the active course ID with course ID. As simple as that. And just to improve our user experience here, we can also update the user name here with user.firstname, or let's go ahead and add user as the default, and we can also do user image source with user.and And let's go, we're using Clerk, so let's find where our image is here. Is it profile image URL? It says deprecated, so now it's image URL, user.image URL, there we go, or /mascot.svg. Like that. So we don't have to do these two fields, but since we are using an external Auth provider, when user changes their profile image using this manage account method right here, it's not going to be immediately reflected to the leaderboard, right? So we're going to do the following. Since we don't have any webhooks or any background jobs which keep track and synchronize the state of Clerk and our database, every time the user changes a course, we're going to do a proactive update of their name and their image URL just in case they have changed it. And the reason I'm doing this pipes here is just in case these two fields fail, we're going to go ahead and fall back to what we have defined in our schema here, where I use user as the default username and mascot.svg as the default user image source. And this mascot.svg we are already using, so you don't have to add anything. We already have that in our header and in our sidebar. So this is our logo. So let's head back inside of our user progress here. So that is if existing user progress exists, and otherwise here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do await database.insert user progress dot values user ID, because we don't have that, so we have to pass that the first time we are creating it. Active course ID is going to be the course ID that the user selected, and then we can just copy and paste the username and the user image source here. Great, but that is not enough. So this will definitely create a new user progress in our database. But remember, all of our queries are cached, which means we need a way to revalidate this cache which we are using. And Next.js has a method of doing that. So we need to import the following. After we add a new record to the database, let's do revalidate path from next/cache. So let me add that to the top here. Next/cache. I'm going to revalidate the following path: /courses/learn. And from the server action, I'm going to redirect the user. Again, we're going to import this from next navigation. I'm going to redirect the user to /learn. And let me copy this and do this also in the existing user progress here. So this will break the method, right? So once we hit this, it will not go further. So now that we have this set up, let's actually go ahead and use this upsert user progress. So let's go inside of the list here, and let's go ahead and add upsert user progress imported from actions user progress. And let's pass in our ID, and that should be it. So let me just go ahead and check this out, and let's pass this on click right here. I think this should be enough. On click accepts the ID. I think that should work because our card will pass it like this. Great. Let's try it out. So inside of my Drizzle Studio, let me refresh it here. I don't have any user progress here. Once I click on Spanish, I believe, there we go. I am redirected. Now, remember, this is hard-coded to Spanish. So this actually has no, there's no reason why this is a Spanish flag. We are going to do that later. But let me just refresh my user progress now. There we go. We have an active course ID of 1, which resembles Spanish. We have 5 hearts, 0 points, and we have a full-on relation with the active course. Perfect. And we have the user image from Clerk and my username and my user ID, which is also my primary key. If I go back to courses, there we go. Spanish is now selected. And now let me just go ahead and improve this by actually using this pending state. So if I go back to list here, I have hard-coded the disabled to be false. Well, let me actually use pending now. There we go. So now if user tries to click on French, there we go. You can see how it's disabled while it's loading. Perfect. And French is selected. I can go Croatian, And there we go. And I can always go back to Spanish, but this is gonna call upsert and not insert as it does with Italian, for example. This is inserting. Right now I have all of this. So now my user progresses. So of course, we only have one user progress for user, right? So we are only going to change the active course ID. The actual progress is going to be stored in other additional tables, right? But we are going to know which table to load for which course thanks to this user progress, which will tell us, all right, the last time user selected this course ID, so load the progress for that course ID. Great. So we officially have a course selection. One more thing I want to do before we wrap it up. So I want to go ahead and I want to install Sonar. So let's do npx Shadcn UI at latest add Sonar. So this will add Sonar to our project. So let's go inside of our root app layout here, and let me import toaster from components UI Sonar. And inside of the body here, I'm gonna go ahead and simply add the toaster component. Self-closing tag like that. Now let's head back inside of our list component where we just added this start transition and upsert user progress. And let's add a very simple .catch here, where I'm gonna go ahead and call the toast from Sonar package. So not from any add components, from Sonar directly. So in layout, we called components UI Sonar, but in here we call the Sonar directly. And let's go ahead and do an error here. Something went wrong. And now if I go inside of upsert user progress, and let's pretend that we have an error here. So I'm gonna write throw new error test. So let's say one of these goes wrong, right? Either course not found or unauthorized, or in the future, maybe this. Let's see if that will log a nice toast message. There we go. Something went wrong. Perfect. So just remove this test. We don't need it, but now you know that you have a nice edge case covering here. Perfect. Great job. What we are gonna do next is we're actually gonna use the user progress to indicate to the user the actual active course. So if I click on creation, we expect this to say creation and here to be a creation flag. We also want the points and the hearts to be an actual resemblance of what is in the database. We are also going to learn how to seed our database with a script and how to completely reset our database in case we run into any problems. Great job. So now I want to show you how you can use a script to seed the database instead of using the studio as we just did in the previous chapter. And I also want to show you how you can completely reset your database if for any reasons you run into any migration issues, especially later when we start adding some relations to our existing elements that might cause some problems. So let's go ahead first and learn how to build a seed script. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder, scripts, inside of your root project. So I have it here already because I tried it out, so you probably don't have this. So just anywhere in the root of your project, create a scripts folder. Inside of it, we are going to create a seed.ts file. Now let's go ahead and let's import our .environment/config so that we can load the environment variables from here. Then let's import Drizzle from Neon HTTP, and let's import Neon from Neon database serverless. And now let's import everything as schema from /database/schema. Let's define SQL, and let me just not misspell this. So constant SQL is going to be Neon, and it will use process environment database URL. And as always, double check that you have the database URL inside of your .environment file. There we go. It seems like I had a typo here again. So make sure that you always confirm that, otherwise you're gonna run into problems which are gonna look hard to debug and are just gonna cause unnecessary issues. So let's add TypeScript ignore for the next line, because in here we have to define our database, which uses Drizzle and passes in the SQL and adds our schema to it. And now let's go ahead and define our main method, which is going to be an asynchronous method. And yeah, if you're watching this into the future, try and remove tsignore. If you're not getting this TypeScript error, it means that these two packages have fixed their type compatibility. But until then, you can just add TypeScript ignore, and you've already seen throughout the project that everything works fine, so it's just a type error incompatibility here. So inside of this asynchronous function, I'm gonna open a try and catch block here. And first thing I want to do is I want to catch the error in case seeding our database goes wrong. So I want to add console.error, and I'm going to go ahead and pass in the error here. And then I'm going to throw new error, failed to seed the database. And then inside of here, let's add a console log seeding database. And first things first, I want to go ahead and remove all the existing elements. So database.delete, let's remove schema.courses, and let's go ahead and delete schema.user.progress. And then let's console log seeding finished. So for now, this is what's going to be our seed script. So now we have to find a way to run this script. So if you go ahead and shut down your app, and if you try and go and run node scripts and run seed.ts, you're gonna get an error that you cannot use an import statement outside of a module here. So what you would have to do is turn all of this into constant, and then instead of using from, you would have to use require, right? So that's how you would do it if you were running it with Node. But there's no reason for us to do that in 2024. There's a lot of other packages which we can use. The simplest one would be to use tsnode or tsx. And of course, let's just do one more thing. So we defined this function, but we never call it. So let's just make sure that we call the function. So just execute main here at the bottom. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to install in my development dependencies a tsx package. And now I'm going to do the following. I don't want to write this full script every time, so I'm going to go inside of package.json, and I'm very simply going to add database seed, and that's going to be tsx, and it's going to go to /scripts/seed.ts. So let's just go ahead and confirm that this is working. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my terminal here, and I'm going to run npm run database seed. And there we go, seeding the database and seeding finished. So if I am correct, what should happen now is that I have no languages inside of my database because I've completely removed them. And there we go, no languages exist here. So now let's go ahead and find a way to do this, to actually add some languages here. So I'm going to go ahead back inside of my seed script here, and let's write await database insert. And we're going to use schema.courses here. And let's add the values, and let's open up an array. So for the first one, we're going to give it an ID of 1, give it a title of Spanish, and let's go ahead and use a image source of /es.svg. Like that. So now let's go ahead and try this again. So I'm just going to open a new terminal for now. No need to shut it down. npm run database seed. There we go, seeding the database, seeding finished. Let's see if this is working, and there we go. I can now even select this language, and then I can go back and user progress exists. Perfect. So now we're gonna go ahead and copy this and do it for other languages. So yeah, you can or don't have to write the ID here, right? But it can be useful, especially because this is a seed script. So if you want to modify your seed script to specifically add some challenges to a specific ID, you can do it like this, right? So you will know exactly which course is which ID. If you want to, you can completely remove this and see how there are no errors because we are using serial inside of our courses here. If we were to use integer here, So if I save this and if I were to remove the ID, there we go. I have an error because I need to manually pass IDs. That's why we are using the serial here. So it's auto incrementing every time, and then you don't have to pass the ID. But for a seed script, it can be quite useful for your initial data. So then I'm going to have Italian here, and I'm going to use it.svg. I'm going to go ahead and add the third one, which is going to be French, FR, and I'm going to go ahead and add Croatian as the last one. I believe I have the Croatian flag here. You can, of course, add any flag you want from anywhere. It does not matter. There we go. I have Croatian here. Great. So now let's go ahead and run this again. And then I'm going to show you one more way you can seed your database. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. And there we go. And I have all the flags here. So there is a reason why I chose TSX to run this script right here. So first things first, I want to use a TypeScript file. For that, I cannot do node run. I technically can, but it would need some modification. Then I have an alternative of ts-node, which definitely can run TypeScript, but it kind of gets stuck when I am importing some files, which then use ESNext imports here. So it gets confused with that. So then I found TSX, which works perfectly. But there is one more thing which works even better than all of this and comes out of the box without any configuration, and that is bun. So if you are able to install bun, it should be very simple using this script. But the reason I didn't want to show you this initially is because I know it's still in development for Windows. So if I go into documentation here, installation, there we go. So we have macOS and Linux, and there we go. We have Windows, which provides the limited experimental build for Windows. But it is recommended to use it within a Windows subsystem for Linux. So I don't use Windows, so I'm not sure what exactly this is. I am aware that there is a thing called PowerShell there, so I guess it can work fine with that, but I didn't want to do something that some of you cannot follow. So that's why I added TSX, because TSX should be supported everywhere. So let me just try one more time by using bun here. So I'm just gonna change this to bun because I already have bun installed in my project. You can see that it's green, so I have bun, right? So let's go ahead and do the following. npm run database seed. I know it's funny we are using npm to run a bun script, but you know, let's just confirm that it works, and there we go, works just fine. And then if you're using bun, what you can do is you can also replace these npx commands with bunx commands. So let me show you that as well. This is just if you want to play with bun a little bit. So now I can go ahead and I can just do bun, for example, bun database studio. And there we go. That's it. That opens the Drizzle Studio just like that, using a much shorter command. So that's if you want to use bun, but don't worry, I am going to continue with npm for this tutorial. So I'm bringing this back to npx, and I'm going to run npm commands. The reason I'm doing that is because I'm waiting for bun to be a bit more covered in the development world when everyone is familiar with it, so that we can, so that everyone can work with it without any problems. Great, so now that we know how to seed our scripts, let me show you how you can completely reset your database, because what we are doing here in the seed script is not resetting our database, we are just removing the fields here. So here's the thing you can do if you ever get stuck, if you ever get any migration errors, if while developing your schema you think that you've messed it up, the Drizzle push command is no longer working, you cannot fix it anyway. Here's what you can do. Leave your schema as it is, go back into your Neon or wherever your database is hosted, and just remove your database. And then I'm gonna go ahead and create a new database. I'm gonna call it Lingo again. I'm gonna click create, and then what you can do is you can copy your connection string again if it has changed. I believe that Neon doesn't change the connection string on database change, only on project change. So my project is exactly the same. So I believe my database URL does not need any changing. So let me just go ahead and try this. Is my app running? It is. There we go. So you can see how now I have an error, relation courses does not exist, because I've completely reset my database, which means that I no longer have tables, not just the records. So our seed script, our seed script in the beginning removes the records, but it doesn't remove the tables and the relations. So that's why sometimes it's useful for development only to remove your entire database. For me, that's just faster. Obviously, the proper way of doing this would be to create migrations, which Drizzle has amazing documentation about. But again, for development, for my case, I like to nuke my entire database so I can just start over, especially if I'm trying to try something out for a second. So what we have to do once we've nuked our database is confirm that you're getting this kind of error when you do npm run dev, and then what you have to do is npm run database push. So this will now push all the new schemas inside of your Drizzle. So there we go, changes applied. So if I refresh my tables tab here, there we go. I now have courses and I have user progress here. I still don't have anything inside of here. So if I go npm run dev here, I'm still gonna go ahead and be completely empty. So that's why I'm gonna prepare a new tab where I'm going to use my seed script to fill my courses. So npm run database seed. There we go, seeding the database, seeding finished. Let's refresh, and there we go. So what I want to do now to wrap up this chapter is make sure you select at least one course here. And then let's go ahead and change the header. Well, Spanish is a bad example. Let me pick something that isn't Spanish. For example, French here. So I want to change this to display the French flag. I want it to say French here, and I don't want these to be hard-coded to 105. I want them to read from my user progress record from the database. So let's head back inside of our Learn page. So make sure you have your app running here. Let's find the app main learn page.tsx right here, and we are already loading the user progress data. So we already have user progress, and we already do this redirect to /courses if we don't have user progress or if we don't have active course selected. So now that we have active course selected, we can do the following. First, let's do the user progress here. So we can now remove this, and we can pass in the user progress.active course instead. And then for the hearts, we can do user progress.hearts. For the points, we can do user progress.points. And let's leave the has active subscription to false because we don't have that table yet. There's nothing we can do here. So let's go inside of the user progress, and let's go ahead and do this to do, which says replaced with database types. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove this entire thing here, and I'm gonna write type of courses from database schema dot infer select and semicolon at the end. There we go. So let me just align this here, and that's how you add types from Drizzle. So now you can see that active course is exactly what we expect from our schema. Perfect. So if I already try this, there we go. We have the French flag, we have 0 points, and we have 5 hearts. So if yours is not working for any reason, just confirm that inside of your active course, you're using the image source for the source here. So let me go ahead and go visit my schema. So inside of my course, I have image source field, and inside of my user progress, I have a relation with the active course. So to access the image of the current course the user is taking, you would go through user progress.activecourse.image source, exactly what we are doing here. So just confirm you have those fields. So now that we have our user progress here sorted, we have to go ahead and resolve our header component, which still says Spanish. So go back inside of page here, find the header, and simply go ahead and write user progress.activecourse.title. There we go. So let's go ahead and look at it now, and now it says French. Perfect. So if I go back and if I select Spanish now it says Spanish with a Spanish flag. If I go back and choose creation, now it says creation with creation flag. Perfect. So this little if check is very useful for us because this redirect counts as a return method, right? So if I didn't check for this part, then what I would have to do is I would have to add this question marks here and question marks here and question marks here, and then I would have to change my types to accept this to be optional, and then that would cause problems with this. So you can see how much times it saves us just the fact that we are doing an early return here. So yes, this is the same thing as writing return redirect. You don't have to do it, because if I go ahead and add a console log here, I'm not sure if VS Code knows this. So it knows. You can see that this code is unreachable. So when I hover, it says unreachable code detected. So it knows that nothing will run after this redirect. Of course, this will run because this is inside of a different scope than this if clause. Perfect. So we've wrapped that up. We can now seed our database in different ways, and we have dynamic header here on the learn page, as well as dynamic points and hearts. You also know how to nuke your database, you know how to reset your records, and you know how to seed your database with TSX and with bun. Great job. What I want to do now is wrap up our entire schema. So far, inside of our database folder, schema here, we have defined the courses and we have defined the user progress. We have also defined the relations between the two using courses relations and using user progress relations. So what I want to do now is wrap up my entire schema with everything else that needs to be added in here. The reason I want to do that is because for the next queries which we need to load, which in here are going to display the current unit, the current lesson, and all the subsequent other lessons, as well as their status, whether they are locked, finished, or unlocked, we have to have all the necessary fields. Because the only way we can create such complex queries is by querying those relations in the database. So let's go ahead and do the following. The first thing I want to add is units. So let me add that just below the courses here. So export const units is gonna be a PG table of units. It's gonna have an ID, which is gonna be a serial of ID and a primary key. We're gonna have a title of each unit, which is gonna be a text title, and it's gonna be required, meaning not null. And then we're also going to have a description. Let's give that a text of description and not null as well. So the title would be something like Unit 1, and the description will be Learn the Basics of Spanish, for example. Then we would have the course ID, so we know for what course is this unit for, right? So if our description is going to be Learn the Basics of Spanish, we have to have a matching relation with the Spanish course. So let's go ahead and make this an integer. Let's do it like this, course underscore ID, and let's add a reference here. So I'm gonna write dot references, and I'm gonna open an arrow method, and I'm gonna provide it with course.id, courses.id. So we read from this constant above, and then we're gonna go ahead and define on delete cascade, and let's add dot not null at the end. So it should all be in one line like this. Great. And besides the course ID, we are also going to have an order of this unit, so we know how to render it and how to display it on the learn page. So I'm going to pass this to be order and not null as well. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's create a relation with the units. So I'm going to write const unit relations, units. Let's extract many, and let's extract one, because we are going to need both. But for the first one, we just need one. So let's write course to be one, courses, fields. Let's go ahead and use the units.courseID from above, and let's reference that to courses.id field right here. That's all we can do for now. So now what we have to do is we have to create lessons. So we have unit relations here. Let's go below here and let's write const. My apologies, I forgot that we also have to add units to the courses relations here. And let me just move the courses relations right below the courses like this. So I'm gonna go ahead and also add units here, many units like this. So make sure inside of your courses relations, you have added units, many units. So courses can have many units, but each unit can only have one course relation. So make sure you have that setup working. You can of course always visit my schema from the GitHub source code, and I recommend that you always do that so you confirm that you didn't write anything wrong. Great, so we have defined the unit and unit relations. Now what I want to do is write my lessons. So let's write lessons to be a PG table of lessons. Let's write ID, serial ID, and primary key. Now let's go ahead and give our lesson a title, which is going to be a type of text and a title, and not null. Now let's go ahead and give it a unit ID, so it has a relation. So that's going to be an integer, unit underscore ID dot references. We're going to pass in units.id, on delete cascade, and not null. Perfect. And we are also going to have an order of a lesson as well. So order is going to be an integer, order, and not null. We could technically use the serial or integer incrementing ID for the order, and that was what I did initially, but later I found that that's probably not the most reliable thing to do, and it's better to have something else to keep track of how we are going to order our lessons and display them to the user here, right? So lessons are going to be those little islands which you saw in the beginning that user will be able to click on. And the units are going to be the big kind of like chapters which hold multiple lessons inside. So now that we have defined our lessons here, we have defined that each lesson needs to have one unit ID. So let's go ahead and create the relations for that. So I'm going to go ahead below this and write export const lessons relations. So let's write relations, lessons. Let's extract one and many. And we return an immediate object here, like that. And let's give unit a relation of 1, units, fields is going to be lessons.unitID, and references are going to be units.id. Just like that. So that's all we can do for now. But now that we have lessons defined, we can go back inside of the units relation right here, and let's call this units relations. So if our model name is units, well, let's call them units relations as well. And lessons, lessons relations. So we are consistent. So I prepared the many extract here, but we didn't have anything to create a many-to-many relation. So let's say that units can have many lessons inside. My apologies, lessons, many lessons, like that. There we go. So each unit can have many lessons, but individual lesson can only have one unit. And something is missing from the units relations, and that is that I export this constant. Perhaps you have done this. I have forgotten. There we go. Now we have lessons and we have lessons relations. But each lesson is gonna have something else. Each lesson is going to have a challenge. So let's go ahead and create that as well. We can copy this, in fact. So let's just copy lessons now so we save some time, and let's rename this to challenges. And let them remove everything besides the ID. So we're going to have an ID, which is primary key. We're going to have a lesson ID, which is going to be an integer, lesson underscore ID, references, lessons.id, on delete is going to be cascade, and again, not null. All in one line like this. Besides the lesson ID, we're going to have a type of a challenge. So to create a type of a challenge, it's best to use enums. Let's do export const challenges enum, and let's use pg enum from Drizzle-ORM /pg core. So make sure that you have imported pg enum, as I did right here, from Drizzle ORM pg core. So just where you have your pg table, serial, and text already. Inside of the pg enum here, we're going to define a type, and the possible types are going to be select and assist. So in the future, if you want to add a different type of challenge like a voice or listen or something like that, you can just add them here, and that will solve the backend part for it. So inside of the challenges here, we now have to define a type. So we're going to use a type of challenges enum, like this. And let me just be consistent. So challenges with an E, and in here I use challenges. So let me just fix that little typo. Challenges enum. And we're going to store this in the database as type. And again, not null. So this is required. And then we're going to have a question, which we are going to ask the user. So that's going to be a text of question and not null. Perhaps question is a bit too specific because I am going to reuse that in two different ways. In one type of challenge, I'm going to reuse it to, for example, which of this is an apple, and then the user will have to select the proper answer. But in the assist, it's going to be different. The question is simply going to say apple, and then the user will have to select the translation, right? So it's going to be a bit different. So if you want to, you can change this to maybe label, but I'm going to stay true to my original source code. So I'm going to leave question just so I don't create any problems. And I'm also going to give a useful order field here. So in case you want to store your challenges by hardest or by some other arbitrary value, you can always do that. So they are not, added to the user in a random order. You will have control which challenge will appear to the user first in a given lesson. So now that we have defined this, we have to create challenges relations. So let me copy the lessons relations from here. Let's rename them to challenges relations. Make sure that you change the first parameter here to be challenges. Destructure one and many. And let me clear this inside. So we're going to have a lesson, which is going to be one lessons with two S. Fields is going to be an array of challenges. Lesson ID, and references is going to be lessons.id. And now we have to go back inside of our lessons relations, and we can now use the many property. So write challenges, many challenges with an E. There we go. So perfect. We now have back-to-back relations with challenges and with lessons and with units and with the courses in the end. But some stuff is still missing. So let's go ahead below the challenges relations, and we have to create two more. So we have to create challenge options and we have to create challenge progress. So let's go ahead and copy the challenges tab right here. And let's go ahead and create challenge options. Let's rename the PG table to challenge options. And let me see, do I have challenges misspelled anywhere? I do have, again, challenge options. It should be challenge options. Make sure you don't have these typos. So this needs to be consistent, right? So I just copied and pasted this from challenges itself, right? So that's where we left off. We renamed the constant and we renamed the PG table. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and change this from lesson ID to be a challenge ID. I'm going to change the integer to be, and again, I wrote challenge ID, challenge underscore ID, which is going to use challenges. Whoops. Challenges.id on the lead cascade is correct. Instead of type, well, we're not going to have type in the challenges options, so you can remove that. The question is not going to exist. Instead, it's just going to be text, and we're going to store that as text in the database. the order is not going to exist for challenge options. If you want to control challenge options, you can do that as well to nudge the user in the right direction maybe, but these are basically answers which users can choose between, right? So I don't have the need to order them. So in here, I'm going to give them a correct option, which is going to be a Boolean, correct, and not null. And let's also import Boolean from PG core. So just make sure you are using this imports from PG core. I just added Boolean. Make sure you didn't accidentally import it from MySQL, for example. Great, so we have the challenge ID relation with challenges.id on the lit cascade. We added the text, we added correct, and now we have to add an image source, which is going to be a text of image underscore source, which is not going to be defined, which is not going to be required, because if the challenge type is assist, in that case, we don't have images to show the user. And we're also going to have audio source, which I also want to add. I also want to make optional because it is very useful and we are going to make it have sounds, but in case it doesn't, it should not exactly break the app, right? In case you don't have an audio for something, you still see the text and the image if it exists. So audio is not exactly something we should rely on. Great, so we have the challenge options ready here. Now we have to copy and paste these challenges relations and create challenge options relations. So let me change this to be challenge options relations. And let's go ahead and use the challenge options column from above. Now let's extract just one. We don't need many at all. And instead of having a relation with the lesson, we're going to have a relation with the challenge. So we're going to use challenges. The fields is going to be challenge options dot challenge ID. So this one which we defined here, and the reference is going to be to challenges dot ID itself. There we go. So we created challenge options relations, and now we have to go back to our challenges relations where we have prepared the many extract. So besides lesson, challenge is also going to have a challenge options in a form of a many relation. So let's add challenge options, and there we go. Now each challenge can have a lot of challenge options, but each individual challenge option can only have one challenge. Great. Now that we have defined that, there is one last thing that we need to add, which is the challenge progress. So let me copy and paste this thing again. And let me just, okay, let's keep the user progress here at the end. Instead, let's copy the challenge options relations and the challenge options. And let's rename the copied challenge options and the PG table challenge options to be challenge progress, like this. And let's leave the ID and let's go ahead and add a user ID, which is simply going to be a text of user underscore ID, like that. And let's leave the challenge ID to be exactly as it is. So challenge ID, challenge.id on the lit cascade, and not now. And very simple thing we're going to do is add one additional field, completed, boolean, completed, dot not null, default false. So this is how we are going to track which challenge has user completed. And then we're going to use the challenge progress to later calculate the percentage completion of an individual lesson. So every time the user selects a correct answer, we are going to upsert or create a new challenge progress with completed true in the database. And it's going to have a relation to the challenge ID, like that. And let's also add, let's make this required. So if we don't have the user ID, we can't exactly do anything with the challenge progress after all. So let's make this not null. I'm going to add a to-do, confirm this doesn't break. It shouldn't, but I notice I don't have this in my original source code, but in here I'm noticing that it should probably be required. So I have this little to-do here, and now let's go ahead and let's create challenge progress relations, like that. So let's go ahead and use the challenge progress constant as the first argument here. Make sure you change that. And it's going to have a relation to the challenge using the challenge progress dot challenge ID, and the reference is going to be the same. So this can stay exactly as it is. And now let's go back to our challenges relations. So above challenges options, in here we have the challenges and the challenges relations. We have defined a new challenge options many. Now let's do challenge progress. Many challenge progress. There we go. We have wrapped up our entire schema. There is one thing missing here, which is the user subscription column, but I want to leave that last when we are actually going to work with user subscriptions, because if we write it now, we're going to kind of forget what we've written. But everything that we've written now is what we're going to build next, so we do need these relations to work as they should. So let's go ahead and check if we have everything in order. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to npm run database studio, because I want to see my studio here. So let me open that up. And there we go. We have some problems. Relation challenges doesn't exist. So let me close the Drizzle Studio and let me try running npm database push. Let's see if that is going to break the app. Will this work as smoothly as I expected? And there we go. I just got changes applied. So this should mean that everything runs pretty smooth. If you, for any reason, did not get changes applied here, you can do what I did in the last chapter, which is completely nuke your database. So don't just run database seed, which will simply remove the fields. No, go inside of your Neon or wherever you have your database running and completely delete the database so you purge all the existing tables and relations. And then try running npm run database push again. So I just run that first time, now I'm running it the second time, no need for that, but I just want to see what happens. There we go, it still says changes applied. So if I go and run database studio now, let's go ahead and refresh this to see, do we have any errors now? We do not have any errors, but what we do have is all the necessary fields. So challenge options, challenge progress, challenges, courses, lessons, units, and user progress. Also, if there was a problem with relations here, Drizzle would have thrown an error, but it didn't. This means that we have coded everything correctly. So if you're having any relation problems here, I highly advise that you take a look at the GitHub source code or ask a question in the Discord, but please search for it first, perhaps it was already solved, and then just go ahead and copy and paste each individual table until you notice one that you have written incorrectly, and then you can see what is it that you have missed. Great! So one thing I want to do is go into Neon and confirm that I have those tables in there as well. And there we go. So I am inside of my Lingo project. Inside of tables here, I have challenge options, challenge progress, challenges, courses, lessons, units, and user progress. Perfect. Exactly what we need. And let me just, I just noticed something. So challenge progress and challenge options should not be camel case. They should be with an underscore in order to stay consistent. I don't think it will break the app, but let's stay consistent and let's use this ability which we have from Drizzle here. So let's find the PG table challenge options and let's change them to be underscore challenge options. And then let's do the same thing for the progress. So I'm going to do challenge underscore progress like this. So we should not have any camel case in the definition like this. So this camel case is fine, but inside of the definition that goes into the database, it should be with an underscore. So here's what I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to nuke my database now. Of course, in production, you would do a migration for this. So I have to emphasize that, right? What I'm doing is just something I want to speed up for development. So if I try running npm run database push, let's see if perhaps this can be resolved easily. We'll see. So npm running, and there we go. So now Drizzle is asking me, is challenge options created or renamed? So I'm going to select using the arrow keys to rename the last option from challenge options camel case to challenge underscore options. So I'm going to select that. And then it's asking the same thing for challenge progress. So it's not created, it is renamed. So let me select the last one, challenge progress, to challenge_progress rename table. Let's see if that will be, there we go. All table conflicts resolved, changes applied. Let's try this one more time. So now if I refresh my Neon here, let's see what happens. There we go, challenge_options and challenge_progress. And to wrap it all up, let's also confirm that inside of my studio here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and refresh this. And there we go, challenge_options and challenge_progress. Again, if you're having any errors here, you can go inside of your databases here and go ahead and click delete and remove it, and then click new database and try db push again. Great job. So now that we have our schema finished, I want to go back to our seed script and I want to create a couple of units, lessons, challenges, and challenge options. So let's revisit our scripts folder, seed.ts. So if you've done it like this, like I have, you should know the ID of each of your courses, so that can be quite useful for us. First things first, let's go ahead and extend our removal before seeding. So let's await database.delete schema.units. Then let's go ahead and copy and paste this, and let's delete our lessons. And then let's go ahead and do that for the rest of our tables here. So we have challenge options here. We also have challenge progress here. And I think that should be enough. So make sure that you remove everything first in the seed script. And then after we create our courses, let's go ahead and do the following. I'm gonna go ahead and pick one course ID. So I'm gonna pick Spanish. So that is ID of 1. And in here, I'm gonna write await database.insert schema.units.values. I'm gonna open an array and I'm simply gonna add the very first unit here with an ID of 1 and course ID of 1. So this is Spanish, right? Because I know that from above. And then let's create a title with unit 1. Description is going to be learn the basics of Spanish. And order is going to be 1. There we go. And it seems like I have to add a comma here. There we go. So now we should have a unit. So let me go ahead and prepare those two. So I'm going to npm run database studio in one terminal here. So let me just open that so we can keep track of things. Then I'm going to open a new terminal and I'm going to go ahead and do npm run database seed. So let's go ahead and see if this will work properly. There we go. Let me just refresh this. And now I have 1 unit and 4 courses. So if I go inside of my courses here, I should have the units for the first one, which is the Spanish one. If I go ahead and choose the second one, I have nothing here. So I only have it for the very first one, which is Spanish. If I click on units, there we go, unit 1. So let's go ahead and check it out actually inside of its own view here. There we go, ID of 1, unit 1, learn the basics of Spanish, matching course ID, order, and the relation to the course. But we do not have a relation to the lesson here. So let's go ahead and do the following. We're gonna go ahead and extend our seed script here. So we're gonna create some lessons. So again, we now know the ID of our unit. So we can use that as our unit ID. So let's go ahead and write await database insert schema dot lessons dot values, and let's pass in ID of 1, unit ID of 1, which is going to be our unit 1, learn the basics, right? Then we're going to have an order of 1 and the title, for example, nouns. And then you can go ahead and copy this and give it an ID of 2, keep the unit ID to be 1, and give this an order of 2, and make this verbs, for example. So we would have 2 challenges in this unit. My apologies, 2 lessons in this unit. So we can try running our script again, npm run database seed. We're gonna remove everything, and then we're going to create some new things. So inside of here, we now have 2 lessons, as you can see. So let me go ahead and expand this. There we go. So as you can see, we now have a relation with the unit here. Both of them should have the same unit. There we go, unit 1. And if I close this and check the second one, there we go, unit 1 as well. Let's check the units here, and there we go. One thing that I'm noticing here is that this is called a lesson, but I think this should be called lessons instead. Let me just quickly check that inside of my schema here. So we are talking about the units table. Let's find our units table, and perhaps we've made a mistake. There we go. So I wrote course here, and I've probably used the single way of expressing lesson here as well, when this should have been lessons, because we're using the many relation. So I'm gonna go ahead and quickly confirm that in my original source code, yes, I use lessons there. So I made a mistake. Find your units relations, which should be just above your units table, and make sure that when you use many, you use the multiple type expression of the word. So I'm gonna quickly confirm that I do that in other places as well. Units, many. For progress, it's okay because it'll be progresses, I guess, so it's just easier for me to spell it like this. So I'm fine with progress. The same with, I believe we also have challenge progress, right? So I'm fine with this not being in a expression of a multiple, that's fine. Of course, this won't mess with your code, right? But I think it pays to be consistent. So there we go. Let me go ahead and do this. I'm gonna write colon many, and I'm gonna check all of them. Options, progress is fine, units, lessons, challenges. Options, progress, there we go. Everything else is perfectly fine. So let me save this schema now, and I'm gonna go ahead and shut down my studio here. And let's see if I can fix this by running npm run database push. So will this give me an option to fix the conflict by selecting the rename, or is this going to be a bit more complicated, perhaps nuking the database? It seems like changes have been applied. Let's see if that is true. npm run database studio. So will this simply rename this? So if I go ahead and refresh this, there we go. Now it says lessons. Looks like it was a very easy conflict for Drizzle kit. Perfect. If you run into a problem, you can always go into Neon, delete your database, and simply run npm database push again after you've created a new database. If needed, you might also need to change the environment key in your database URL field. But for me, it was just a matter of renaming it in my schema, saving the file, and running database push, and now this says lessons as it should. Perfect. And let me finish wrapping up my seed script here. So we now know how to insert lessons. And now that we know how to insert lessons, we can do the same thing, but for challenges. So let's go ahead and do the same thing. So we can pick an ID for a lesson. So let's pick ID 1. That will be nouns, right? So I'm going to do await database insert schema.challenges .values, and I'm gonna pass in an ID of 1. Lesson ID is gonna be 1, which is gonna be our nouns. And then we're gonna have a type of a lesson, which, as you can see, uses our enum. So this is gonna be a type of select, for example, order of 1, and question is gonna be which one of these is the man, for example. So let me just change this from not using double quotes, but instead I'm going to use single quotes so that I can then use double quotes in the string like this. So for example, I want them to translate the word man into Spanish, right? which would be El Hombre, I believe. Please excuse my pronunciation of that. There we go. So if you want to, you can create another challenge here with an ID of 2 and a lesson ID of 2, which would then be verbs, right? And then you can give this an order of 2 if you want to, but I'm gonna keep it simple. And I suggest you do the same. So let's actually do this. Let's remove the second challenge from here. The second lesson. Let's just keep the first lesson here. And let's just keep the first challenge for the first lesson here, just so we have the same results, right? So I'm fine with having multiple courses here, but let's keep the units 1, lessons to 1, challenges to 1. So we know exactly that each of these is only for the last one. And now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's wrap it up by creating challenge options. So schema.challengeOptions.insert, my apologies, .values. Let's give this an ID of 1. Challenge ID is going to be 1. Image source will be /men.svg, which we don't have yet, but we are going to have later. Correct is going to be true. Text is going to be El Hombre. And we're going to have an audio source, which is going to be /es_man.mp3. So that's how I'm going to label my audio files. I'm going to prefix them with a language and then what they are representing. And I'm going to show you how we're going to use Elevenlabs AI to generate AI voices for different languages. There we go. So this is the correct challenge option. So for this question, which one of this is the man? I want them to select this option, which would have this picture and which will say El Hombre. So let me copy this, give this an ID of 2. And yes, this is the challenge ID, right? So we created this challenge right here and it has an ID of 1. So this will represent which one of these is the man. That is the question that this is answering for. The same is true for this one, but this one will be a woman. Correct is going to be false. And instead of el hombre, it would be la mujer. Mujer. And let's change this to es woman.mp3. And let's give it a third option. So ID of 3, the challenge ID stays the same because these are all options for the question above, right? And this would be a picture of, for example, a robot. And this is also false. This would be el robot. And we would have an es robot right here. There we go. So I believe that is fine. This is enough for us to work with. We can now pretty much render everything we need. The one more thing we're going to have to do later when we get to that is we're going to create one more challenge with a different type. So this is a type of select. Later, we're going to create a type of assist. But make sure you choose select for this one because it's easier. So let's go ahead and go inside of our terminal here. And let me go ahead and open a new one and run npm run database push. So this should add all the new values now. Let's just wait a second. There we go, changes applied. Let me refresh my database studio. And I should have, there we go. I have 4 courses. I have 1 unit. This unit has 2 lessons, nouns and verbs, but it seems like I don't have any challenges. Let me refresh this to see if it is true. It seems like I don't have, oh, because I ran the invalid command. I should have run database seed, not database push. There we go, npm run database seed. My apologies, wrong command. And now I should have the following. I should have 4 courses, 1 unit, 1 lesson, because we removed that, so we only have nouns now. And I should have 1 challenge, and this challenge should have 3 options inside, and only one of them should be correct. There we go. Perfect. We now have our setup here, and make sure you have the same. If you don't have the same, I want you to go to my GitHub and copy this seed script that I will prepare for you. and as well as confirm that your schema is working as well. Make sure you do all the necessary npm run database push. Here's a quick reminder how our database push looks like. So database push is npx drizzle kit push Postgres. Of course, if you were using MySQL, your would be different, right? Database Studio is simply Drizzle Kit Studio, and our seed uses tsx and runs from the scripts folder. So now what I want to do is close everything. Let me close this and go with npm run dev again. So I no longer need to look at my database because I know everything here is correct. And what we are going to do now is we're going to go ahead and select Spanish because that is the ID which we created in our seed script as the one which has all the units, all the lessons and challenges. So there we go. Course ID for my units is Spanish, which means that I have to select Spanish in order to load all of my units here. So that's what we are going to go ahead and prepare. So let's quickly go ahead inside of our app folder, main, learn, and let's go inside of page.tsx. And now we have to create a query similar to get user progress inside of our database queries right here called get units. So when calling this units, I also want them to call all the lessons and challenges within. And I also want to help us on the front end by normalizing our data in a way that we are going to introduce a new field called completed. So that's not something I want to keep in the database. So I don't want to constantly update that status, whether we completed a lesson or not. So instead, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to use our field called course progress to detect, challenge progress. To detect whether we finished a specific lesson or not. So let's start simple. Let's go ahead and do export const get units. That's going to be our cache function. My apology, it's going to be a cached function. That's what I wanted to say. And it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function here. And first, let's get the user progress. And let's do await get user progress. If we don't have user progress or if we don't have active course ID, let's simply return an empty array. No units to load for this user. Then let's go ahead and get our data using await database.query.units.findMany. Let's use where equals units, which you can import from database schema. So let me go ahead and prepare this like that so that it's easier to read. So import units from database schema. So ensure that the units.courseID equals user progress active course ID. So that's which units we are going to load. And then let's use the with attribute here to load the lessons. So usually we would simply write lessons true, but if we want to load the challenges within that lesson, we have to extend this and use with again. So let's write challenges again. Oh, it looks like I have a misspell of challenges here. Let me go ahead and quickly fix that in my schema. There we go, I have challenges here. So let me change this to challenges so it's proper. Make sure you don't have any typos as well. And let's see if we will be able to easily resolve this. So I'm going to shut down my app and I'm going to run npm run database push. Let's see how easy is this going to be, or are we going to have to nuke our database? There we go, changes applied. And let me just quickly check, is my seed script working now? Looks like my seed script is still okay. So inside of my seed, I don't use that populated field challenge. There we go. So seed script is completely fine. Let's go back inside of my queries here. And now let's use challenges. There we go. So with challenges, and again, with challenge progress, true. So I wanted all the way to challenge progress. And now that I have this data, I'm gonna go ahead and create normalized data. that's going to be data.map. We're going to get the individual unit, open a function. Inside of here, we are going to create lessons with completed status. So let's do individual unit.lessons.map. Let's get the individual lesson here. And this is all, of course, in one line like this. And then let's do const all completed challenges to be lesson.challenges.every challenge. Open an arrow function here, and let's return challenge.challenge progress and challenge progress.length is at least 1, but also challenge progress.every progress of that individual challenge progress is completed. So progress.completed. There we go. So then, now that we have all completed challenges here for an individual lesson, let's go ahead and return the existing lesson by spreading it. So simply spread the lesson. And then completed is going to be all completed challenges. So this is going to return true or false. So we are checking whether every single challenge in this lesson has a matching challenge progress with a status of completed. If that is true, it means that we can mark this lesson as completed entirely. So this is going to help us on the front end. So I want to do this heavy computation purposely on the back end. So then I can easily use the completed boolean true or false on the front end, and I can change the state according to that. This can of course be improved. You probably already see how this is how this would increase the more fields we have, right? So feel free to modify this using reduce. Feel free to explore this using Drizzle. Remember, Drizzle allows you to use practically SQL query builders itself. So if you know how to do this in SQL, go ahead and do it. It's probably much better and faster to do it this way. But since this is our first tutorial with Drizzle, I want to go easy on us and use what we know how it works, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do it this way for now. And now that I've returned the lessons here and the completed status, it means I have these lessons with completed status. So what I have to do now is return the existing unit and append the new lessons, which are going to be lessons with completed status. Lessons with completed status. So let me see if I did this correctly or not. My apologies, not here, but here. This is where I'm supposed to add them. So make sure that they are in the correct scope. I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit so you can see this clearly. So we have normalized data. This is the scope. And this is, where exactly does it end? Normalized data. Why is it not? Yeah, basically this is where it ends, but my, or maybe I forgot to add an end to this. Now I'm a bit confused. Oh, my apologies. All right. So this is our get units function, which ends right here. Let me add a semicolon here. Then this is our normalized data map, which opens this arrow function, which ends right here. My apologies. So inside of this data.map, we create lessons with completed status. In here, we get a boolean whether all challenges are complete for an individual lesson. If they are, inside of this map iteration of the lessons, we return that very lesson, but we introduce a new field called completed with a boolean true or false, depending on whether the all challenge progresses have the completed status. And then I'm at the same time iterating over normalized data, so all the units here as well. So then what I do is I use these lessons with completed status and I spread the existing units here, but my apologies, I should not spread the existing units, I should spread the existing unit. So make sure you don't do the same mistake as I do, because this is iterating over that specific unit. So we spread all the fields in that unit, which is the ID, title, description, course ID, and order. And we already have the lessons, but I'm going to replace those lessons now so that all of my lessons have a new field called completed. So then on my front end, it's going to be very easy for me to just check in a dot map whether a lesson is completed or not. So that's what I'm doing that. So I reduce the workload on the front end, and then what I have to do is return normalized data. There we go. So that is my getUnits method. Perfect. Now that we have that, we can go back inside of page and we can add units data. So const units data is going to be getUnits. And make sure you import getUnits from database queries right here. And let's go ahead and let me in fact load getUser progress first. Actually, it won't matter since they're in a promise all, but yeah, let's go ahead and add our units from units data. There we go. Now we have our units. So let's go below the header here. And let's write units.map. Let's get the individual unit. Let's create a div. Let's give it a key of unit.id. Let's give it a class name of margin bottom 10. So each unit has a spacing. And in here, I'm going to JSON stringify my unit. So let's try this out. So I'm going to go and refresh this. And I have to have my app running as well. So let me click on terminal here and do npm run dev. And now let's go ahead and see our, there we go, Spanish. We have a title unit 1. And that unit 1 has lessons, and that lesson is an array. And you can see we have a title nouns. And then in here, we also have completed, which is false, because these challenges all have their challenge progress. But as you can see, challenge progress for us is an empty array because we never completed any challenge, meaning that there is no way this lesson could have been completed. And this is very useful for us now that we have this completed, because we can easily change the design on the front end now. And this is of course going to be cached. So if we repeat this method across our app at the same time, it's not gonna make too many calls to the database. Again, I recommend you do this exactly as I'm doing it the first time you're developing, especially because it's a bit of a complicated normalization of the data here. So then later, if you want to, and I highly advise that you explore, can you do this with the Drizzle query builder? If you can do this with pure SQL, that would be amazing and much, much faster. Or perhaps you can do this with Reduce if you think that will be a more optimized loop instead of a loop within a loop, right? So obviously this is not the fastest way of doing it, but I think it's good enough for a tutorial. So in the next chapter, we are going to go ahead and turn this JSON stringification into an actual UI design. Great, great job. So now I want to change this from a stringified JSON into an actual UI. But just before we do that, I want to revisit my queries here inside of the DB folder, specifically the getUnits query here. One thing that I think is missing here is additional filtering for challenge progress. So right now we are loading all challenge progress for all challenges, which is correct. But let's take a look at our schema. So inside of our schema, if we visit and find the challenge progress, we see that we have something user ID, which means that we can query by user ID, and we should query by that. So no point in loading this query and using challenge progress of other users. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and import user ID. I'm going to destructure user ID from await auth. And we already have auth since we use it in user progress here from Clerk. So I'm going to extend this if query. So if I don't have user ID or if I don't have user progress, and then in here, let's go ahead and extend this with a where equals challenge progress. Make sure you've added an import for challenge progress right here from database schema. Challenge progress.user_ID needs to equal our extracted user ID from this await auth method right here. So right now, if I save this and refresh, nothing should change. We still don't have the challenge progress, and completed is still false. Great. Later, we're going to see if we can actually use the order by here and use the order. So I'm simply going to add a comment to do confirm whether order is needed. So I'm going to add this to do, and we're going to check that later. Great, so we have this, and now let's go ahead inside of our app folder, inside of main learn page.tsx. Inside of here, we are rendering our units. So now I want to change this JSON and render a unit component. We don't have that yet, so we have an error here, but let's already prepare some items. Let's pass in unit ID, let's pass in unit order, let's pass in the description, unit.description, let's pass in the title, let's pass in the lessons, and let's go ahead and pass in the active lesson. For now, let's make it null. We're gonna add this later. And active lesson percentage for now is going to be 0 as well. So now let's go ahead and create this unit here. So inside of the learn folder, I'm going to create a new unit.tsx component, and I'm going to go ahead and create the props for it first. So the props are going to have an ID, which is a number, or a string if you're using UUID. Order is going to be a number, title is going to be string, description will be a string as well. Lessons, open parentheses, are going to be a type of lessons from database schema, infer select, but we are normalizing them, which means that every lesson of ours is also going to have a completed boolean. And all of that together is going to be an array. So make sure you add an array at the end. Then we're going to have an active lesson, which is going to be a type of lessons, infer select, and we're also going to have its relation with the unit. So let's add a type of units from database schema dot infer select, or it can be completely undefined. And active lesson percentage is going to be a number. So make sure you've added the imports for lessons and units from database schema so that you can use their infer select. And then let's export const units here. My apologies, unit. And let's assign the props here. And let's return a div. Now let's go back to our learn page and let's import the unit from ./unit. So the same way we added an import for the header. In here, I have an error for the active lesson, so instead let me write undefined here, because we support undefined, as we've written right here in the active lesson props. So now I'm going to go ahead and extract ID, order, title, description, lessons, active lesson, and active lesson percentage. And now let's not use divs here. Instead, we can use fragments. And I want to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to create another reusable component called unit banner. And I'm going to pass in the title, and I'm going to pass in the description prop. So make sure you have these two. And now we're going to go ahead and create the unit banner inside of the learn folder as well, unit-banner.tsx. So let's create our props here. which are going to have a title, which is a string, a description, which is a string, and let's export const unit banner here. Let's assign these props, and let's return a div. Let's go back inside of the unit, and we can import unit banner from /unit banner. And now we should no longer be having any errors. And now let's go ahead and actually make this visible by destructuring the title and description from the unit banner. Now let's give this div a class name of full width, rounded extra large, background green 500, padding of 5, text of white, flex, items center, and justify between. Now inside of here, I'm gonna open a new div with a class name of space y 2.5, and inside I'm going to render an h1 element and write title inside. And then below that, a paragraph with a description inside. And there we go, Unit 1, learn the basics of Spanish. Let me change this to be an h3 element instead, so it shouldn't exactly be a header. And now I'm gonna go ahead and give this a class name of text to Excel and font bold. And in the paragraph section, I'm gonna give it a class name of text large. As simple as that. And then what we are going to do is go outside of this div encapsulating our h1 element and the description, and we're going to add a link from next/link. Let's add a closing tag to it, and let's give it an href to go to /lesson. And then inside of here, let's use a button component. So make sure you've added the button component, the button import from our reusable components here. Inside, we're going to add an icon, notebook text, from Lucid React. So I'm going to move that to the top here. Let's give notebook text a class name of mr-2, and let's write continue. And for the button, let's give it a size of large. Let's give it a variant of secondary. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of hidden. But an LG is going to be visible. So if you want to see it, you have to zoom out a bit. There we go. Now it should be visible. LG is going to be flex border -2. Border -bottom is going to be 4. And active border -bottom is going to be 2. So let's go ahead and see how this looks. I'm going to zoom in a bit. There we go. So if I click continue here, I'm redirected to a 404 page, which right now doesn't exist, but it is going to exist in the future. So we do have a kind of a edge case here, I suppose. If you want to, you can change this to only display onto Excel maybe, or Excel. Let's see if that exists. It does. So let's see how that looks like. So here it's still visible, yeah. Maybe this is a bit better, so it only shows on very large screens, because there isn't really a need for this button, because the same effect is gonna happen if we click on an individual lesson here, right? So I think, yeah, this is okay. So let's go ahead and go back inside of our unit component here, because we are finished with the unit banner. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create a div with a class name, flex items center, flex column, and relative. And then inside of here, we're going to map over our lessons. So let's extract the lesson and the index of the lesson. Then inside of here, let's open a method and let's define isCurrent by using lesson ID, lesson.id to be equal to active lesson (.id), and const is logged is going to be if lesson is not completed and if lesson is not current. So we are not going to allow user to select a lesson in the future. And we can do that quite easily by determining, has the current lesson we are iterating over already been completed? If it has, we are not going to lock that lesson. User can always go back and practice it. But if the user never finished this lesson, and if this lesson is not the current lesson, that can only mean that it is a future lesson. So we are going to lock that for the user. And finally, let's go ahead and return a lesson button. Like that. So let's go inside of the learn component and let's add a lesson-button.tsx. Now in here, I want to mark this as used client because it's going to be interactive. Let's create type props here with an ID of number, index of a number, total count of a number as well, locked of an optional boolean, current of an optional boolean, and percentage of a number. Let's export const lesson button here, and let's assign these props. And for now, you can just go ahead and return a div component like that. Let's go back inside of our unit and let's import the lesson button from /lesson button. Now in here, I'm going to pass in the key to be lesson.id. I'm going to pass in the ID to be lesson.id. Index is going to be index. Total count is going to be lessons.length -1. Current is going to be is current. Locked is going to be is locked, and percentage is going to be active lesson percentage. So we are going to use this total count later so that we can determine whether this has been finished and where does it stand in comparison to other lessons. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and simply render, for example, well, we can just render the ID. Let me destructure these props here. ID, index, total count, locked, current, and percentage. There we go. You should see a number 1 inside of this, representing the ID of this lesson. So what we have to do next is style this lesson button. Now this is how I want to style my lesson button. So styling it is easy, but positioning it is difficult. This is what I'm talking about. So this is the finished app. As you can see, every single one of these lesson buttons has its own position. And this is calculated in a way that it will go 1, 2 out, 1 in, and then back inside. So it would go this as many lessons as we have. So we're gonna have to do this mathematically, right? So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go back inside of here and let's define the logic for this. So we're going to start with defining the cycle length to be 8. Then we're going to create a cycle index by using a modulus operator on the cycle length and index. Then let's define the indentation level. Now I'm going to check if cycle index is less or equal than 2. That means that I'm moving right from 0 to 2. So I'm going to create an indentation level here to be cycle index. Else if cycle index is less or equal than 4, I'm going to move back from the center from 2 to 0. So indentation level equals 4 minus cycle index. Else if cycle index is less or equal than 6, I'm going to move from left to -2. So now we go in the other direction. So indentation level equals 4 minus cycle index. Else, we are going to complete the cycle and go back to the center. So indentation level, cycle index -8. Now let's calculate the right position on this using this indentation level here. So const right position is going to be indentation level and times our spacing. So you can experiment with this depending how far wide you want elements to go from one another. I found 40 to be the best looking one. You can of course experiment yourself. Now I'm going to add a couple of more useful elements here. Const is first is very simply going to check if index is 0. Const is last, very simple, is going to check if index is equal to the total count of all of our lessons. And const is completed is very simply going to check if we are not on a current one and if this one is not locked. That's how we know it's completed. And then let's create a dynamic icon. If is completed, we're going to use check icon from Lucid React. So make sure you add check from Lucid React. Let's also add a crown and a star. So check, crown, and star from Lucid React. Now in here, is completed is going to do check. Otherwise, if is last, it's going to do crown. Otherwise, it's just going to be a star. And let's do an href. If is completed, that means the user can click on this and they can go back to /lesson/ the ID of the lesson. Otherwise, user is just gonna go to /lesson, and from there we are going to load whatever is the current active lesson. So we are not going to use /id in order to go to the current active lesson. That's just gonna be /lesson, and then we are going to decide which one that is. So I'm following the Duolingo logic. If you look at their app architecture, they do the same thing. So if you go and practice a previous lesson, they use IDs inside of their URLs. But if you click on your current lesson that you need to practice, which you have not finished yet, they just use /lesson and then they determine which one to load. So we are doing the same logic here. You're gonna see that later. Right now, this is a 404 page, but later when we create logic, it's gonna make a bit more sense. So before we start styling this, I want to install a package React Circular Progress Bar. So let's go inside of here and do npm install React Circular Progress Bar. Progress bar is spelled together like that. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and add an import for this. So I'm going to import circular progress bar with children from React-circular progress bar. And now we also have to add React circular progress bar /this/styles.css. So it has the styles. Let's also prepare a CN library from libutils. And let's import a button from components UI button, and let's wrap it up by importing link from next/link. Now let's go back inside of our actual return method here, and let's wrap the entire thing in a link component. The link component is gonna go to our dynamic href constant. Now let's give it an area disabled of locked, so the link doesn't work if the lesson is locked. And let's also use the style here to disable the pointer events if we are locked. So if we are locked, we're going to use none, otherwise auto. If you want to, you can collapse these elements so that they are more readable, like this. Now inside of the link component, I'm going to open a div here, and we can remove this ID. So our div is going to be our wrapper, and we are going to use it to position. So class name is going to be relative, but we are going to be using style here for some dynamic stuff. So the right is going to use backticks right position constant pixels. Margin top is going to check if is first, and if it's not completed, it's going to be 60, otherwise 24. So the reason for that is that the current lesson is going to have a little floating pop-up like a little tooltip saying start. So when it's first, we need to move it just a little bit away from this banner. Otherwise, it's going to hover over the banner and it's just not going to look that good. Great. Now let's go ahead and do that little floating banner. So if we are current, let's go ahead and create a div here. And let's go ahead and kind of hack this. So I want us to hard code the current. So let me go inside of the unit, current, I'm gonna do this. Go back inside of the unit.tsx, find the current, and for now, do true pipe is current, and I'm gonna add to do remove hard-coded true. So I want you to trigger this to be true. The current has to be true right now, so we can show this. Right here. So let's just add an alternative here. Div something. There we go. So you can see how something is not rendering. So now if I write current is rendering. So that should be the same thing for you. Make sure you put true here so that then when you destructure the current from the props for the lesson button, you can see what you're working on right now. Let's go ahead and give this div a class name of height 102 pixels and a width of 102 pixels and a relative class name. Then let's create a div here. So this is going to be our floating little element here. This div is very simply going to say start. Let's give this div a class name of absolute minus top minus 6. Is this correct? Absolute. All right. Minus top minus 6. Left dash 2.5. px of 3. py of 2.5. Border of 2. Font is going to be bold and uppercase. Text is going to be green 500. Background color is going to be white. Rounded extra large, so we have some roundedness. Animate dash bounce. Tracking wide. And z-index of 10. There we go. You can see how we have a nice little start floating element here. What's missing is a little chevron here at the bottom. So let's create it. Just below this, we're gonna create a self-closing div. This self-closing div is gonna have class names to create a chevron. So let's give it a class name of absolute, left 1.5, minus bottom minus 2, width 0, height 0, border x8, border x transparent, border top 8, transform, and minus translate dash x dash 1.5. And there we go. You can see how we now have a little chevron here. And you can see how this one is bouncing. And it's gonna be bouncing just above our current active lesson. So now we solved this little bouncing element. Let's go ahead and create the actual circle. So we're gonna be using this import here. I've given up on trying to pronounce it every time, so just copy that from above. Go outside of this div, which has the start text. So outside like this, render that, and it's not gonna be a self-closing tag because it's gonna have children. So first, let's pass in the value, which is gonna check if number is nan on the percentage, default it to 0, otherwise use the percentage. Then let's go ahead and also pass in some styles here. So styles are gonna look for the path. Let's go ahead and write a stroke here, and let's use 4ADE 80. And let's use trail, stroke, E5, E7, EB. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and use the button component, which we've added an import for. And let's go ahead and give this a size of rounded. So make sure that you have added this. Go inside of your button component and check if you have the size of rounded. There we go, rounded full. Then go back inside of the lesson button here. And besides that, give it a variant prop with a ternary. So if it is locked, we're gonna go ahead and we have to create a new variant called locked. So for now, leave it like this and then add secondary here. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of fixed height 70 pixels and fixed width of 70 pixels as well. And the border bottom of 8. Now let's go ahead and create an icon element here, which is going to be a self-closing tag. So this icon already exists because this is a dynamic constant, which we have created from here. So let's go ahead and let me just see if I can, okay, this is not in hex. I thought this might be in a hex code, but it's not. Okay, never mind. Let's go back to this icon and I want to give it a class name. Let's make it dynamic. So using cn, you should have cn imported from libutils. Use h10 with 10. And then if it is locked, go ahead and write fill neutral 400, text neutral 400, stroke neutral 400. Otherwise, fill primary foreground and text primary foreground, comma. Now let's check if is completed. Fill is going to be none and stroke is going to be 4. So not 4 pixels, just 4. There we go. Let's go ahead and save this now. So now what I want to do is create the locked variant. So let's revisit our button component and let's go ahead and just above default, let's create locked. Let's give it a bg neutral 200. Then let's go ahead and give it text primary foreground, hover bg neutral 200/90, border neutral 400, border bottom 4, and active border bottom 0. There we go. So now we have our locked state right here. And let's just go ahead and see where we, how do we get locked? So we get it from above. Oh, so let's do it like this. I'm going to remove this to do from here. I'm going to bring this back to is current. And I'm going to change the constant from here. So this is where I'm going to write true or do the comparison. So this is the to do remove later, right? And then there we go. So this is how our first one is going to look like, right? So let's try this. Let's go inside of our seed script here. And in here where we define, we have our lessons here. So how about we create 2 lessons? So give this an ID of 2, keep the same unit ID, give it an order of 2, and give this verbs, for example. So I'm going to go ahead and do npm run database seed here. And let's see if that's going to make ours a little bit different here. So both of this should now be active. Yeah, so perhaps we've created a little bit of a problem here with our hard coding, but this is what I want you to see. You can see how they have different icons now. So only the last one has the crown representing the end, right? Others will have a star. And you can see how this one moves with an offset. So let's go ahead and create a couple of these, right? So I'm going to go ahead and give this an ID of 3 and an order of 3. The title really doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and give this a 4, an order of 4. Then this is going to be 5. And let's see how that looks like. I just want to create a full cycle. Perhaps we're going to need 8 for that. Let's just see. Oh, 5 is enough. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can see how we have a nice first half of the cycle. So if I were to create 5 more, then now it would go in the other direction, right? So that's what I wanted to achieve. And now it looks funny because all of these have a start, right? But we are going to change that later. So we can already go to the lesson button here. And we can, not to the lesson button, to unit right here. And we can remove these to do remove later and go ahead and remove that right now. So now all of this should be locked, I believe. There we go. So all of these now have just this alternative something text. So we have to create that as well. But this one is going to be easier. So for this one, what you can do is just copy the button. So go inside of this circular progress bar with children and copy the button component with the icon inside and all of the logic. And go ahead and instead of rendering a div, just render that button like that. There we go. So now it looks like these have a completed status. I believe that's simply because we don't have the proper fields that we are sending in here. So these would technically be locked, right? But they are not locked right now because we are lacking the logic, right? So we are going to go ahead and do that later, and then they are going to be locked. If not, if we made some mistake, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that we fix that. But there we go. We have created this logic now. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and create the logic to load the current active lesson, which we currently don't have. So right now, if I go inside of my page here, you can see that the active lesson is undefined. So we have to create a method which will load the current active lesson and its percentage. And then we'll see if the other lessons are going to change their status or did we make a mistake in the logic. Great, great job. So now let's go ahead and let's change this active lesson and the percentage from being undefined and hard-coded to 0 to use actual data from our database. So we're gonna have to revisit our queries. So let's go inside of here and let's go ahead and create a few new ones. So I'm gonna go here at the bottom and I'm going to export const get course progress. It's gonna be cached. It's gonna be an asynchronous function. So open an arrow function here. And let's go ahead and extract user ID using await auth from Clerk. And let's get user progress from await get user progress. Now let's check if we don't have user ID or if we don't have user progress active course ID. In that case, you can just return null. There is no progress we can load for this user. Now let's do const units inactive course. That's gonna be await database query units find many. Let's order by units. Make sure you have them imported right here. So you need those. Let's go down here. Units, and let's destructure ascending. And let's return ascending using units.order. Then let's add a filter equals units.courseID and user progress.active course ID. And then let's add with lessons and let's add order by to the lessons here. So let's extract the lessons and ascending and return ascending lessons.order. So the same way we did with units order. Let's also add unit to be true and challenges. And let's also add their challenge progress, where the current user ID equals the challenge progress user ID. So similar to what we did with our get units. Challenge progress.user ID equals user ID from our auth method. There we go. Now that we have units in active course, let's find the first uncompleted lesson. So that's the lesson that we are going to show to this user as the one they are currently active on. So const first uncompleted lesson is gonna go over units in active course. It's gonna use flat map, get the individual unit, and return unit.lessons here. And then it's going to use find, and it's going to find the lesson where some of its challenges are uncompleted. So let's return not challenge progress. So if we don't have challenge progress at all, that could be a candidate for the first uncompleted lesson. Or if challenge.challenge progress.length is 0. So this is in one line like that. And then let's go ahead and return active lesson to be first uncompleted lesson. And let's also add active lesson ID as first uncompleted lesson (.id) just for ease of use. Great, so now we have something to call for our course progress, but we are not done yet. So what we need now is to create a getLesson method. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go here at the bottom, and I'm going to export const getLesson. GetLesson is gonna be a cached method. It's gonna be an asynchronous function as well. Let's go ahead and extract the user ID, so not cached, just cache from await auth. And let's get course progress this time from await get course progress. And here's one thing I forgot. Get lesson will have an optional ID, which is a type of number, or if you're working with UUIDs, it's going to be a string. I'm working with a type of serial, so it's a number. So this time we're going to be using get course progress. So if user didn't pass an ID, then we're going to load a lesson which is located as the first uncompleted lesson in this unit for that course. So user can we're going to reuse this method when user wants to practice. So if they click on a specific lesson and we have an ID of that lesson, then we're just going to load that lesson. Otherwise, we're going to assume that we want to load the first uncompleted lesson for the user. So let's define that by writing lesson ID to be either the ID from the parameters or course progress dot active lesson ID. If we don't have any type of lesson ID, so neither from the parameters nor from our course progress, that means there's nothing we can load. And now let's go ahead and write const data to be await database query lessons find first, where lessons, make sure you add the import for lessons from DB schema here. So let's go all the way down here. Whoop. Lessons.id equals to lesson ID constant, which we have defined here, and ensure that we always have at least one. And let's add with challenges. Let's order these challenges. So let's use order by here, challenges, ascending, and let's use ascending challenges.order. Let's go ahead and include the challenge options, and let's include the challenge progress as well. So we know how much of this lesson has the user completed. So only where challenge progress dot user ID matches the user ID. And let's see, what did we do wrong here? Challenge progress dot user ID. Do we have user ID here? We do have, but something here seems to be incorrect. So we do have challenge progress. So if I just write challenge progress true, that is fine. But if I add where that's where it gets stuck. So let's see, do I have an auto completion for .user ID? I do have that. Can I manually type something? I can. Oh, so we don't have a check whether user ID is perhaps undefined. My apologies. So let's go ahead and do the following. In here, if we don't have user ID, we are going to break early and return null. No need to even try to get course progress. If user is not authenticated, we're not even gonna waste our resources on this. So we're just gonna break and return null. So now that we have ensured that in this part of the code we have user ID, we no longer have that error in our where query. Great. So let me just add these commas here because I need to have them. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and check. If we don't have data, or if we don't have data.challenges, that means there is nothing we can display for this lesson. So again, we're gonna break early and return null. And if all of our tests have passed, let's normalize these challenges array. So I want to do the similar thing that I did when loading my get units, where I normalize my data with the completed field. So let's do the same thing for the challenges here, so it's easier for us to work with them on the front end. So const normalized challenges are going to be data.challenges.map. Let's get individual challenge. Let's define whether they are completed or not. So a challenge is completed if we have challenge.challenge progress, and if challenge.challenge progress length is larger than 0. And let's return challenge completed. Again, it's challenge, and let's pass in completed to be completed, or you can use the shorthand operator like this. And now let's go ahead and finally return data. So we are loading our entire lesson here, right? But we're going to replace the challenges array with our custom normalized challenges here. So let's write challenges, normalized challenges. There we go. And let's be consistent and let's just add one more check here. So I'm going to add if we have challenge progress. So let's do it like this. If we have challenge progress, if challenge progress length is larger than 0, and if challenge.challenge progress.every, let's get progress. So if every progress is completed, that's also what I want, because if you take a look at my previously normalized challenges here, I think we do the same thing. So let me just check that here. There we go. So in here, I do the same thing. So I check for challenge progress, for challenge progress length, and also for progress completed. And inside of get course progress, let me see if I should extend that to here as well. So first uncompleted lesson, challenge.challenge progress. I think this is fine because in here we are doing the opposite. In here we are looking for the first uncompleted lesson. So I think there's no need to check if they are. Oh, well, I guess what we could do is we could also do challenge dot challenge progress dot sum progress dot completed equals false. So I guess we could do that. So then what would happen is we're going to check if we never had any progress initiated, or if we have some progress, but for some reason it's false, right? So I think that should be fine, but I am going to add a little to do here. If something does not work, check the last if clause, which is this one. And I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna write the same thing here, just because this is not exactly true as my source code, so maybe it will break something later, but I doubt it. I think we improved upon my source code by doing this. Great, so now that we have this, we can create one last method which we need, which is to load the lesson percentage. So let's export const get lesson percentage to be cached. Asynchronous method is going to get course progress from await get course progress. If there is no course progress or course progress active lesson ID, return 0, because lesson percentage should return a number. So now let's get the lesson using await get lesson, which we defined above, and we can simply pass course progress active lesson ID. So technically we don't even have to pass this, because get lesson by default will use that, but let's be explicit and let's pass it this way. If there is no lesson, we are again going to return 0, and then let's do const completed challenges to be lesson challenges dot filter challenge. Let me just collapse this so it doesn't break into a line. So challenge dot completed, that's our filter, and then we can create our percentage using math.round, and we can now use the following. So we can do completed challenges dot length divided by lesson dot challenges dot length in this one times 100. I think that should be it, and just return percentage. There we go. So you can see how normalizing our challenges has helped us, so we can just easily filter out those that are completed, and then we divide the completed challenges by the total challenges in this lesson, multiply them by 100, and we round the number to get the percentage of how much this lesson has been completed. There we go. So when I hover over this, there we go, it always returns a number. Perfect. Now that we have get lesson percentage, we have our get lesson and our get course progress, we can head back inside of page.tsx here, and let's add those to our promise here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna add course progress data to be get course progress. So make sure you add that import. I'm going to add lesson percentage data to be get lesson percentage from queries. And I think that should be it. So make sure you have added the get course progress, the get lesson percentage, the get units, and the get user progress from your database queries. So these new ones which we just created. So now let's add those to our promise all here. So we have user progress and units. Let's go below them and let's add course progress data and lesson percentage data. So after units, we are getting our course progress, and after course progress, we are getting our lesson percentage. And now we can go ahead and pass the active lesson here instead of undefined to be course progress.active lesson. Now this will give us an error here. So what we can do, let's just go ahead and first check whether we have course progress. So if we don't have course progress, we can just redirect again to /courses here. So there we go, passing course progress.active lesson inside of here, and go ahead and pass in lesson percentage here. There we go. All right, so something has changed. This is now unlocked, but all of these are marked as completed. So that seems like a bug. So I'm gonna debug what's going on here. But I think this is okay. Let me just check one thing. So this has unit, it seems. When I was developing this initially, for some reason, I got a TypeScript error here. So right now I'm not getting it. But in case you are, this is how I fixed it. So I wrote as type of, so let me zoom out for this, as type of lessons from database schema. So let's go ahead and import that from database schema here. I'm going to add it to the top. I wrote lessons.infer select. And then I extended that manually here and added unit, type of units schema. So we have to import this as units schema because we have units here already. So we can't add that import from the database schema. So I'm going to import units as units schema. So we have an alias here. So type of units schema.infer select. And let's add pipe undefined. So that's what I had to do for my active lesson here. Right now it seems to work fine without this type, but for some reason my TypeScript has lost its scope inside of .map. That was at least during the first iteration. Perhaps I have a newer TypeScript version now. Maybe it was a bug fix. Nevertheless, if you don't, this is how you fix that. So just before I wrap up the chapter, I'm gonna go inside of my queries here. Where are my queries? And I want to check if I have any typos. So challenges, I do. So I just don't like this typos. It's supposed to be challenges with an E. So let me just use the challenges here. But now I have an error here. So order by challenges implicitly has an any type. Oh. If I just reload my window, will that fix the TypeScript error? Yes, so it was just some weird type error here. And challenge, again, there we go. No challenge errors here. All right, so it seems like we are having a little bug here. These are being displayed, at least to me, as finished. So I'm gonna have to debug a bit why that's happening, and we're gonna resolve it in the next chapter. And one more thing I want to work on is instead of this get units, we are loading these units and these lessons and challenges, but I think we need to do this to do. I need to add the order the same way I've added the order right here when loading, I believe, my get lesson. Yes, you can see how here I use challenges and I use their order in ascending order. So that's what I'm going to do in the next chapter. We're going to go back inside of this get units. So I think right now, even if I added more of this, they would be in correct order simply because my seed script has serial incrementing IDs. So obviously it's working fine even without me using the order by method. But we're going to play around with that later. Priorities for now are to check why some things are displaying as finished when they obviously should not be, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the other stuff. Nevertheless, great job. So after that, we're gonna go ahead and resolve this 404 page, which is gonna be our lesson page. So I found out why our lessons are appearing as completed. So it is because this first lesson has some challenges. So if you go inside of seed here, let me close the courses, we have units and then we have lessons here. But we have only created the challenges for the first lesson. We never did it for all the other lessons. Thus, these queries don't really work as expected. So this is what you can do. Well, technically in production, this should never happen. You would never publish a lesson which doesn't have a challenge. But nevertheless, find your getUnits method inside of the queries. And then go ahead inside of the normalized data. And more specifically, go ahead inside of lessons with completed status. And in here, we are very simply going to do an early return. So if unit.lessons, my apologies, if lessons.challenges, individual lesson.challenges.length is equal to 0, in that case, you can go ahead and early return the entire lesson, and completed is false. And once you save that, there we go. You can see how all of this, without any challenges, have turned to locked fields. So this is now looking like something we would expect. Great, so you can do this early return if you want to. Again, I don't have this in my original source code, and you saw it from the original demo that it works just fine when all the lessons actually have some challenges inside of them, right? But since we're using this hacky script, some of them don't have it, and then we have to do additional checks like this, but perhaps it could be a good check if we miss it. And yes, later we are going to work on an admin dashboard, so you won't have to use the seed script at all. So now what I want to build is the learn page. When you click on continue or start right now, you get a 404. So what's crucial for the learn page is that your get course progress is working. So make sure that your first item here is selected, right? Otherwise, you are not going to be able to develop the lesson page. So let's go ahead and create that 404 page. I'm going to go inside of my app folder, and I'm going to create a new folder called lesson. As simple as that. Inside of that, I'm going to create my page.tsx, and let's export the lesson page. Just like that. So this one is outside of our main folder, so it's not going to share the same layout. So now if you try and click on a start button, you are redirected to a lesson page. Same is true if you click on the continue button here. So if you are not, go ahead and revisit those components and ensure that the link components redirect to /lesson. Let's go ahead and start developing this now. So we already have a couple of methods which we can reuse here. So let me turn this into an asynchronous method, and let me prepare the lesson data here to be get lesson. And let's import get lesson from database queries. Let's import user progress data to be get user progress from database queries. And that's gonna be it for now. Let's go ahead and use await, promise that all, and let's add the lesson data and the user progress data. And then we can finally extract the lesson itself and the user progress. And now what we are going to do is we are going to check if there is no lesson or if there is no user progress. We are going to redirect the user from Next/navigation. So let me add this to the top and separate the two imports. We're going to redirect the user back to the learn page. So that's why I said it's crucial that your get lesson is working. So our get lesson will rely on the get course progress if no ID has been passed. So your get course progress needs to be working. It needs to be able to find the first uncompleted lesson in the unit. So I'm going to go ahead and click here, and I am not being redirected, meaning that this is working. It found the first uncompleted lesson. Great. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go ahead and define the initial percentage here. We are going to need this later. So lesson.challenges here, dot filter, get individual challenge, and then simply do challenge.completed, and then dot length, and divide that by lesson.challenges.length times 100, like that. So we get the initial percentage. We are going to need some initial stuff here for our component called quiz, which we are going to create now. So let's create a quiz component here. Let's pass in the initial lesson ID to be lesson.id. Let's pass in the initial lesson challenges to be lesson challenges. Let's pass in the initial hearts to be user progress.hearts. Let's pass in the initial percentage to be initial percentage, and user subscription to be undefined, because we don't have that yet. So now we have to create our, actually let's make it null instead. So let's go ahead and create our quiz component now. Inside of the lesson folder, create a new file, quiz.tsx. What's crucial about this is that it is going to be a client component. So that's why we are passing these props to serve as initial data. And then we are going to modify them to go into a state, and then that state is going to be changeable, like hearts and stuff. So let's go ahead and define type props. Initial percentage is going to be a number. Initial hearts is going to be a number. Initial lesson ID is going to be a number. Initial lesson challenges are going to be a type of challenges. Let's not misspell challenges. From database schema.inferSelect. And let's open this and let's add our normalization fields, which are completed, which is a boolean. And we're also going to have the challenge options from each and every one of them, which is going to be a type of challenge options, inferSelect and array at the end. And this entire type of is going to be array in itself, like that. And besides that, we're going to have a user subscription, which for now can just be any. I'm going to add to do replace with subscription db type. Let's export const quiz component. And let's add the structure, the props. So let me first assign the props, and then we can destructure all the necessary props, which are the initial percentage, initial hearts, initial lesson ID, initial lesson. Why does it not exist anymore? Initial lesson ID, initial lesson challenges, and user subscription. Right, so those are the ones we need, and let's return a div here, quiz. There we go. Let's go back inside of our lesson page, and we can import quiz from ./quiz. Seems like we are having a type error here, so we're gonna go ahead and fix that quickly. So in here we have lesson challenges and we have the completed boolean, so that should be okay. It seems like we're also having challenge progress. Could that be what's causing the progress here? Let's see. The expected types comes from property initial lesson challenges, which is declared here on type, all right? But what is the exact issue? Let's try and find out. Something here is incompatible, and these types of errors are definitely not very helpful. So let me try and do the following. How about I wrap these entire thing inside of parentheses like this. There we go. So once I wrapped this in parentheses, this then triggered a proper array like that. So does it work now? Oh yeah, that makes sense, because this array means that just this additional part of inferSelect is an array, right? So when I hover on this, yeah, just this part is an array. That doesn't make sense. So the entire thing should be wrapped inside of parentheses. So we separate that, and then that is an array and our type, and we no longer have any type errors. Great. So now inside of this quiz component, I want to go ahead and first thing I want to create is a header component. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to use fragments, and let's go ahead and create a header component here. Let's pass in the hearts to be hearts. Let's pass in the percentage to be percentage. And has active subscription for now is gonna be double exclamation points, user subscription, question mark dot is active. So there should be no type errors here because we define this as any, but is active is gonna be one of the types later. You've probably noticed that I'm using hearts and percentage, but in here we only have initial percentage and initial hearts. So let's immediately resolve that. I'm gonna add hearts, set hearts, and I'm gonna import use state from React because I can do that because I have use client at the top. So ensure that you have use client at the top for this component and pass in the initial hearts, as simple as that. And do the same thing for percentage. Set percentage. We are going to use the initial percentage. There we go. Now we no longer have these prop errors here. So now what we have to do is create the header component. So let's go ahead and create a header.tsx here. And let's go ahead and create a type props. Hearts is going to be a number, percentage, a number as well. Has active subscription is going to be a boolean. Let's export const header. Let's return a div saying header. And let's assign these props here. Let's immediately extract them. So hearts, percentage, and has active subscription. Let's go back inside of the quiz component and we can now import the header from /header. So don't accidentally import it from the marketing page or somewhere else. And now you should see a small text which simply says header here. Great. And one thing that I forgot to create was the layout page. And luckily it's very simple, nothing complicated. So inside of the lesson folder, let's create our layout.tsx so we push our content a bit. So our lesson layout is going to have children. So let's just quickly create a type props here with our children, which are React node. Now let's assign the props, and inside, very simply, we are going to wrap the entire thing in a div. We are going to give this outer div a class name of flex, call, and h full. And the inner div, which will render the children, is going to have a class name of flex call, height full, and width full. Like that. Great. So that is our lesson layout. Now let's go back inside the header component here. And I want to mark this. Actually, we don't have to mark it as use client because it's used in a quiz component, which in itself already created a boundary between the client and the server, meaning that subsequent components inside of it, which are not children but as a prop, can be and will be client components by default. So no need to add that here. Great. Instead, we can immediately replace this from a div into a header. Let's give it a class name and let's do some responsiveness here. So on large, we're going to have a padding top of 50 pixels. Otherwise, we're going to have a padding top of 20 pixels. px is going to be 10. We're also going to have flex, gap, x7. Items center, justify between. So we are aligning our items which are gonna exist in a moment. Max width for this header is gonna be 1140 pixels. MX auto to push those contents to the middle once the max width has reached. And full width. There we go. Now you can see how our header will not expand after a certain amount. Exactly the thing we did, if you remember, in our marketing page. And we also did that in the learn page with our layout. So we used this trick with max width and MX auto a couple of times already. And now let's add our X from Lucid React. Let's go ahead and style this. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it an onClick for now to be an empty arrow function. Let's add to do, add on exit. And let's give it a class name of text slate 500. Hover opacity is gonna be 75. And let's do transition and cursor pointer. There we go. We now have our X button right here. You can see the hover effect on it when we hover. Now we need to add a component from Shadcn library. So let me go ahead and I will shut down my Drizzle Studio. I don't even know if you have it running. If you do, just shut it down. And let's use npx Shadcn UI at latest add progress. That's the component we need next. So there we go. We now have that component. So let's go ahead and add it. So progress here from components UI progress. So not from radix, from components UI progress, like that. And the value here is going to be the percentage. There we go. And then let's go ahead and create a div here with a class name of text rows 500. Let's use that. Flex, items center, and font bold. Let's add an image component from next/image. And I'm gonna go ahead and give it a source of /heart.svg. I'm going to give it a height of 28, and I'm also gonna do a width of 28. And I'm gonna give it an out of heart and a class name of margin right of 2, like that. And then I'm gonna check if the user has an active subscription. In that case, I'm going to render the infinity icon. I recommend that you import it as infinity icon, not as infinity, because again, you can do this, but infinity is a reserved keyword in JavaScript, so I'd rather you use infinity icon here. So infinity icon, and let's give it a class name height 6, width 6, and stroke 3 inside of square brackets, and otherwise simply render the hearts. There we go. We have a nice game-ish-like header here. So let's try something. Let's go inside of our layout here. My apologies, inside of quiz. And let's modify this a little bit. So I'm gonna write 50 pipe initial hearts. There we go. So that changes the hearts to 50. Great. And let's do the percentage now. So 50 for the initial percentage. Oh, there we go. So this is now 50%. One thing that I think is missing is that we actually use the proper color for this one, right? So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go inside of my progress component, which we've just added using the Shadcn CLI tool. So I'm gonna go inside of the app folder, my apologies, components UI progress right here. And we're gonna go ahead and find the indicator here. And instead of using BG primary, let's use BG green 500. How about we do that? And there we go. Now this is looking much, much better. Perfect. So now that we have this, I wanna go ahead and I wanna create an exit model. So something that I have added a to-do inside of my app lesson header. I believe I've written a to-do here. So that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna create an onClick, which when we click on, is gonna open a pop-up to confirm to the user that they want to leave this page. And before we wrap up, let's just go inside the lesson quiz here and remove this 50 for the initial percentage. So that was only needed so that we can test out whether it's working. There we go. Perfect. It is responsive. It has a maximum width. We are making some great progress here. Great job. So now I want to create the exit model, which appears when we click on the X button. So let's go ahead and add some things. I'm gonna go ahead and add npx Shadcn UI at latest add dialog. After the dialog, we are also going to do npm install toStand. After that, we're gonna go ahead inside of my repository, find the public folder, and find mascot_sad. Go ahead and download this asset, and then drag and drop it inside of your public folder. Like that. Perfect. You can close the GitHub repository. Let's go ahead and create a new folder. We are going to call it store. Inside of store, let's create use exit model.ts. Let's go ahead and import create from toStand. Let's write type exit modal state is open is a boolean, open is a void, and close is a void. And now let's go ahead and export const use exit model. Let's add create from toStand. Let's give it the type of exit model state. And let's extract set. And let's return an immediate object with the default is open of false, open of an empty arrow function, which we'll call the set, and set is open to true, and close, which will set is open to false. Like that. And then let's go ahead and create our exit model component. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my components folder here, and I'm going to create a new folder called models. Inside of it, go ahead and create exit-model.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. And let's export const exit model. Like this. And now let's import everything we need from the dialog. So from @/components UI dialog. So we are going to need the dialog itself, the dialog content, the dialog description, and the dialog footer, header, and title, like that. Let's also prepare our button component from /UI button or /components UI button. And I'm also going to add use exit model from store use exit model, which we've just created. So we're going to use the toStand to control our model state. Let's prepare an image from next image. Let's prepare use router from next navigation. And let's prepare use effect and use state from React. Now let's go ahead and let's define the router here by use router. Let's define client and set is client, or just set client, use state false. Let's actually make this, since this is a boolean, let's make it is client and set is client, like that. And let's the structure is open and close from use exit model. Now we're going to do a little trick with the use effect here, where we are very simply going to set is client to true on mount, like this. And then we're going to check if this component has not yet been turned into a client component, we are going to return no. So once the use effect fires, it means that it's rendering on the client side. So just because it has use client does not mean it's not rendered on the server side. Use client simply indicates a boundary to the client. It doesn't mean that this is not rendered on the server. So it's just not a server component. But this can cause hydration errors because of the way we are controlling our models. We are controlling it through toStand. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. You don't have to control your models using zustand. It is simply a method that I prefer because I can use this hook in any client component and call it from absolutely anywhere. Some people prefer wrapping their components inside of models and using a specific children as a trigger. I prefer it this way. It's simply more usable for me. But I do have to suffer with this potential hydration error, which I have to fix using this method. And then let's go ahead and return the actual look of our component. So for that, I'm going to add a dialog here. Let's give it an open of isOpen, which we can extract from the useExit model, and on open change to simply call our close method. And now I want to go ahead and I want to go to our main layout in the app folder right here. And just below the toaster, go ahead and add an exit model. So do that very simply from components exit model like this. And now I want to go ahead and go inside of the useExit model from our store folder and change the isOpen to be true by default. I'm going to add to do, change back to false. The reason I want to change it to true so that you can actually see what you're developing. So let's go ahead inside of the exit model and let's add the dialog content. Let's give the dialog content a class name of max with MD. There we go. You can now see your dialog here. Let's add a dialog header here. And let's create a div with an image component. Let's give this image component a source of /mascot_sad.svg. An alt is going to be mascot. And let's go ahead and give it a height of 80. And let's do the same thing for the width. And there we go. Now we have our mascot here. Inside of this div, let's give this a class name of flex items center, full width, justify center, and margin bottom of 5. Outside of this div encapsulating our image, let's add a dialog title, which will simply say, wait, don't go. And let's fix this by escaping this using an apos like this. So instead of an apostrophe, we're going to use the this sign like that. And it's the same thing, but we don't have an error. Or you can just write it like this if you don't like this. And let's give this dialog title a class name of text center, font bold, and text 2XL. And then let's go ahead and create a dialog description here with a you. Let's copy this apostrophe. So you're about to leave the lesson. Are you sure? So we are asking the user to confirm their action. Let's give this a class name of text center and text base. And let's go outside of the dialog header and let's add a dialog footer component. Let's give this a class name of margin bottom of 4. Let's go ahead and create a div here with a button which will say keep learning. And let's just not misspell this button. So we have added an import from the button right here in our components UI button. So this will say keep learning, and let's give this a variant of primary. Let's give it a class name full width, and let's give it a size of large. Let's also give it an onClick or to call the close method. So if you want to, you can collapse all of these so they are more readable. Let's go ahead inside of this div wrapping the button and let's give it a class name of flex column, gap y4, and width full. Let's copy and paste this button and let's call the one below that. And inside of this one, let's give it a variant of danger outline. Instead of keep learning, the text is going to say end session. And onClick is going to be an arrow function which will call the close, but also router.push back to the learn page. Like that. There we go. That is our close model. Now go back to use exit model state, remove the to-do comment if you wrote it, and bring this back to use false. And then let's go back inside of our header component, specifically inside of our app folder lesson header. And now let's go ahead and destructure the open from use exit model, which you can import from store use exit model. And we don't have to put use client here, even though we are using a hook, because again, header component is rendered inside of quiz, which by itself is a client component already. So that is also true for the header itself. If you really want to, you can manually add use client, but that only makes sense if you plan on reusing header throughout different components. But I strictly want to use this header inside of the quiz component. So for me, this is just fine. And let's very simply add an open here and remove this comment. There we go. Let's try it out. So now when I click on the X button, there we go. We have a model. Wait, don't go. You're about to leave the lesson. Are you sure? If I click keep learning, it just closes and everything is fine. If I click end session, there we go. I am redirected back to the learn page. Great job. So the last thing we finished was the exit model, which opens when we try to click on the close button in our header component. So what I want to do now is go back inside of my quiz component. So that is located right here in the lesson. Let me close these other things. So inside of the lesson folder where we have the page layout and our header, go back inside of the quiz component, which is our client component here. And let's continue developing content below the header. So let's open up a div and give it a class name flex1. Let's go ahead and create another div with full height flex again, item center, and justify center. Inside of here, we're gonna go ahead and open one more div before we add our header. So on large, we're gonna define the minimum height to be 350 pixels. On large, we're also gonna define the width to be 600 pixels. Let's give it a full width otherwise, px of 6. On large, px is going to be 0 because we already have defined the maximum width. Let's also define flex here. Flex column. And let's do gap y12. Now, finally, inside of here, let's render our h1 element. And inside, let's just go ahead and render my question. Or for example, this will be, which of these is an apple? Something like this. Let's go ahead and style this h1 element. So it's going to have text large. On LG, it's going to have text 3XL. Text is going to be centered. LG text is going to be start. Font is going to be bold. And text neutral 700. And then let's go ahead and open up a new div here. And now in here, we are actually going to render our challenge component. So let's go ahead and do the following. So first, I want to change this title. So let me just add a little to do here, to do challenge component. So I want to go ahead and change this from being hard-coded into being an actual title constant. So let's define const title here to check for the challenge type. So first thing that we have to do is we somehow have to get the current challenge. So let's go ahead and do the following. We're going to go ahead and create a state challenges. And let's go ahead and write useState. And let's pass in the initial lesson challenges. And now let's find the current challenge using the active index. So we have to do the active index as well. So let's write const active index and set active index. So this will navigate what challenge the user is currently on. So use state. Let's open up a arrow function here and let's write const uncompleted index. And let's go ahead and use challenges from above dot find index, find the individual challenge which is not completed. So challenge dot completed, not challenge dot completed. So make sure you've added the exclamation point here. And then in here, let's return if we have an uncompleted index. My apologies. If uncompleted index is -1, in that case, the active index is 0, meaning simply load the first active challenge. Otherwise, load the first uncompleted challenge. So if user goes back to this lesson, we're going to load the first uncompleted challenge. We're not going to make them have to reset the entire lesson again. So we're going to remember where they left off. And now what we can do is we can define a challenge to be challenges from our state here, which we've defined from initial lesson challenges, and let's simply use the active index. And this is how we are going to control which challenge is currently active. So later we can just move the active index by 1, or we can move it by, or we can reduce it by 1, and then it's going to be the previous one. So very simple navigation of challenges. And then we can create this constant here. So let's go ahead and write challenge.type is assist. In that case, the title is gonna be select the correct meaning. So let me collapse these. Otherwise, if our type is select, in that case, we can use challenge.question instead. So now let's render the title in here instead. There we go. So you can see how now we loaded the first challenge. So let me just confirm that. I'm gonna go inside of my terminal here and I'm gonna npm run database studio. So let me open that up. And in here, I should have only one challenge. And it should be a type of select, and here it is. This is the question, which one of these is the man? And then I have challenge options, el hombre, la mujer, and el robot. So that's what we are going to load. So let's go ahead and confirm for yourself that you are able to load this first challenge. So let's go ahead and recap how this is working to help you debug just in case it's not working for you. So it lies in these initial lesson challenges. So inside of my page.tsx right here, we are using the get lesson method. So confirm inside of your get lesson, which you can get from database queries here, that you're actually able to load the find first lesson and their challenges. And once you can do that, you can go ahead and pass that right here, lesson.challenges. And basically what we are doing right now is we are loading the first in the array of challenges. So we do have this logic right here to find the first active index, but since there are no completed challenges at the moment, I know it's going to be 0. So this is the equivalent of being challenges 0. So it's loading the first one in the array. And if I take a look at my first challenge in the array right here, it's the only one that I have. So that's why this is a type of select, and that's why we render this question right here, which one of these is the man, right? That's how that is working. But if it is assist, it's gonna be a little bit different, right? So our question is gonna be used in a form of a little question bubble, which our mascot is going to ask the user. And instead we're going to hard code the title to say select the correct meaning, right? So it's going to be a little bit different. You're going to see once we create the assist alternative. So make sure that while you're developing this part of the tutorial, you have a challenge which has a type of select. If you change it to assist, it's going to be a little bit different. So inside of your seed script, make sure that your challenges here have a type of select when you are creating them. Great. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's create a little component called question bubble. So this is only gonna work for type assist, but we are gonna go ahead and showcase that. So let's go ahead and write if challenge.type is assist. In that case, and only in that case, render a question bubble component and pass in the question to be challenge question. Now let's go ahead inside of the lesson folder and create question-bubble.tsx. Inside of the question bubble, let's go ahead and import image from next/image. Let's write type props here to accept a question, which is a string. And let's export const question bubble. It's gonna accept these props right here. And let's destructure the question. Let's go ahead and return a div here. And now we can go back inside of our quiz component and we can import the question bubble from /question bubble. So this is what I want you to do. While you are developing this, just change this from challenge type assist to challenge type select. So you can see the question bubble. So right now I'm not seeing anything because it's just a div, but if I write question bubble inside, there we go. You can see how I have a question bubble here. So we are going to pretend that this is for type select. I'm going to go ahead and immediately add a comment to do change back to type assist, so we don't forget this later. So I just want you to see what you are developing. Let's give this div a class name, flex items center, gap x4, and margin bottom of 6. Now inside of here, we're going to add our image component, which we have added an import for above. And let's import /mascot.svg. Let's give it an alt of mascot. Let's give it a height of 60, a width of 60 as well, and a class name, hidden LG block, and then copy and paste this image. And now we're going to create a mobile version. So this is going to be width and height of 40, and it's going to be block by default, but hidden on large devices. And there we go. You can see how now my little mascot here, we already have the mascot. So it's used inside of our navbar folder and our sidebar folder. So you can find it, files. You can find it in the public folder. If any chance you don't have this, you can go into my GitHub repository, find the public folder, and use mascot.svg or any other character that you want. There we go. This is now my little mascot here. Now this little mascot is going to ask our user a question. So let's create a div here and render a question inside. So now it's repeating the same question, so it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is going to make sense later when you see the full demonstration of the assist type of question of challenge. Let's give this div a class name of relative, py2, px4, border2, rounded, extra large, text small, and large text base. And now inside of this div, create a simple self-closing div. And in here, we're going to create an absolute -left -3 top 1.5 width 0 height 0 border -x-8 border -x-transparent border top 8 transform and minus translate -y 1.5. Let me zoom out a bit so you can see, and one more rotate -90. So we created a little chevron here, so it looks like it's coming out of our little mascot. So it looks like a little bubble, similar to the one that we have on our landing page here. You can see how we have this little chevron pointing at the star. So now we have the same thing pointing at our mascot. That's it. That's our challenge, our question bubble component here. So you can now go back to the quiz and we can change this back to assist. By now, it should have disappeared for you, and then you can remove the to-do comment. Now let's head back to our quiz component here, where we changed this back to type assist. And just below this, we are going to render our challenge component, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and pass this the options of options. And in order to find the options, we're going to have to derive them from the current challenge. So we do have the current challenge right here. You can call this current challenge if that's easier for you, but I just like to refer to challenge throughout the code. For me, that's simpler. If you want to make it clearer for yourself, you can change the constant of this from challenge to current challenge, but just make sure you change all the necessary types as well. But I'm gonna keep this as challenge. So below this, let's go ahead and get the options to be the challenge question mark dot challenge options or an empty array. So let's go ahead and pass in the options. So that is now okay. And now let's go ahead and pass the onSelect. For now, that's going to be an empty arrow function. Status for now is going to be hard-coded to be correct. So let's make this correct. And selected option for now is going to be null. Disabled is going to be false. And type is going to be challenge.type. So if you save this, challenge is going to throw an error. So let's go inside of the lesson folder and create challenge.tsx. And now let's create type props here. Let's pass in the options, which are going to be a type of challenge options from database schema, infer select, and an array. OnSelect is going to take in the number and return a void. Status is going to be one of the following, correct, or wrong, or none. Selected option is going to be an optional number. Disabled is going to be an optional boolean, and type is going to be type of challenges from database schema, infer select, and let's simply gather the type itself. Let's export const challenge, and let's destructure the props here, and let's return a div saying challenge. Let's go back to our quiz and import the challenge component from ./challenge. Let's resolve the selected option to instead say undefined. Is that okay? So that is okay. And let's change the status to instead be none by default. So we are later going to test the correct and wrong variants. Let me go ahead and destructure the options on select, status, selected option, disabled, and type. And then what we are going to do here is we are going to create a div, and let's write class name cn. We can import cn from libutils, so class name is going to be dynamic depending on the challenge type. So let's write the default classes first. This is going to be grid and gap 2. And then let's add a comma if type is assist. In that case, grid calls 1. So we want to take the entire space of our grid. Otherwise, if type is equal to select, we are going to order them next to each other. So grid calls 2 on mobile, but on large, we are going to use grid dash calls dash repeat, but open square brackets. So we're going to write a custom pattern, repeat, auto dash fit, comma, min max 0, comma 1 fr. make sure there are no spaces when defining this LG grid calls. So when you hover over this, you should see the exact underlying CSS. So let me zoom out so you can see. There are no spaces anywhere inside of these square brackets. So no space after the comma. You can see how this no longer works. No space after the comma here, no space after parentheses, nowhere. So it needs to be all connected via some type of string. Great. And now inside of here, we are very simply going to iterate over our options. So option.map, let's get the individual option and its index. And in here, for now, we can create a div and we can render JSON stringify option. There we go. So we have this key error, that's fine, but you should be seeing ID, challenge ID 1, challenge ID 2. There we go, text el hombre, and we have la mujer here. So basically we do have these challenge cards, these challenge options rendered. So now instead of rendering divs, I want to render card elements. So let's pass in the key to be option.id. ID is going to be option.id. Text is going to be option.text. Image source is going to be option.image source. Shortcut is going to be open backticks index +1. So yes, you're going to be able to use your keyboard to select a specific option. And let's write selected to be if selected option is equal to option.id. Whoops, option.id. On click for now is actually, it's going to be, we're not going to change this later. So this is going to be on select and we're going to pass in option.id. And status is going to be status. Audio source is going to be option.audio source. And disabled is going to be disabled. And type is going to be type. And now we have to create the card component, which is the last inside of this list here. So inside of the lesson folder where we have the challenge already. So let me close others. In here, create a new card.tsx, and this is going to be the last nested component that we need to display the challenge. So export const card here, return a div card. But before we add it, let's create type props here. And let's go ahead and accept everything we need. So we need an ID, which is a type of number. We need, or if you're using UUID, it's going to be a type of string, just a reminder. Image source, which is a string or null. Audio source, which is the same thing, so both can be optional. Text, which is a string. Shortcut, which is a string. Selected, an optional boolean. On click is going to be a void. Disabled is going to be a boolean. Status is going to be an optional correct or wrong or none. Type is going to be type of challenges from database schema, infer select, and specifically select type. There we go. Now let's assign the props to the card props. And let's start destructuring all of those. ID, image source, audio source, text, shortcut, selected, on click, status, disabled, and type. It seems like status doesn't exist. That's because I misspelled it. So status, there we go. And now head back to challenge and import card from ./card. Let me just separate these imports. And there we go. Seems like we have no errors at all. And you can see how now we have our cards here rendered, because in my Drizzle Studio, I should have 3 challenge options. There we go. These are the 3 challenge options, and they all have this single challenge, which I'm currently on. So now let's go ahead and style this challenge and make it look like something. So I already know we're gonna have to use our cn import. So let's add that cn from libutils here. And for this main div, I'm gonna give it an onClick for now to be an empty arrow function. And then let's write a class name here. Let's add some default classes. So height is going to be full. Border is going to be 2. We're gonna have rounded extra large. Border bottom is going to be 4 pixels. And hover bg black /5. Padding is going to be 4. On large, padding is going to be 6. Cursor is going to be pointer. And when the element is active, border bottom is going to be reduced to 2. So we are going to replicate our button type of element, right? There we go. Now let's go ahead and give this dynamic types. So if this is selected, we're going to go ahead and change this to use border sky 300, bg sky is going to be 100. Then we're going to have hover bg sky 100, so it stays that way. Besides this, we're going to have selected and status being correct. So let's go ahead and prepare that. And then we're going to have to handle the other states. So we have status is wrong, and we have is status. Oh, we only have correct and wrong, and the last one instead is not going to be selected. It's going to be if this is disabled. So let's now prepare this. So for this one, I think I can just collapse it like this, so it's easier for me to write in one line. You don't have to do this. So if it's correct, border is going to be green 300. Then I'm going to have bg green 100. And hover bg green 100 as well. Now, if it is wrong, we're going to have border rows 300, bg rows 100, and hover bg rows 100. Let me just see if this is correct. BG green 100. Okay, I think this is correct. So let's try this out. So if I go back inside of my quiz component, if I change this from status none to correct, oh, it also has to be selected. So let's go ahead and simulate that. We have to simulate that in the challenge component. So selected here, where is it? Selected. Let's hard code this to be true and add pipe here. So I'm going to add a comment to do remove hard coded true. There we go. So this is how our correct card instance looks like. So I can zoom out a bit so to see how it looks like this. Okay, looks fine. Now let's go back to our quiz component and let's change this from status correct to status wrong. There we go. And none looks like this. So this is how it looks like when the status is none and when we simulated selected to be true. So if I remove true, then this is how it looks like. And if I go back and change this to wrong, it has no effect because we are not going to show all elements as wrong. We're only going to show that the element which is selected and if we notice that it is wrong. So now let's go back inside of our card component here and let's wrap it up by creating a disabled variant here. So that's going to have pointer events none and hover is going to be bg white. And last one, if type is equal to assist. In that case, go ahead and write LG padding of 3 and full width. That's it. Now let's go ahead inside of here and let's check if we have image source. In that case, go ahead and render a div here. Inside, render an image component from next/image. So make sure you've added this import here. And give this image component a source of image source, a fill property, and an alt of text. And give this div a class name of relative aspect square, margin bottom of 4, max height 80 pixels, LG max height 150 pixels, and full width. So you can see how now I have these El Hombre, La Mujer, and El Robot images here, but I don't have them inside of my source folder, my public folder. So inside of your database, these are the image sources which I have added: /men.svg, /woman.svg, and /robot.svg. So I'm gonna head into my public folder and I'm gonna add these image sources. So I'm inside of my repository, inside of the public folder, and let's find man.svg. There we go. So let me just quickly download this one. So these are from Kenny Game Assets. They are CC0 licensed, and I highly encourage you to donate if you want to support his work. Link is in the description. Woman.svg. So that's another one which we need. Let's download that. And we also need robot.svg in the public folder. There we go. Let's go ahead and download this one. Perfect. Now I'm gonna go inside of my public folder here, and I am simply going to drag and drop all three of those. So man.svg, woman.svg, and robot.svg. Ensure that all of these are inside of your public folder. Let me go ahead and expand this. We can close these things now. There we go. So inside of my public folder, I have woman, I have robot, and I have man. So now, if I refresh, there we go. I now have images for my characters. Now let's revisit my card component. So inside of the lesson folder, card component is the one we are currently working on. So we stopped at defining this image source here. We defined that, that's fine. If yours are still not loading, double check that you did not accidentally name them something else. It needs to match this perfectly, right? Of course, later in production, you can change this to not be in your public folder, but you would probably use some kind of CDN, right? But ensure that inside of your seed script, you are passing the image source. This is basically your URL, right? So inside of my challenge options here, make sure that you're using the correct image source: /man.svg, woman.svg, and robot.svg. And then everything is going to work fine if you have those matching in your public folder, and you can always double check in your Drizzle Studio to confirm. Now that we rendered the image, let's go ahead and create a div here with a class name of CN. Let's pass in the default flex items center and justify between. And then let's dynamically add if type is assist. Then let's add flex row reverse. Inside of here, I'm gonna add if type is assist again, and we are very simply going to fill the space by adding an empty div. So we are using a trick for the justify between here, so our elements look properly centered when type of a challenge is assist. Otherwise, we can simply go ahead and render a paragraph here with our text. There we go, El Hombre, La Mujer, and El Robot. Let's give this paragraph now a class name of CN. Text neutral 600, text small, large text base. If it is selected, we're going to change this to use text sky 500. If we are selected and if status is correct, in that case, let's prepare this and let's copy it and do the same case for wrong. Now I'm going to collapse this. You don't have to do it, but I'm doing it so I can write it in one line. We're going to write text green 500. For wrong, I'm going to write text rows 500. Great. And now that we have this, let's go ahead and let me just see, did I miss something here? So we have flex item center, justify between. So I guess this is fine. Let's go ahead below this paragraph and let's add a div here and let's render the shortcut. And now let's add a class name here, cn again. So in here, on large, width is going to be 30 pixels and height is also going to be 30 pixels on large. Otherwise, on mobile, it's going to be 20 pixels. So let's define that. Border is going to be 2, flex, items center, justify center. So I want to position these numbers in between. Rounded is going to be large. Text is going to be neutral 400. On large, text is going to be 15 pixels. On mobile, text is going to be extra small and font is going to take the semi-bold effect. There we go. So now this indicates that I should be able to press number 1, number 2, or number 3, and that should be the equivalent of clicking on individual items, just like that. And now we have to go ahead and do the same thing for the selected. So let me go ahead and copy these states from the paragraph above. So add a comma here. There we go. So if it is selected, instead of text sky, let me add an empty line here, empty line here, and empty line here. So I just want you to do the same thing. So very simply, just create a base. So this is how it's going to look for you. Like this. So first, let's go ahead and change the style of this shortcut if the current item is selected. So we're going to change the border to sky 300 and text to sky 500. If we are correct, we're going to change the border to green 500 and text green 500. And if we are wrong, we're going to change the border to rows 500 and text rows 500. There we go. So that's our card element. Let's play around with this again. So go inside of challenge here, simulate the selected by adding true pipe. There we go. This is how it looks when selected. Looks pretty good. And now let's go inside of quiz and change the challenge status from none to wrong. There we go. This is how it looks like when it's wrong. And let's do one last. Success. Or correct, my apologies. There we go. Perfect. So all of these are working. Let me switch it back to none. If one of yours is accidentally not working, confirm that inside of your challenge, your status completely matches. So it should match what you're passing to the card right here. Perfect. Let me go back inside of the challenge and remove the simulation of selected now. There we go. So we now have, we are now successfully rendering our cards here. What we have to do now is we have to create the logic so that when we click on an individual element of this card, first thing that I want to happen is I want the audio to be played pronouncing what is written in the text here. So in the next chapter, we're going to learn how to use Elevenlabs AI to generate voices in different languages. And then we're going to have to create a logic which will actually select our option. We're going to have to create these shortcuts, and then we're going to have to create a footer component from where we're going to be able to confirm our choice. And then we would go to the next question, or we are going to lose a heart. Great job. So let's go ahead and make these cards play a sound. So this is what I want to do first. I want to show you how you can use Elevenlabs AI to generate voices. So first things first, head to Google and search for Elevenlabs. Once you are inside and created an account, you're going to see a dashboard similar to this. And now in here, you can go ahead and play around with the person saying the voice. You can go ahead and play around with the voice settings in here. And then inside, go ahead and create a couple of phrases. For example, I'm going to go ahead and create El Hombre. I'm going to go ahead and click generate right here. And there we go. I have El Hombre right here. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. You will not hear this because I don't have audio output configured right now. You might hear it in the background, but it's going to sound similar to something like you heard in the demo, in the introduction video. If you don't like this voice, you can go ahead and change it to something else. I think I might have used Charlie, for example. So just go ahead and try it out until you find something that you like. You can also configure the voice settings for something else. So you don't have to configure the language itself, right? It should detect it automatically. You can see that I'm using 11 multilingual right here. So you can see the languages it's supporting, and Spanish is one of them, I believe. So yeah, 29 languages, great. And then just go ahead and click download. And this is the way I do it. So I go ahead and throw this inside of my public folder. And then I give it a proper name, right? So I don't want this long name. Instead, I do the prefix of the language, and then I do _man, like this. So this is the sound that I'm going to use for translation of man in Spanish. So let me go ahead and show my terminal here. So I have my Drizzle Studio running here. So in here, there we go. You can see my audio source is /es_man, es_woman, and robot. So go ahead and use the Elevenlabs AI to create one for El Hombre, one for La Mujer. So let me go ahead and click generate. And yeah, you should have 10,000 of completely free of these. So now you would download La Mujer, right? And you would do the same thing. And then you would do El Robot and click generate as well. There we go. So 3 of these, and you can download the latest 2. Or if for any reason Elevenlabs is not working for you, you can go inside of my public folder, and in here I have some other stuff like apple, boy, girl, man, robot, woman, and zombie. We are also going to work with some other sounds like finish and stuff like that. So if you want to, you can also go into my public folder if you don't want to generate yourself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my public folder and drag and drop them inside of here. There we go. So I have prepared 3 MP3 sounds for me. So I have a sound in Spanish for man, robot, and a woman. And these sounds match exactly what I have as audio source files inside of my database: es_man, es_robot, and es_woman. So now I can go ahead and also confirm that in your script's seed right here. There we go. So make sure that your audio sources are matching. Make sure they are named correctly in the public folder. And I don't use any subfolders, so they are directly accessible at the root. Great, and now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's install a package. So I'm going to shut down my Drizzle Studio now, and I'm going to install React Use. So this is going to be a collection of packages for us here. So let's go ahead and go back inside of our card component, inside of our lesson folder. So this is the last place where we worked, where we added the little shortcut and all the different selected and status variants. So now we're going to go ahead and create this on-click method, right? So let me show you this while demonstrating that. I'm going to create my handle click here. So handle click is going to be use callback from React. So make sure you've added use callback. The reason we need use callback is because this is going to serve as a dependency in one of the event listeners from our newly installed React use hooks. So otherwise I wouldn't add use callback, but we are going to use it as a dependency later. And in here, if this is disabled, I'm going to break this method. No need to do that. And then let's add disabled in our dev dependencies. The dependency array. And then let's do onClick here. So very simple. And let's add the onClick here. And here's what I want to do now. I also want to add my audio file. So we can do that very easily thanks to our new React use, which we've just installed. So in here, simply go ahead and import use audio and also use key. So we are going to use both of those. Let's prepare the use audio one just above the handle click. Go ahead and destructure an array from use audio. And inside of here, simply add source to be the audio source property, right? There we go, audio source right here. And let's go ahead and see how we can make this dynamic. So yes, audio source can also not exist. So can I just do a pipe and empty string? There we go. Looks like I can do that easily. And then let's go ahead and destructure audio. And then let me show you how this looks like. Can I see? I'm not really satisfied with this documentation, but basically we don't need the second argument. So I'm going to use an underscore, but we do need a third argument. So that is controls like this. So if you just wrote this, then that's not going to work because we don't need what's in the second one, right? That is the HTML media state. But we need controls like play, pause, seek, volume, mute, and unmute. And the first one is in React element, which we need to add somewhere in our app, literally anywhere. So if you want to, you can wrap the entire thing in a fragment and add it at the beginning. But I'm gonna, for example, just add it here. So it's just gonna be an audio file, an audio element. That's it. It's not gonna it's not going to change the way your card looks in any way. So just add an audio element above your image source like I did. And then let's go ahead and do the following. Inside of here, I'm gonna do controls.play. So I'm gonna play this audio source. So let me go ahead and add the controls. And let me wrap this up by adding the use key. Let's use the shortcut. So our shortcut, if you remember from the challenge, is very simple. The number, the current index plus 1, right? So it starts with 0. So this one is 1, this one is 2, this one is 3. So I'm mapping that shortcut to an event listener use key from React use. So when we click on number 1 on our keyboard, I want to call handle click like that. And in the last one, I'm going to go ahead, in the next one, I'm going to give it an empty options. And then in the last one, I'm going to use this handle click here as the dependency array. And now, if you try it out, if you have this set up correctly, your audio source files should play. So I'm going to try it out now. And I just forgot one thing. So I'm using handle click, but I never passed it to the onClick here. So let's add handle click here. There we go. And let's click here. There we go. I don't know if you're hearing that, maybe in the background of my laptop, right? But I don't have audio output. Let me try pressing on the number 1 on the keyboard. There we go. Number 2. Number 3. Perfect. So for me, all of these are working as expected. Great. So now that this is working for me, let me go ahead and actually use a visual indicator that I had clicked on something. So right now we play the controls and we call the onClick prop, which comes from the challenge, which calls the onSelect right here. But if we go into our quiz, onSelect is simply an empty arrow function. So let's go ahead and create the select functionality, head back inside of your quiz component here. And let's go ahead and just below the active index, let's add selected option and set selected option. That's gonna use state. It's gonna be a type of number like this. And let's go ahead now. So yeah, it can be a number, but why is it not giving me an error? Because yeah, it's also undefined. So should I define undefined? I mean, if you can, if you want to, you can add that. Looks like this works just as well. Yeah, because by default, it's going to be undefined. So let's go ahead and use the selected option and set selected option now. So we can do that very simply inside of our onClick function. Sorry, const onSelect method. So onSelect is going to accept an ID, which is a number. If you're using UUIDs, it's going to be a string. So if we are, if the status is anything other than none, we're going to break the method. And I believe we also need to create a state for our status here. So status, set status, use state. By default, is going to be none. And let's go ahead and give it a proper types here. So I'm going to go in the challenge. So it can be a type of correct, wrong, or none. So go back into the quiz here and paste those states here. There we go. So this is how it looks like in one line. It should be either correct, wrong, or none. All right. And by default, it is a none. So if it is anything other than none, I'm not going to allow the user to select something again. So status none just means that user has not submitted their choice. They can still change it, but they have not submitted it, right? If the status is wrong or incorrect, the user needs to press either on retry or next. So they can't change their selection if their status overall is correct, right? You're gonna see how this works later. And then let's simply do set selected option and pass in the ID. And now we can go ahead and use onSelect here and pass it here. And let's change the status from being hard-coded to use the constant which we have just defined, and let's pass in the selected option here. There we go. Let's try it out. So if I click El Hombre, there we go. A sound has played and now El Hombre is selected. La Mujer, El Robot. Let's try without using my mouse. There we go. All of these are working. Perfect. So now that we can select both visually and audibly our choice, let's create a footer which we are going to use as confirmation of our choice. So head back inside of the quiz component where we just added the select option, on select and all of those things here, and find the end of the last div, but still inside of our fragment here, and create a footer component. So we don't have this yet, so don't import it from anywhere. Let's give it a disable prop if we don't have a selected option. Let's give it a status of status, which we have. And on check, for now, let's make it an empty arrow function. Let's go inside of the lesson folder and create footer.tsx. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and add some imports. So I'm going to import use key and use media from React use. I'm going to import check circle from Lucid React and X circle from Lucid React as well. Let's prepare our CN library and let's prepare our button component from components UI button. Let's define the props now. So the props for the footer are going to be the onCheck method, which very simply is a void. Status can be correct or wrong or none, or an additional one for the footer, completed. So completed is if we finish the entire lesson. Disabled is going to be an optional boolean, and lesson ID is going to be an optional boolean as well. Let's export const footer here. Let's define the props, and let's return a footer element. Let me go ahead and extract on check, status, disabled, and lesson ID. Now head back to your quiz component in here and import the footer component from ./footer the same way we did with the header right here. So we are not going to use the lesson ID at the moment. Instead, this is what we are going to do. So we're going to go ahead and style this. So let's go ahead and give this a class name of CN. The default classes are going to be LG height of 140 pixels, then a height of 100 pixels on mobile devices, and border top is going to be 2. Border, my apologies. There we go. Then if status is correct, border is going to be transparent, and BG is going to use green 100. And if status is wrong, border is going to be transparent, but it's going to use rose 100 as the background color. Now inside of here, open up a div, and let's give it a max width of 1040 pixels, full height, MX auto, flex, items center, justify between, px of 6, LG px of 10. So we are just going to push it a bit so it suits the same spacing as our header right here. So we are using that max width trick so it doesn't expand more than it needs to. And now let's go ahead and create a button component here. So we already have this imported. And if status is none, we are simply going to render the words check. Let's go ahead and give it some props. So disabled is going to be disabled. Class name is going to be ml-auto. So it's always in our right corner. On click is going to be on check. Size is going to be dependent on our query. And we have prepared the use media for React use. So the reason I'm doing this like that is because we could technically do it through class names here, but I want to use my prop size, and I can't do that by using LG or MD. So what I can do is make use of our React use since we already have it here. So const is mobile is going to be use media. And I'm going to go ahead and write in parentheses, this is in strings. So in parentheses, max width of 1024 pixels. So if it goes above that, is mobile is going to be triggered. So let me just go ahead and see, did I break something here? What is our error here? Unexpected token footer. Oh, so I just have to pass in is mobile. In that case, it's going to be small, otherwise LG. I think that should, there we go. So that now works, perfect. And variant, if status is wrong, it's going to be danger, otherwise it's going to be secondary. There we go. So now let me just copy and paste this a couple of times. So only one status can be at one time. So we don't have to do the nested ternary. Instead, we can just do this. If it is correct, the button is going to say next. If the status is wrong, the button is going to say retry. If the status is completed, it's going to say continue. And let's remove the last one. It was a duplicate. Perfect. So we have that. And now what I want to do is I want to add my use key here. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's give it a use key. When we press on enter, I want that to work the same way as if user pressed on a button. So I want this to feel like a video game, right? That's why we have shortcuts. That's why we have use key. And let's add on check in the dependency array. There we go. But we are not done yet. So now what we have to do is we have to play a bit with our statuses here and showcase different stuff. So let's go ahead and pretend that we got a correct status. So above the button here, go ahead and write if status is correct, and if we have a if status is correct, we're gonna go ahead and render a div here with a class name of text green 500, font bold, text base, LG, text 2XL, flex, and items center. And we are going to render a check circle from Lucid React with a class name of height 6, width 6 on LG, height 10, and width 10 on LG, and MR of 4. And then I'm going to render nicely done. So let's go ahead and pretend that we got the status correct. Let's check that out. Let's go back inside of the quiz component here, and let's go ahead and check the default status from none to correct. And there we go. Take a look at our footer. So now it says nicely done, and we have this nice badge. It has a nice little background color, and the button is disabled, yes, but it also says next. So let's go ahead and bring this to wrong now. So there we go. You can see how now it has the red color. It's disabled, but it's missing the message for the user. So let's go ahead and go inside of the footer here. And let's copy this case for correct. And let's do it for wrong now. Instead of check circle, is going to be X circle. So we already have these imported from Lucid React. Instead of text green 500 is going to be text rose 500. And instead of nicely done, whoops, I changed the incorrect one. Make sure you're changing the one which says wrong. So text rose 500, X circle, and instead of nicely done, it's going to be try again. There we go. You can see how this looks like when the user selects a wrong choice. Try again. Perfect. And now we are missing one more case. So let's copy the last one here. And this is going to be if status is completed. So let's go back to our quiz. Let's change our status use state back to none again. And let's go ahead and give this a status of completed. Pipe status. So I remember to remove this later, right? So right now I'm going to hard code the status to be completed. All right, let's try it out. So if status is completed, in that case, I'm going to render a button component, which is going to say practice again. Let's go ahead and give this a variant of default. And then I'm going to go ahead and give it a size. Is mobile is going to be small, otherwise large. And on click, what I'm going to do is very simply use window.location.href. And I'm going to change it to backticks/lesson. And I'm going to use the lesson ID prop. As simple as that. There we go. So this is how it's going to look like once we reach the finish screen. So it doesn't make a lot of sense because only the footer right now is in this state of being finished. But later we are going to change this screen as well. So if you're wondering how will this footer ever receive the status completed, if we defined here that it can only be these three, don't worry, it's because we are going to reuse the footer in a different way. So for now, just bring this back to be the status. And there we go. Now this is the default state. We have the check button, but it is disabled because we have not selected anything. And there we go. The moment I select something, this is enabled. If I refresh this again, it is disabled. So only when I select something, I can click on check. So what we have to do now is we have to develop the actual onCheck function. For now though, I just want you to confirm that you can hear the sounds from your cards. that you can visually see them being selected, that your shortcuts are working, and that your responsiveness is looking fine, and that you also got all the results that I did when I changed the status on the footer for wrong, correct, and completed. Great, great job. So now let's add the ability to actually mark a challenge as complete. So once we add our selection and click on check, I want the app to give us feedback whether this choice is correct or incorrect. So let's go back inside of our quiz component in the lesson folder. And in here, I want to prepare a method called onNext. So let me go ahead here. Let's actually do this below these two constants. So const onNext is very simply going to call the current set active index, is going to get the current, and is going to increment the current by 1. So just a very simple reusable method, so we don't have to write this every time. And now we're gonna go ahead and below onSelect, we're going to create our method const onContinue. So onContinue will trigger every time inside of this onCheck on the footer. So let's already replace this empty arrow function with onContinue. So onContinue will be able to be fired even if the answer is wrong or if the answer is correct, alongside status being none. And there's a reason for that. So first things first, we are never going to be able to continue if there is no selected option at all. So let's break that function immediately. Then if status is wrong and the user presses a button in the footer, we are very simply going to allow them to retry, because the button in the footer will simply say retry. So we set the status back to none and set selected option to undefined. And we break the method. The breaking part is important, so make sure you do that. And then let's copy and paste this and do the same thing if the status is correct. So if the status is correct, we are very simply going to call onNext, meaning load the next question or challenge, set the status back to none, and set selected option back to undefined. Great. Now we're gonna handle the third case, and that is if we don't have neither wrong or correct status. So let's find the correct option. So options.find option.correct. So now we know which option is the correct inside of our list passed from the props here, because we added the options from this challenge here. And now let's go ahead and do the following. If we have a correct option, and if correct option dot id is equal to selected option, which we just chose, let's go ahead and console log correct option. And then let's go ahead and handle the else statement, where we are going to log an error incorrect option. Let's go ahead and try this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and open my my inspect element here, and I will select El Hombre. Let me just hide this and click check. There we go. This is the correct option. If I select La Mujer, that is an incorrect option. If I select El Robot, that is an incorrect option again. Perfect. So our code is working. Let me go ahead and demonstrate why this is working in the Drizzle Studio. So npm run database studio. So in here, let me just show you. We have the challenge options, and only one of these challenge options is labeled as correct, which is El Hombre. So that's why when I selected El Hombre, it compared the ID of 1 with our correct option, which we searched for in the array right here, and we found, all right, that is the matching ID. Great, and you can also do this. If there is no correct option, we can just break the method, right? There is no need for us to check if there is a correct option. There always needs to be at least one correct option. Otherwise, our code can't even work. So technically telling user that their option is incorrect is not correct, because we are the ones who forgot to add the correct option. So what I want to do now is I want to create a method that will be able to actually mark a challenge as completed or not. So let's go ahead and close this. Let's go inside of our actions here and let's create a new file, challenge_progress.ts. Let's mark this as use server. So this is quite important. Make sure you do that. And then in here, let's go ahead and write export const upsert challenge progress, which is going to be an asynchronous method which will accept the challenge ID, which is a number. Now in here, we're going to go ahead and destructure the user ID from await auth from Clerk Next.js. If there is no user ID, we are going to throw new error, and let's just properly write the if clause. We're going to throw a new error here, writing unauthorized. Otherwise, let's go ahead and let's get the current user progress using await get user progress from database queries. So I purposely named this current user progress and not user progress because we're gonna have to import the user progress later from the schema. So I don't want to create any conflicts with the constants here. And that's gonna be it for now. I'm just gonna go ahead and add a to-do here, handle subscription query later. So we don't have that yet. We're gonna do that later. If there is no current user progress, we're gonna go ahead and write throw new error, user progress not found. So we need the user progress. User progress is what holds the current active course ID, the hearts, the points, and the active course. If that doesn't exist during this upsert challenge progress, there is nothing we can upsert. Now let's go ahead and let's find our challenge, which we are trying to upsert. So challenge, await database from database/drizzle. So let me just separate these two. There we go. So database.query.challenges, find first where equals from Drizzle ORM. Make sure you add the equals comparison. Challenges from database schema. So you need to have the challenges here. Challenges.id needs to match the challenge ID, which we have passed from our prop here. If you're working with UUI this would be a string. You can see how that gives me an error because I'm using serial inside of my schema. So I need to use a type of number. If there is no challenge to upsert, we're going to throw new error, challenge not found. Now let's go ahead and let's extract the lesson ID. So const lesson ID will be challenge lesson ID. So what is the lesson of the current challenge which we're trying to find. And then let's go ahead and write const existing challenge progress. So await database query challenge progress. Find first. Inside of here, we are going to write where and. So make sure you import and from Drizzle ORM the same way you added the equals. So let's use the and. So and is used to combine the multiple filters. So we're gonna have two equals inside of here. Let's go ahead and write for the first one if challenge progress, which we need from database schema. So make sure you added the challenge progress alongside challenges in the database schema import. So challenge progress dot user ID needs to match the currently logged in user ID, and challenge progress challenge ID needs to match the challenge ID from our props. There we go. And now using the existing challenge progress, we can know whether the current modification of or viewership of this challenge is a practice or not. So if this is user's first time creating an upsert and creating this model challenge progress, it means that they are in an active lesson. But if this challenge progress already exists, that means that user is practicing again on this challenge. So we can derive that. So let's write const is practice, and we can simply turn the existing challenge progress into a boolean by using double exclamation points like this. So now we can simply derive the status of this practice, the status of this challenge. So is this the practice or is this a live first time seeing user challenge, simply by deriving it from whether the existing challenge progress exists or not. So this is what we are going to do now. If current user progress dot hearts is equal to 0, and if we are not practicing, so on practice we won't prevent the user from practicing if they don't have hearts left. The hearts are only going to be affecting the current active lesson. So if user has no hearts left and this is not a practice, we're going to return an error which will simply say hearts. And I'm going to add a to-do here, not if user has a subscription. So we currently don't have that implemented, but I'm already adding a to-do to remember that. And now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's write if this is just a practice. We are going to await database update challenge progress dot set. And in here, I'm going to write completed true. So that's the only thing I want to update, just in case completed was somehow false, right? So challenge progress dot id comparing with existing challenge progress dot id. So when you do a database update, you need to chain it with a dot where, and inside of dot where you would pass your query here. So let me go ahead and just separate this like that. There we go. So that handles the update of the challenge progress for the practice. And now let's also update the user progress. So this is a server action, upsert challenge progress, that would get fired if the user answered a correct answer. So in practice mode, we also have to increment the user's hearts. And also for every correct choice, the user's points will get incremented by 10. So we have to do await database update, and we have to update the user progress here. So let's go ahead and set, and let me see if I have user progress imported. I don't. Make sure you have user progress from database schema here. So we need user progress.set. Hearts are going to be math.min. So we're going to use the lower of the two values. So current user progress dot hearts plus 1. But if user already has 5 hearts, I don't want them to have 6 hearts, because the maximum value is going to be 5 for hearts, right? So what math.min does is it chooses the lower of the two values. So if current user.progress hearts results to 6, it's not going to give user 6 hearts. Instead, it's just going to fall back to the default 5 hearts, right? Because in our schema here, we have in the user progress right here, default of 5 hearts. It would be a good idea to create a constant to replace this number 5 here and here to stop being a magic number, and instead make it a constant like default heart or maximum hearts, something like that, to make it clearer. And let's go ahead and increment the points. So there are no limits for the points, at least not in my iteration of this app. In yours, in production, it might be a smart idea to somehow limit the points. So we updated the hearts and the points, and what we have to do now is write .where again equals user progress user ID. So make sure that this user progress here is the one you're importing from database schema. Make sure you didn't name these constant user progress. So now we're going to use this user progress. Actually, we don't have to use this user progress. We can simply match it with the user ID, which we have. There we go. And before we go outside of this is practice if clause, let's do the following. Let's revalidate the path /learn. So let me go ahead and import this here. Nextjs, revalidate path. We are going to revalidate the path learn, lesson, quests, leaderboard, and also backticks /lesson lesson ID. So we are going to revalidate all paths which use any of these values like hearts, points, the current active lesson, is practice, all routes like that. And these are the ones that we need. Great. And then we can go ahead and go outside of the if clause. Oh yes, let's not forget to return this, right? So I'm not going to revalidate any, I'm not going to redirect anywhere. I'm simply going to break the method. This is very important. Make sure you are breaking the method inside of the is practice if clause. And now outside, we don't have to write any additional else. We can just go ahead and write await database insert challenge progress. So this time we are using insert instead of database update. So in here we use database update for the challenge progress, but in here we are inserting it for the first time. So let's write challenge ID, user ID, and completed to be true. That's it. So where do we have the challenge ID from? We have that from the prop. We have the user ID from the Auth from Clerk. And we set the completed to true because we know that we are calling this when user answers a correct question. And let's do await database dot user progress. My apologies, database dot update user progress dot set. And in here, let's call points current user progress dot points plus 10. And we also have to write where user progress user ID matches the user ID from our auth. Let's go ahead and just copy this revalidation here, and that is it. There we go. So that's how we are going to control our success correct answer choice. So if you want to, you can extend this upsert challenge progress, and besides accepting the challenge ID, you can also accept the option ID, and then you can do another validation here on whether the choice was correct. So let me go back inside of my quiz lesson here. So you can see that we do the correct option check here on the front end. So that's great because we immediately know whether it's correct or not, right? The user doesn't have to wait. But it might be a good idea to also pass that to the backend. We'll see. For now, I'll just do it like I am doing it. So let me do the following. Go back into the quiz component and import use transition from React. Now in here, let's go ahead. Let me go to the top here and let me add start transition and is pending, or my apologies, is pending and pending and start transition. It doesn't matter the naming, but the order matters. And let's add use transition here. So let me just see if this is the correct order. Yes, this is the transition start function, and the pending should be a Boolean. Perfect. And now inside of the onContinue method, which we've just started developing here, so far the only thing we've done is added a console log for the correct option. So what we're going to do now is the following. We are going to add start transition here. And in here, we're going to go ahead and call upsert challenge progress. So make sure you've added an import for the upsert challenge progress from action challenge progress. And in here, we are expected to pass a challenge.id. And let's use .then here. Let's get the response. And if response (error is equal to hearts, I'm going to add a console error here, missing hearts, and I'm going to break the method. So what I'm doing here is I'm checking for this error right here. Where is it? There it is. If current user progress.hearts is 0, and if this is not a practice, we will return an error hearts. So in here, I check for that error, and for now, all I do is show a console error. Later, we're going to create a modal which is going to show that. Otherwise, if this method did not break, we continue forward, and what we do is we set status to correct. And then let's call set percentage, and let's call the previous percentage, previous plus 100 divided by challenges dot length, like that. So we increment the percentage by one new completed challenge. And if initial percentage is equal to 100, so what does this mean? If we loaded a challenge, a lesson, And if the initial percentage of the entire lesson is 100%, it means that all challenges have already been completed, which means this is a practice. So what we are going to do here is we're going to update the hearts on the front end as well, because we know we've updated them in the challenge progress here. So if it is a practice in here, I already know that I have added some new hearts here. So now I want to do the same thing here, and I can use the exact same method with math_min. So I'm gonna do math.min here, and I'm gonna add previous +1 and limit it to 5. There we go. So in practice, we get new hearts on the front end. And let's do a catch method here and call toast from Sonar. So let me just add it here. Toast.sonar, where was I? And I'm gonna pass in an error here. Something went wrong. Please try again. And here's what I want you to do before you try this out. So for now, actually, no, this is fine. You don't have to do anything. Let's go ahead and try this out. Do I have the app running? I do. So in my Drizzle Studio, I currently have no challenge progress. So nothing exists yet. So if I select El Hombre and click check, there we go. So something just happened really quickly. Let's go ahead and refresh our challenge progress. There we go. We have a challenge which is completed, and we have the matching relation which says which one of these is the man. So let me go ahead and open this. There we go. Which one of these is the man? And we selected a correct option for it. Perfect. So now what we have to do is we have to go, and there we go. We even have a sign that this is now completed. Perfect. But now we have to, update this so it shows a finish screen as well, right? But first, let's go ahead and let's go back. Let's see if I can go back. I cannot go back currently because we are using a different URL to show the practice lesson. So let's see what is the best way to go forward with this. I think the best way to go forward is not to handle the practice, but to still work inside of this current active lesson. In order to do that, we're gonna have to add some more challenges. So let's go inside of our scripts here inside of seed, and let's just add more challenges. So in here I have these challenge options, right? And I have these challenges. So let me add another challenge here. So lesson ID can stay the same, the type can be select, and let's go ahead and let's actually change the type here to be assist, because both should work. Let's change the order of these challenges. So this is an order of 1, this is an order of 2. And the question here, since this is assist, it's simply going to say, for example, the man. Because remember, our assist will be a mascot asking a certain phrase like the man, and then the user will have to select from the list of options. So change the second, and yeah, let's also change the ID to number 2. So we have challenges ID 1, ID 2, lesson ID 1. There we go. Let's go ahead and do the following now. So we now have these challenge options for, this is for the first challenge. So let's copy the entire thing. You could technically do it all in one, but let's separate it, it's easier. So now this is ID 1, 2, 3. So this one would be ID 4, this one would be ID 5, and this one would be ID of 6. And then the challenge ID here would be 2. So this wouldn't be that question, this would be just the man, right? And this would be the correct one, and we don't need an image source for this one, we would just need an audio source. This is again challenge ID 2, we don't need an image source. This is and this would be the opposite, I believe, or perhaps, oh yeah, you can also play around. Okay, let's just continue working as we are right now. Challenge ID here is 2, image source doesn't exist. I think this should be fine now. And let's go ahead, and I already want to prepare the third challenge here. So if you want, you can just copy my seed script. You don't have to write this yourselves. So let me add this. This will be the third option here. So the lesson ID here is 1. And the third option would be select again. The order of this is number 3, and the question of this one can be which one of this is the robot, for example. So we have this handled. We have this handled. Let's copy the first one again, and let's go to the bottom here. The challenge ID here would be 3, I believe. Yes, the ID is 3, which asks which one of these is the robot. So inside of my latest insert of the challenge options, the challenge ID 3 would ask which one of this is the robot. So this would be false. This would be false as well. And this would be true. And I believe we don't have to write IDs for challenge options. They are self-incrementing and we don't need access to them later. So yeah, let's make this easier for us. We don't need to write IDs for inserting challenge options. We know they're going to be incremented. So let me go ahead and remove them, just like that. But we do need to write IDs for these ones above because we need to map them to the challenge ID. But we are not using the challenge options anywhere further. And yeah, let's change all challenges IDs from 1 to 3. That's also important. Otherwise, the code is not going to work. So let's try that out now. If I go ahead and go into the terminal and let me shut down the Drizzle Studio and instead run npm database seed now, I think this should work just fine. There we go, seeding finished. Looks like everything is working. So if I just hit refresh now, I should be redirected to the courses page. I will select Spanish because that's the only one I have. And let's go ahead and see this now. So if I click El Hombre now, and click check, there we go. Now you can see that we have some progress and we were not immediately redirected back. So now this is actually working. Great. And if I go back now and click end session, I should have a progress here as well. And I do. And if I go back here, there we go. You can see how I'm redirected to the second challenge, which is our assist type of challenge. So there we go. Select the correct meaning. This one says the man, and I have to select El Hombre again. If I click check, this one is correct, and there we go. I can now go further. And if I click next manually, there we go. I'm loading the last question, which asks me which one is the robot. So if I click check again, there we go. So we just have to handle this last part where we finally finish the challenge. We have this weird redirect. So I don't want it to be handled in that way. So what I want to do now before we wrap up this chapter is run database seed again. Again, I'm going to leave a separate seed script. So I'm going to have multiple seed scripts in my project probably. I'm going to call this one, testing the lesson seed or something like that. Or maybe I will just have seed 1, 2, 3, and 4 and just find the one which looks the most like this one. Or you can simply use my git commits inside of my project. So in my GitHub, every single git commit that I do matches the chapter exactly. So you can just find the exact commit for this one. But don't worry, there are going to be enough seed scripts for you to try out if you're having problems writing your own. And now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of the app folder, lesson inside of quiz here. We've handled the correct one, right? But what we are missing is handling the invalid one. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's also make use of this pending state. We are not using pending anywhere. So let's find all the places where we have disabled false. So we have one right here where we render our challenge. So let's change the disabled to be pending. And then in here, let's add pending or selected option for the footer, like that. So we've handled the correct option. Now it's time for us to handle the incorrect option. So in here, to handle that, I want to do the following. I want to go inside of my actions, user progress. We already have upsert user progress, but I want to create a separate method here called reduce hearts. It's going to be an asynchronous method, which accepts the challenge ID, which is a number or a string if you're working with UUIDs. Let's extract the user ID. The user ID from await auth. And then let's go ahead and write if there is no user ID, we can immediately throw new error here, unauthorized. And then let's go ahead and get the current user progress using await get user progress, which is above. And let's go ahead and write a to-do get user subscription. So we don't have that yet. Then let's go ahead and let's find the existing challenge progress. So const existing challenge progress is going to be await database.query.challenge progress.find first, where we're going to use an AND operator. So make sure you have added AND from Drizzle ORM and also equals. So we are going to need both of this. But for now, let's use the AND one. So in here, in the reduce hearts method, we're going to use AND, and then we're going to use two equals. So if challenge progress from database schema, so make sure you have added the challenge progress from database schema alongside your user progress. This is a new file. This is user progress, not challenge progress. This is where we are writing reduce hearts. So if challenge progress user ID matches the current user ID, so that's the type of existing challenge that we want to find. But also if challenge progress dot challenge ID matches the challenge ID from the props which we just passed. So that's how we know that we found the existing challenge progress. And that's how we can determine whether something is a practice or not. So if this is a practice, it means that we have an existing challenge progress. So on the front end, we are using the initial percentage 100 to derive whether something is a practice or not. But on the back end, we're going to use the existing challenge progress state. So if is practice, we can simply break this method and we can return an error here, practice. That's it. And we're simply not going to do anything, right? If you want to, you can display something on the front end to indicate to the user that they will not lose hearts by making a mistake in practice, or you can simply ignore it. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's do the following. So let's do some additional checks. So if there is no current user progress, we can throw new error here, user progress not found. Also, notice the difference between this error that we are throwing here and this error. So this is an actual error that I want to completely break this app. So this is critical. The user progress needs to exist. This one is not exactly an error. This is a normal API response. Imagine it like that. And instead of having data, we pass in a field called error, right? I'm pretty sure there are arguments that this might not be the best practice. And I'm specifically talking about naming the field error, right? So this is completely fine, but the field could have been named something like reason, maybe. The reason I broke this, the reason I returned this early. But I personally like error. I know how my API works. I know what to expect. So the error will not cause any problems in my architecture, right? And we do the same thing in the challenge progress, I believe. So if user doesn't have enough hearts, we don't break the app. We just return a response with a field error, which we read later so we know what to tell the user. Why didn't this method go through? Whether these errors means, I can't even attempt to do something. This is even a security issue at this point. If you don't have a user progress, how did you even get to this point, right? And now let's add a to-do here. Handle subscription. So again, if it's not practice and the user has a subscription, we are not going to reduce their hearts. So this is a method for reducing hearts. So if there is a subscription active, we'll just break the method. And let's do another one. If current user progress.hearts is equal to 0, there is no point in reducing the hearts even further, so we will just return an error hearts again, meaning you don't have enough hearts for me to reduce hearts, right? And let's go ahead and do the following. Let's do await database update user progress dot set, and let's pass in the hearts math.max this time, current user progress dot hearts -1 or 0. So we are doing the opposite logic of giving of adding additional hearts, which we did in the upstart challenge progress. So in here we are choosing the larger of the two values, right? So in case the hearts is already 0 and we decrease that by 1, that's going to be -1. We don't want to show that the user has -1 hearts. We want the minimum to be 0. So that's why we're using the larger of the two values. And 0 is larger than a potential -1. So it's going to choose 0. That's why in here we are using math.max. And we have to add a where here. So where user progress. Let me just see. You need to have user progress imported from database schema. I don't know if I told you that already or not. So you can do the query user progress.user ID and user ID from destructuring await auth. I think we already have user progress, right? We have challenge progress, challenge ID. Yeah, so I don't think you've added that then, or perhaps you used it somehow. But just ensure you have challenge progress and user progress from database schema. Otherwise, you will not be able to do your queries properly. All right, so we have that finished. And now what I want to do is revalidate things. So let's revalidate path, shop, learn, quests, and leaderboard. And let's also go ahead and do /lesson ID. Do I have the lesson ID? I don't have lesson ID, but I think I should have it here. So let's go ahead and learn how we can destructure it. So very easily, if we have the challenge, we have the lesson. So we have the challenge ID here, but we don't load it anywhere. So is there a smart way I can do this? Where do I do this? So immediately after my current user progress. So how about I do this? Const challenge await database query, challenges, find first, where equals challenges from database schema. So make sure you have added challenge progress, challenges, and user progress from the database schema. So now that I have the challenges from my schema, I can do the query challenges.id, and I can make sure that it matches the challenge ID from my props like that. And if there is no challenge here, I'm going to throw new error here, challenge not found. And let me just not misspell the challenge. And then I can destructure the lesson ID from challenge lesson ID. So yeah, it's a good thing to check this, because there is no point in reducing hearts if the ID for the challenge I'm trying to do, it doesn't even exist. Something is obviously wrong in that case. There we go. So we now have a method to reduce our hearts. So let's go ahead and let's use it in our quiz component. So go inside of the app folder, lesson, and in here we have the quiz component. And let's go in the else here, start, transition, reduce hearts from user progress. So let me go ahead and add that here. Reduce hearts is the one we've just created. We are going to pass in the challenge.id. Then we're going to get the response. So again, if response error is hearts, I'm going to add a console error here, which will simply say missing hearts, the same way we have that above. And I'm going to break the method. So breaking the method is very important. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the status to be wrong. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. If there is no response error, so why am I doing this? If there is an error in my response, which is not hearts, because I've handled hearts above. So the only two types of error that can be is the subscription error or practice error. So if any of those two are happening, there is no point in me reducing the hearts on the front end, right? So only if I no longer got any errors in my responses, meaning that my reduce hearts method has surpassed its practice and it has surpassed this, and it will surpass the handled subscription. That means it has gone to this point. which means the backend has reduced the hearts. So now I have to reduce the hearts on the front end using setHearts, previous value, math.max, so the same thing, previous -1 and 0 to ensure we never go below 0. And .catch here, toast.error, something went wrong. Please try again. There we go. So let's go ahead and try our function again. So now we are handling the incorrect states as well. So if you run npm run database seed and click on learn, you should be able to select the course from the start again. So this is my first time. There we go. Let's go ahead and try and decrease our hearts. So I'm going to select a robot here, click check. You can see how I had a nice little disabled field now because I added the pending state there. There we go. This is incorrect. And look at this. My hearts are now 4. What happens if I exit the session? There we go. They are 4 again. If I refresh my page, they are 4 again. Perfect. And you can see that I have made no progress here. So what happens if I try and make these mistakes again? There we go. I'm making mistakes. I'm making mistakes again, and I want to prepare my console here because I want to get that message that will tell me that I don't have enough hearts. So there we go, I'm at 0 hearts, so I'm gonna click retry again, and now it doesn't matter if I try selecting a correct answer. There we go, I have an error, missing hearts. If I try and selecting a wrong answer, it shouldn't matter, missing hearts again. Perfect. So that's what we're going to handle in the next chapter. We're going to handle improving the feedback. On missing hearts, we're going to show the pop-up, which is going to say, hey, you have missing hearts. You can upgrade to Pro to get unlimited hearts, or you can purchase hearts at the shop. Or what we're going to do and we're also going to handle some audio effects when we get a correct answer and when we get the incorrect answer. And we also have to handle the finish screen. So I don't want us to just get redirected. I want us to see the finish screen. Nevertheless, great job. So there are 2 things we have to add. The first one is audio feedback to our correct or wrong answers. And the second one is to resolve the redirect we are getting once we select the correct last answer, because we want to see a finish screen. Let's go ahead and go inside of our terminal here. And let's run npm run database seed. This will reset the database so that we can try out our challenges again. So let me just refresh this. There we go. I can now select my course and I can go into the first lesson. So I want to get feedback if I select this option, for example. So here's where I'm going to gather my files from. So go inside of my public folder. You can find the link in the description for my GitHub repository, or you can use any audio files you want. So I used freesound.org to find CC0 licensed audio files, which means you can use this without copyright and without attribution if you are wondering. So you need to find a correct audio file. So let's go ahead and find this one. So I'm going to download that. Then let's go ahead and let's find incorrect. Select that one and download it as well. And you also need to find finish.mp3. So those 3 audio files are needed for our quiz. And then what you would do is you would drag and drop finish, incorrect, and correct inside of your public folder right here. So let's go ahead and use them to play the sounds. So we already know how to do that because we did it in our card component in the lesson. We used use audio from React Use to load the audio file. So let's go ahead and let's load that now. I'm going to go back inside of my quiz component here. And let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go ahead and destructure an array from use audio, and let's add the source to be /correct.vav. Let's import use audio from React Use. So let me move that right here. And now that we have added that, let me just find it. Let's go ahead and destructure our correct audio. So that's going to be the HTML thing. Then we are going to not use the second argument. So I'm going to call that _C for correct. And then I'm going to have correct controls, which I will use to trigger play or stop. Then I will copy and paste this. I'm going to rename the correct audio and correct controls to incorrect audio and incorrect controls. I will rename the _C to _I, representing that we are skipping over the second parameter in this destructured array for the incorrect controls, and name the source file incorrect. So just make sure that the correct and incorrect match exactly what you have in your public folder. There we go, correct. And in here I have incorrect with the same extension. And now I need to find a place where I'm going to use this correct audio and incorrect audio. So go ahead and find the return method. And in here, very simply, just go ahead and render the incorrect audio and correct audio like that. So you need to render them somewhere. And now that you've rendered them, you can use them. You can use the correct controls and incorrect controls. So find the onContinue method here. And this is the first if clause if we selected a correct option. So in here, where you set the status to correct after you've confirmed that there are no hard errors, go ahead and do correct controls.play. And do the same thing in the else clause. After the if one, where you set the status to wrong, you're going to use incorrect controls.play. So now let's try this out. I'm going to refresh this and let me select an incorrect option here. I will click on check and there we go. If you heard it in the background of my microphone, there was an incorrect sound. Now let's go ahead and click retry and let me click again for the success one. There we go. So both of these are working for me. So what we have to build next is the end screen. Right now, if we try it out, so if I go ahead and I select all the answers I need and I go all the way to the last one, what happens is I get immediately redirected. So the reason I get redirected is because we revalidate the learn page. No, we revalidate the lesson page, right? So in here, in my actions, challenge progress, we revalidate the learn page. So what does that mean? Well, let's go inside of our learn page. So inside of app, my apologies, I'm not talking about, this is not problematic. The lesson page is problematic. So when we revalidate the lesson and we just finished the last challenge, what happens? Inside of the lesson here, inside of our page, we do something called user progress and get lesson. Get lesson is the problematic one. So this gets revalidated, meaning these two methods are called again. So then we go inside of this get lesson, and what we call is get course progress. And inside of this get course progress, we attempt to fetch the lesson that the user is currently on. Well, what happens is that the user, after they finish the last challenge, is no longer in that lesson that they are currently seeing. So the revalidated output of that new lesson page currently holds a completely new lesson because of this query, right? So we find the first uncompleted lesson, right? And the lesson that the user just completed the last challenge in is no longer the first uncompleted lesson. So our getLearn method here, which uses the getCourseProgress, finds the next uncompleted lesson. And that is technically fine, because in our page here, we are very careful. So we only pass the initial data. So our user interface doesn't change. The user still sees the lesson they last left on. But here's where we arrive to a problem. Inside of our seed script right here, if you take a look at it, inside of scripts seed.ts, we have all of these lessons, right? But the only lesson which is actually production ready, let's call it like that, is the first lesson. The second lesson right here has an ID of 2. And if I just close this for a second and if I look at my challenges, there is not a single challenge which has the lesson ID of 2. That subsequently means that there are also no challenge options which relate to the lesson of 2. So then, when we go inside of our queries here, what happens is that my getCourseProgress method cannot find the first uncompleted lesson. So both active lesson and active lesson ID are undefined or null. And then, inside of this getLesson method, this becomes undefined, right? Actually, it becomes null. And we also didn't pass any ID in here. So that is undefined as well. So lesson ID is undefined. And then this returns null in the revalidation of our lesson path. And then this entire page gets revalidated. We hit this page right here and we redirect to /learn. So that's why that happens. So now we have to find a way to resolve that. So technically, this is only an issue in development, because in production, you would never have this kind of seed script where you have a lesson, where are our lessons? Here they are, where you have a lesson which doesn't have its subsequent challenges, right? Later, when we create an admin dashboard, that's not gonna happen because we're gonna have a flow of how we create things. But our seed script right now kind of created these lessons to be purely, what's the name for it? Presentational, right? That's why we created all of these additional lessons, but none of them actually have any challenges. So that's what's going on inside of here. So what we can do right now is we can try and do the following. So what happens if I go ahead and not do this? So now we have a lot of issues like this. So how about we just handle that, right? What if I do lesson.challenges? So this is going to be kind of an ugly solution here. So I'm going to wrap lessons.challenges and add an empty array here. That resolved that. And then I'll do the exact same thing here. So I'm going to make sure that these lesson.challenges are always an array. And then in here, I will add this and this. And that's one way of doing it, but then we also have to change the types. So let's not do it this way. Let me bring this back. I'm not gonna do that instead. So I'm kind of experimenting now because this is a very specific problem that we have here for development. So maybe the easiest thing to do right now would be to go back inside of our seed script and simply add the challenges for the second lesson right here. So how about we do that? So we don't have to delete anything in the lessons. We just have to add just one more challenge inside of our new lesson. So this is what we can do. Let's just copy this exactly as it is. Keep the challenge options as they are, right? So all of these challenge options are for each of the 3 challenges inside of our challenge script. So let's go all the way to the end, here where we have the console log seeding finished. And in here, let's create some new challenges. So I know that there are 3 challenges, which means that this ID is going to be 4, and then this ID is going to be 5, and this ID is going to be 6. So then I can change this lesson ID for each of these to not be 1, but to be 2 instead. And I think this should already be enough. So just the fact that we have some new challenges being inserted for the lesson ID 2, which is no longer nouns but verbs now. If you revisit your lessons in here, there we go, you can see that the title 2 is verbs and the unit can stay the same, right? That doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and quickly try that out. So I think that should be enough, because if I look at my queries in the get course progress here, yes, all we care about is the challenges. So as long as we have the challenges and they don't have the challenge progress, it should be able to find the first uncompleted lesson. So let's go ahead and try it out here. So if I go ahead and run npm run database seed again, let's see if that is going to work. There we go. So that seems to be fine. If I refresh now, I'm going to choose my language again. so Spanish, and let me go ahead and just finish this entire course here. So I will select the correct meaning and let me go ahead and wrap this up, and there we go. Now when I reach the last one, what happened is that right now my new active lesson has completely changed. I have finished this lesson. My new active lesson is the second one, which we just modified the seed script for. But visually, the user is still seeing this one. And what will happen once I click on next is an error. Why does an error happen? Well, this is why. So if you go inside of your quiz component, so inside of app quiz.tsx right here, in here, we have an onNext method, which will simply update the current index. So technically, when it reaches the last one, it will update the index to a number higher than the length of our challenges. So challenge will be active index something like 4, right? But we only have 3 challenges. So that means that the challenge becomes undefined. So here's what we have to handle. Also, if you click save here, you're going to get redirected to this weird page. That's because this actually revalidated, hot reload revalidated our app and loaded the next challenge, but completely ignore that for now. So this is just development stuff. All right, this is what we have to do now. Above this const title here, you have to go ahead and run the following. You have to run if there is no challenge. If there is no challenge, you will return a div here, which will very simply say, hello, actually finished the challenge. There we go. So let's go ahead and try this again. If I go inside of my terminal and if I run npm run database seed again now, let's quickly see if that is going to work. So I'm going to go ahead, go back inside of my localhost 3000, continue learning here, Spanish, start, and let me go ahead and try this again. So I'm going to completely finish this challenge. El robot, and let's click next. And there we go. No longer do we have an error. Instead, we have a text which says finished the challenge. Perfect. So that is what we are going to be working on now. We're going to style this div so it actually displays that we have finished a challenge. So in case you cannot see this, just do npm run database seed again and make sure that you don't do any subsequent refreshes, and you should be able to see this page right here. So this lesson page, this finished challenge page should only display, temporarily. Once the user refreshes, they're no longer going to be seeing the finished page. Instead, it's going to redirect them and load the next challenge. Or if there is no next challenge or lesson, it will simply redirect to the learn page. So that is proper behavior from our app. It's just a bit hard to do this in development mode with such incorrect data, which we have to seed like this. So I hope that isn't too confusing, right? So let's go ahead and prepare an image we need here. So I'm going to open my public folder, and we need an image from my public folder here. Let me go ahead and click on public. We need finish.svg. So let's go ahead and download that. So just drag and drop finish.svg inside of here. And then let's go ahead and go back inside of our quiz component here. And we're going to go ahead and replace this with a fragment instead. And then in here, we're going to open a div. And let's give it a class name of flex call gap y of 4 lg gap y of 8. And I think if you do any kind of save, oh, it seems to still be working here. Okay, but this is what I want to do. So to make this easier for us to develop, feel free to refresh, and this will load the next uncompleted lesson challenge thing we just did and hacked in our seed script. So do this. go ahead and run again npm run database seed. This will reset the entire thing so you have no course progress, no user progress, no challenge progress. And then we're going to hard code this to be true. So true or not challenge, and I'm going to add to do remove true. So now go ahead and choose your Spanish course again and simply go into the first challenge, and what you should see is a completely blank screen. So now you can see exactly what you're developing, because none of this, not the header, not the challenge, nothing will load. So we can just focus on developing this. There we go. I think that's a way we can handle this. So all right, we've added on large gap y is 8. Let's add a max width of LG, max width, MX auto, text center, items center, justify center, and full height. Now inside of here, I'm going to add my image component. So make sure you've added an image from next/image. And let's go ahead and use this. So I'm going to give it a source of /finish.svg, an out of finish, and a class name of hidden LG block. So only on mobile. Height for this one is going to be 100, and width is going to be 100 as well. So it should not be visible now if you're on a small device. If you expand, it should be visible, but I'm on mobile here. So now I'm going to copy and paste this image. I will keep everything the same, but I will reverse these two actions. So hidden on large and visible on mobile. And I will reduce the width for this in half. There we go. So now I have this little confetti here. Perfect. So let's go ahead below that and add an h1 element, which will say great job. Let's add a break here. And let's write you've completed the lesson. And let's go ahead and resolve this by using an apos sign. There we go. Now let's style this h1 element by giving it text extra large, on LG text 3XL, font bold, and text neutral 700. Like that. And now outside of here, we're going to open a div, create a class name of flex items center, gap x4, and full width. And then inside of here, what we have to do is we have to create a component called result card. So let's go ahead and write a result card here. Like that. If you save, you're going to get an error because result card doesn't exist. But let's give it a variant of points, and let's give it a value of challenges.length times 10, right? So we are going to know how many points the user earned in this lesson by counting the amount of challenges that the user completed, which if they reach the finish screen is going to be the total length of the challenges, and we're going to multiply them by 10 because 10 is how many points we get for each challenge. We know that inside of our challenge progress here, we increment the points by 10. So yeah, it would be a good idea to add this into a constant something like points per challenge, and then use that instead of a magic number. That would be a tip I would give you if you went into production with this. So now we have to create the result card. So let's go inside of the lesson, result-card.tsx, and let's go ahead and create a type props here to accept a value of number and a variant, which can be either points or hearts. Let's export const result card here. And let's go and assign the props. We can then destructure the value and the variant. And let's return in here a div and render our variant here. Let's go back inside of the quiz component, and you can import result card from /result card the same way we did with header, footer, challenge, and the question bubble. And now in here, you should see a label which very simply just says points. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this below. And now what we need to add here, is the result card for hearts. And the hearts are very simply going to be hearts which the user currently has, which we hold and synchronize with the backend using state. So we know that these hearts are going to be up to date. There we go. So we now have points and hearts. Let's go inside of the result card and let's properly style this. So I'm going to prepare some imports, which I know we will need, which is an image import from Nextjs. And we're also going to need cn from libutils. That is it. Let's give this div a class name of dynamic cn. The default classes are going to be rounded to excel, border to, and full width. And the dynamic ones, so if the variant is points, in that case, we're going to use bg orange 400 and border orange 400. If the variant is hearts, in that case, bg is going to be rows 500 and border is going to be rows 500 as well. So we have that resolved in our variants here. Then in here, we can remove now this, and instead, we can open up a new div with a class name, again, dynamic. Let's write the default classes, which is padding of 1.5. Text is going to be white. Rounded is going to only be available on the top and is going to be extra large. Font is going to be bold. Text is going to be centered, uppercase, and text is going to be extra small. And then let's write if variant is equal to hearts. In that case, background is going to be rows 500. If variant is equal to points, in that case, bg is going to be orange 400. And then finally, inside of this div, we can write if variant is equal to hearts, we are going to render hearts left, otherwise total XP. There we go. So this one says total XP and this one says hearts left. And then inside of here, we're going to open another div. And then in here, let's go ahead and give it a class name again of cn. Default is going to be rounded to excel. Background color is going to be white. Items is going to be center, which means we also need flex. Justify is going to be center as well. Padding is going to be 6, so we add some space to it like that. Font is going to be bold and text is going to be a large. And inside of here, render the value. There we go. So we have 30 points and 5 hearts left. And now let's add some dynamic values here. So if variant is equal to points, in that case, text is going to be rows 500. If variant is equal to hearts, oh, this is the opposite, sorry. So this should be hearts and this should be points. And then in here, text is orange 400. There we go. So total XP, 30 hearts left, 5. What we have to do now is we have to reuse our hearts and points SVG. So you should already have that in your public folder. Let me find it. There we go. Heart.svg. And where is it? Points.svg. So we can reuse that. We already used that inside of our user progress component in here. Nope, not this one. User progress component. In here, we have the image for points and heart. If you don't, visit my public folder and simply find the necessary images. But you should already have that if you are up to this part of the tutorial. So image source in here is going to check if the variant is points. Let's actually do, if the variant is hearts, we're going to use /heart.svg, otherwise /points.svg. So a very simple ternary check here. Remember to include the slash. And now we can use that image source just above our value here. So let's write image here, which we've already added an import for. Alt can just be an icon. Source can simply be a result card. My apologies, image source constant, which we have just defined from above. Height is going to be 30, width is going to be 30, and class name is going to be MR 1.5. And there we go. That is our finished screen right here. Perfect. And now we also have to add a footer, but we already have the footer, so we have to do a very, very easy job here. Let's go back inside of the quiz component here. And in here, outside of this last div, but still inside of the fragment, we are going to reuse our footer component. So no need to import anything, because in the quiz component, we already have the footer. It's right here. It's already imported. So we're just importing it again here. And now we're passing in the lesson ID, which is our lesson ID, but we are not storing our lesson ID anywhere. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we have to prevent this from being revalidated. So the same way we store our hearts and percentage and challenges, let's add lesson ID, set lesson ID, use state, initial lesson ID. Just as simple as that. And we actually don't need set lesson ID. It's never going to be changed from our side. It's only going to be updated from the outside. There we go. So lesson ID, it seems like I have given our lesson ID an incorrect type in our footer, but that's fine. We'll come to that in a second. Let's give this a status of completed. And on check, it's going to be an empty arrow function here. And there we go. Let's go back inside of our footer. Let's give our lesson ID a type of number or a type of string if you're working with UUIDs. And look at this now. So now you can see that we have a practice again button, which will redirect the user to /lesson/ the ID of the lesson. So if they want to practice this again, because if we cause a refresh on this page, remember, it is simply going to load the next lesson for them. And if we click continue, what should happen is we should get redirected to the learn page. So let's go back inside of our quiz component in here. And do I have a router added here? I don't have a router. So I need to add a router real quick. Let me add const router, use router from Next Navigation. So I'm doing this in the quiz component. And I have imported a router from Next Navigation. Make sure you check that yours is not from Next Router. That is not going to work and it's going to cause errors. Now that you have your router component here, you can go inside of this little to-do hack, which we have created here, and very simply go ahead and add router push/learn. There we go. That is it. That is our finish section, but we are missing two more things here. So the first one is the confetti. So let's do that. Let's go inside of our terminal here and let's run npm install react confetti. Let's wait for this to install. Then go to the top here and you are going to import confetti from react confetti. And then find this fragment here and you're going to render this just inside of this fragment, just above the div, render the confetti. So it's a self-closing tag. You're going to give it a recycle option of false. A number of pieces is going to be 500 and tween duration is going to be 10,000. And one more thing that we need to add here is we need to import from React use. Let's add use window size. And then at the top of our app, just above the router, let's go ahead and let's extract the width and the height from use window size. And then we can assign that to the confetti here. So width is going to be the width and the height is going to be the height. And there we go. Here you can see my confetti. So if you try and look at the confetti while you are resizing, it's not going to work. So make sure you refresh and try it out. So you can see how it gets kind of stuck, but it will eventually even out when you try it out in an actual environment, right? So I had this bug as well, but it does get evened out eventually. So one last thing that we have to do here is we have to make use of our finish.mp3. So if you remember, we've added 3 files at the beginning. We added correct, we've added incorrect, and we also added finish.mp3. If you didn't, it's in my public folder. Go and download it. So now what we have to do is we have to add one more use audio here. So I'm going to add it here at the top. This one is going to be simpler. So use audio, and we're going to go ahead and give it a source of /finish.mp3. Autoplay is going to be true here. And then what we have to do is very simply use finish audio like that. And what we can do then is simply render that just above the confetti. And if I save here, there we go. It's quite loud. Don't get surprised. You should be able to have finish audio inside. So every time you refresh, you're going to hear that sound. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's remove this if clause and let's actually make this work correctly. So only if we don't have the challenge is that going to appear. There we go. So if you want to, you can, let's just do this together so we ensure we are both on the same slate. Let's go npm run database seed again. So we reset our database, we clear everything we need. Let's go back inside of here, continue learning, select Spanish here, and let's finish this together. So I'm going to select this. There we go. And let me go ahead and lose 1 heart, for example. So I want to make a mistake. There we go. I've made a mistake. Now let me select the correct one here. Let me select the robot here. And now when I click on next, there we go. I told you the confetti are going to be fine. We have the confetti, we have the sound, we have the hearts left, and we have the total experience again. Perfect. If you click continue, you will get redirected to the learn page. But if you click on practice again, you're going to get a 404. But confirm that your URL has redirected you to /lesson/1. So it will take the ID of your current lesson. Perhaps it's not 1 for you if you did some changes in the seed script, for example. But just confirm that it redirected you to the correct place. And in the footer here, you can confirm that right here. So lesson ID. And I'm purposely using, why am I using window location.href? We could technically do this with router, but I think I've purposely used this to cause a full refresh of our app. Perhaps that's why I did that. We'll see. You can try out with router.refresh, but for now, keep it this way. I think there might have been a reason why I did it like this. Great, so that's what we're going to do next. We're going to enable the user to practice a lesson. And remember, there are 2 more things we have to do. We have to implement a heart model to tell the user, hey, you're missing some hearts. And we have to add a new model for practice to tell the user, hey, this is a practice lesson. Great job. So now that we have a finished screen, I want to implement some models. So let's go ahead and reset our database. So I want you to be on the same challenge that I am. So npm run database seed. This will reset all of our progress here. And when we refresh the page, we're prompted to choose a course again. And then you should only see the first challenge here. So in here, I want you to make mistakes. I want you to lose your hearts up to the point where you can no longer get this success or incorrect confirmation. So there we go. I am on 2 hearts now, and I am officially on 0 hearts now. So even if I select the correct choice now, there we go. Nothing happens because I don't want to indicate to the user whether this is correct or incorrect, right? They are not supposed to know. All that's supposed to happen is that they get an error. So let's go ahead and create our hearts modal. So for that, I want to go inside of the store. I will copy the use exit model. So let me copy and paste this like this. And I will call this use hearts model.ts. And now I will replace the name of the exit model in all instances and simply put hearts model. So hearts model state, use hearts model, and hearts model state in here. So now let's go back inside of our components models Let's copy the exit model and let's paste it again. And in here, I'm gonna go ahead and write, what's it gonna be? Hearts model.tsx, like that. There we go. And let's rename this to hearts model. And we are no longer going to be using store use exit model, but instead we're going to be using use hearts model, which means we have to import use hearts model from there as well. And we have to replace this to use hearts model. There we go. So now I want to go ahead and change this to not use mascot sad. Instead, I want to use mascot bad.svg. We don't have that yet in our public folder. So let's prepare our public folder right here. Go inside of my public folder and copy the mascot underscore bad.svg. So let me go ahead and click on this. There we go. And simply download this file. This is from Kenny Game Assets. And now that we have this mascot bad right here, let's go back inside of our hearts model here. So let me just close this. There we go. And in here, we're going to change the title to say, you ran out of hearts. And in the description here, we're gonna go ahead and write get pro for unlimited hearts or purchase them in the store. And now let's go ahead and let's create two buttons here. So this one is gonna say get unlimited hearts. And this one is going to say no thanks. So I'm going to change this one to be primary outline. And I'm going to change the onClick to very simply call close like this. And get unlimited hearts is going to be calling the onClick here. The variant is going to stay primary. And now we have to create the onClick here. So let's do it above the return here. So constant onClick is going to very simply close the model and do router push to the store like that. And now that we have our hearts model, we can go inside of the app folder, inside of our main layout here, and simply use it just above the exit model. Let's add hearts model. So make sure you import that from components models hearts model. So now we have to find a way to use the hearts model. So let's go ahead inside of our quiz component in the lesson. There we go. Let's go all the way to the top here. And right here, I'm going to add the open from use hearts model. There we go. And I'm going to remap the open to open hearts model. So it's explicit. And I've imported this from store/use hearts model, and I'm just going to add it here. There we go. And now we have to find a way to fire the use hearts model. So let's find where we catch in our onContinue here. We catch an error which currently console errors missing hearts. So now we're going to replace that and show the hearts model. And now do the same thing in the else, where we do reduce hearts. If response error is hearts instead of console error, we're going to open that and break the method. So let's try it out now. If I select this and click check, there we go. You ran out of hearts. Get pro for unlimited hearts or purchase them in the store. If I click no thanks, I'm simply get this closed, but otherwise I can click this and it will redirect me to a 404 page. Perfect. So that is one thing finished. So now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go inside of the terminal and do npm run database seed again. So this will bring back our hearts and reset any progress we've made. So let me just go ahead and continue here. I will select Spanish. And now what I want to do is I want to answer these items correctly. So let me go ahead and answer all of this correctly, all the way to the end. There we go. Now we have our finish screen. And now when I click continue, I cannot go back to this one because it's in 404. So now let's go ahead and let's implement this lesson ID here. So there actually isn't too much work to do here, and I'm going to show you why. So this is what we have to do. We have all the components we need, right? We just have to kind of modify the logic. So let's go inside of the lesson here. And in here, we're going to create a new folder, lesson ID. And in here, we can go ahead and copy this page and paste it in here. So I want it to be very similar, just like that. And now inside of here, change the quiz to go to /quiz because it's going outside of this lesson ID folder. And instead of this being lesson page, let's call it lesson ID page, like that, and export default the lesson ID page. And now in here, we're going to create a type props, which will accept the parameters and accept a lesson ID, which is a number or a string if you're working with UUIDs. And then in here, we can accept those props and we can structure the params. And then we can pass those params to the getLesson, because remember, getLesson can accept an ID. So we can very simply just pass the params lesson ID, just like that. And then we don't have to worry about this revalidation and all that stuff. So everything else can stay exactly the same. This is lesson ID, lesson challenges, we have the user progress, we have to add the user. So let me just add a to-do here. Add user subscription, so I don't forget that. And I will also copy this comment and paste it in the original lesson page here. So I just don't want to forget that. There we go. And I believe that should pretty much work already. So if I go ahead and click this now, there we go. And you can see how I have my initial completion here. Great. So there is some things we have to work on here, but you can clearly see how this is a practice. So we are doing a lesson that we already completed, right? So I can now say, if I click here, then I should be redirected to /lesson, which is this weird semi-lesson which we did in the previous seed scripts, right? We didn't add any challenge options. We just added challenges for the second lesson. So that's why it's appearing like this. So there's a clear difference between the old one that I can go to, which has all the necessary information. So what we have to do now is we have to resolve this. So I don't want this to appear full if it's a practice. I want to give the user ability to also, fill up this bar as they would usually. But in order to indicate to the user that this is a practice lesson so they don't get confused, I want to implement something called a practice model. So let's go ahead and do that. We can do that by going inside of the store again. Let's copy the use hearts model and let's call this use practice model. And inside of here, let's rename our hearts model state with practice model. So we have practice model state, use practice model, and practice model state here. Everything else can stay the same. I added a typo here. Great. And now go inside of components models and you can copy the hearts model here, paste it here, and rename it to practice model.tsx. Let's rename this new practice model. Just make sure you are inside of the practice model, right? Don't accidentally rename your correct component. So this should be practice model, like that. And the imports should use the practice model as well, which means the import here is use practice model, which means that in here we use the practice model. Great. So now let's go ahead and do the following. So in here, we're not going to have any onClick, so we can remove that. This will stay the same. Instead of mascot bad, we're going to use heart.svg. Let's change this height and width to be 100 and change this alt to be heart. And this is not going to say you ran out of hearts. Instead, it's going to say practice lesson. And the description is going to say use practice lessons to regain hearts and points. You cannot lose hearts or points in practice lessons. So practice is another way that user can regain the points. And in here, we don't need to have two types of buttons. So I will remove the one that's giving us an error. I will change the variant of this one to simply be primary. I will leave everything as it is, and it will simply say, I understand, right? There is nothing they can pretty much do besides, acknowledge what we have written. And we don't need router, so we can remove that. There we go, very simple. And now we can go inside of our app folder layout, and we can do the same thing. So let's import practice model from practice model. There we go. And add it just below hearts model. There we go. So now we have to revisit our quiz so we can actually fire up that model. So let's go inside of lesson and in here inside of our quiz component. And I want to open that practice model. So let's go ahead and import from React use. Let's import use mount here. So I only want this to happen on mount. Yes, we could have used use effect, but use mount for me from React use is simply simpler because I know it will only behave on mount, right? And I would rather use an abstraction around use effect than just use effect, to be completely honest with you. So in here, what I need is I need initial percentage. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me add use practice model. So make sure you added this import from store use practice model, and I will just move this here. Use practice model. So the same way we added use hearts model, and now we have this error. So let's just replace this one to open practice model. And now in here, we're gonna fire use mount, which we've added an import for. We don't need a dependency array here, so this is an abstraction around use effect. And we can just check if initial percentage is 100, that means the user is visiting this and they have already completed it, right? So we can open the practice model. There we go. So now when I look at this one, it says a practice lesson. Use practice lessons to regain hearts and points. You cannot lose hearts. All right, so I have a little typo here. Where is my practice model? There we go. You cannot lose hearts or points in practice lessons. Perfect. So let's go ahead and just try something out now. So, well, actually, let's not reset this entirely. So first thing I want to resolve is my progress here. So I don't want the percentage to appear full. So let's do it like this. Let's go inside of our quiz component, and in here somewhere we should have the initial percentage. There we go. So we are using the initial percentage in here. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to not just assign it like this. Instead, we're going to open an arrow function here. And we're going to return if initial percentage is 100. That means this is a practice lesson. So I'm going to pretend that the user is at 0 completion because I want to give them an ability to continue learning from 0, like it's a pretend lesson, right? Otherwise, if it's anything less than 100, that's what we are going to keep as the initial percentage. And there we go. So now you can see how this looks like. Perfect. And let's see what happens if I go ahead and select an invalid question here. So if I click check, there we go. I have 5 hearts because this is a practice lesson, which means I cannot lose points here. Perfect. And if I go back, we won't really keep saving progress on a practice lesson, right? So that is reset. We only keep progress on the currently active lesson. So this is what I want to try now. Before we wrap this part up, let's go ahead and do another npm run database seed. So we can go back to our learn page, right? This is a 404, whoops. So back here, so let's select the Spanish course. And let's lose some hearts. So I'm gonna go ahead and select an invalid option here, an invalid option again. Okay, this is fine. And now I'm gonna select the correct one. So there we go, this is correct, like that. And the last one is correct. So I have finished this now and I have 3 hearts left. But if I go back to my practice lesson now, there we go. I can use practice lesson to regain hearts. So if I try wrong one again, I stay at 3. Perfect. But if I select the correct one, I should gain, there we go. I just gained a heart back to 4. Perfect. And this way I can completely regain my hearts and it should never go above 5 and it doesn't. Perfect. And if I click practice again, there we go. We reset the lesson. Perfect. Oh, I remember why I use window location.href. Now I remember. So in my footer last time, I think we've discussed why do I use window.location.href here. The reason I use it is that if you click that while you are on this route, this little practice model never fires. So I just kind of use the hack to re-trigger the use mount. I like it, but if you think if you don't like it, you don't have to use it that way. You can use router push safely, but you are gonna lose an appearance of this model in the end of the lesson. Great. So we handled that. What I want to handle next is the shop page and the subscription page, right? So I want to do that next so we can finally purchase and exchange our points for hearts and also a subscription using Stripe. And after that, we're going to do the leaderboard and the quests and see what we have left. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's create our shop page, which will be used to purchase Lingo Pro and also to exchange our points to refill our hearts. So it's this page right here, /shop, which is currently a 404 page. So I'm gonna go ahead inside of my app folder, and I'm gonna go ahead and go inside of main here, and I'm going to create shop. And inside of here, I'm going to create a page.tsx. Let's go ahead and return this. So shop page, and return a div shop page. There we go. So we kept a part of our layout. So you can see that we have the sidebar here. And what we are going to do now is we're going to give this div a class name of flex row reverse, gap 48 pixels, and px of 6. Then inside of here, I'm going to add the sticky wrapper. And inside of there, I'm going to add our user progress component. There we go. So we are using those reusable components which we initially used for the learn page. So in here, we originally had the sticky wrapper and the user progress, right? So we are doing the same thing. We are reusing our components. So we are reusing them here as well. Great, but something is missing for the user progress. So let's turn this shop page into an asynchronous method. And then what we can do is we can call our user progress. So let's go ahead and define user progress data to be get user progress from database queries. And then we're going to go ahead and destructure the user progress from await promise all, and we're going to pass user progress data here. So later we're going to add the actual subscription here. So let's go ahead and let's first protect our page. So if there is no user progress, or if there is no user progress dot active course, in that case, we can just redirect the user from next navigation to /courses. So just import redirect from next/navigation. And now we have to give our user progress some properties. So active course is going to be user progress dot active course, and hearts is going to be user progress dot hearts. Points is going to be user progress points, and has active subscription for now is going to be false. And there we go. If you expand this now, you should see a familiar screen. Now we have to develop the feed part. So for that, we are going to go outside of the sticky wrapper here, and we're going to add a feed wrapper. So let's go ahead and add the feed wrapper from our components, the same way we did with the user progress and the sticky wrapper. So all of these are reusable. And inside of here, we're going to add first a div with a class name of full width flex column and items center. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and create an image component from next/image. So make sure you've added that import. And we're going to go ahead and give it some properties. So source for this one is going to reuse our shop.svg. Auth is going to be shop inside of here. And height is going to be 90 as well as the width. So let's try it out here. Why is nothing appearing here? There we go. So we are using the same icon that we have in our sidebar, a big shopping bag icon. And then below that, I'm going to open an h1 element with the text shop and a class name, text center. Font is going to be bold. Text is going to be neutral, 800. Text is going to be 2XL, and MY is going to be 6. Below that, we will add a paragraph, spend your points on cool stuff. So later, you can add some more things here if you want to. So let's give this a text muted foreground, text center, text large, and margin bottom of 6. There we go. So now we have our shop page here, and below the paragraph, we're going to add the items component, which we don't yet have. So let's go ahead inside of the shop page. We're going to create items.tsx. Let's mark this as use client because our original page is not. Our original page is an asynchronous server component, so we have to create a client boundary here. And let's write type props here to accept the hearts, which is a number, points, which is a number as well, has active subscription, which is a boolean. And let's export const items here. Items, and let's destructure the props. So that is hearts, points, and has active subscription. There we go. Now let's head back inside of our shop page, and we can now import items from /items. And now we have some type errors here because we need to pass some necessary props. So for these items, let's pass in the hearts, which are going to be user progress.hearts. And let's go ahead and do the same thing for points. And then let's go ahead and write has active subscription. For now, let's make it false, and a to-do add subscription so we don't forget that. And now we can focus on our development inside of here. So I'm going to change this from a div to an unordered list, and I'm going to give it a class name of full width. I'm going to create a div here and a class name of flex, items center, full width again, padding of 4, gap x of 4, and a border top of 2. Inside of here, I'm going to add an image component from next/image, so just make sure you've added that import. Remember, this is also use client, so make sure you've tagged that. Source for this image is going to be heart.svg, so we are reusing an image we already have, no need to add anything new. An alt is going to be heart. Height is going to be 60, the same as our width. There we go. And that is it. Besides the image, add a div element, which will very simple have flex 1 and a paragraph refill hearts. And the paragraph is going to have text neutral 700, text base, and also on large, it's going to be text extra large. And font is going to be bold, like that. And then outside of the div, we are going to add our reusable button component. So just make sure you add that to the project. This button is going to have a couple of items here. So first, let's go ahead and do this. Let's use the hearts. So if the hearts are currently full, we are going to render full. Otherwise, we're going to render an element of div, class name, flex items center. And I'm going to render an image, so we already have that. The image will have a source of points.svg, so we already have that as well. The alt is going to be points as well. height is going to be 20, same as the width. And then inside, we're going to render a paragraph 50. So that is the cost to renew hearts. There we go. So we have that now. And now for this button, well, it can actually stay as it is like that. And let's go ahead and just give it a disabled prop if hearts are equal to 5. There we go. So now we have a field to refill our hearts, but it says full and it is disabled. So let's do the following. Let's go inside of our terminal here. Let's run npm run database seed like that. And in here, let's now just refresh our page. So if you refresh on the shop page now, it should redirect you here. The reason it does that is because inside of the page here, we do that. If there is no user progress or active course, we redirect the user to courses. So in here, I'm going to choose Spanish again. And this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select, I'm going to make some wrong choices here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and reduce my number of hearts here. And then I'm going to go ahead and finish this chapter. Actually, you don't have to finish. So you can just lose hearts, right? There we go. I have 3 hearts now. Oh, and yeah, now if you try and click on these icons, they should lead to /shop, which should redirect you to here. So yeah, there's many ways we can go to the shop page. And there we go. Now I can click on this button, which shows to refill the hearts for 50 points. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and create the functionality for that. The only thing that I seem to be missing is I only have 20 points. So I'm going to go ahead and modify this. So I'm going to pretend that instead of costing 50 points, how about I pretend that this costs 10 points. So let me create a little constant here. Const points to refill will be 10. And then I'm going to use that throughout here. So instead of saying 50, I'm going to render points to refill. There we go. Perfect. There is also another way I want this button to be disabled, and that is if my points are less than points to refill. Right, so right now it's enabled because I have 20 points because I answered a couple of correct choices. But if I change this to 50, then you can see how my refill hearts now here says it's disabled, right? So let's bring this back to 10 so that I can actually refill my hearts. And now we have to create a function which will do that. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's open up pending and start transition from our use transition hook from React. So make sure you've added an import for that. And then in here, I'm going to add const on refill hearts. And if it's currently pending, or if hearts are equal to 5, meaning they are full, or if points are below my points to refill, in any of that case, I will not allow the user to refill their hearts. Otherwise, let's go ahead and let's start the transition. So now let's go ahead and click on this. Let's assign that here. So on refill hearts to be called on click here. And let's also add another case here. So we have this. How about I extend this? It's also going to be if we are pending, like that. So if we are pending, or if hearts are already full, or if there are not enough points. In any of those cases, we are going to disable the button to refill the hearts. And now what we have to do is we have to create the refill hearts method. So let's go ahead inside of the actions, inside of the user progress here. And at the bottom, let's export const refill hearts. Make sure this is an asynchronous method. Let's extract the current user progress from await get user progress. We should have that from this method. We should already have that imported. There we go, get user progress. So we have that here. If there is no current user progress, throw new error, user progress not found. if current user progress dot hearts are at 5, we're going to say throw new error. Hearts are already full. And if current user progress dot points is less than, and then we would have to reuse this. So how about we export this points to refill in the items component? And can I import it from there? There we go. So I just added an import here. I'm going to separate this, right? To do move to constants folder file, right? So right now, actually, I'm not sure if this is a smart thing to do, because this is a server action. So let's keep it simple. I will not export that from here. I will just copy it and I will just assign it here, and maybe leave that to do move alongside item component constant into a common file. So let's keep that here as well, just in case. There we go. So let's do that. And in here, I'm going to throw new error, not enough points. So we already have all of these checks on the front end, but this is our API route. It's not actually, it's a server action, but it should behave exactly like an API route. So you have to do all the checks that you would do in your usual backend stuff, right? And now let's await database update user progress. So you should have user progress not be defined as a constant. User progress, when using it like this, needs to be imported from database schema. So we are telling Drizzle which schema to update. That's what we are doing here. So user progress.update set hearts are going to be refilled back to 5, and points are going to be current user progress.points minus points to refill. There we go. So minus 10 in our case. And of course, we need where equals user progress.user ID matches current user progress.user ID. And then let's call revalidate path to /shop. And since hearts are used in a lot of routes, let's also do them here as well. And lesson. Actually, let's just do this. I think this is enough. There we go. So that should be fine now. So we now have a method called refill hearts. So let's go back to our items component. On refill hearts, start transition, and let's call the on refill hearts here from actions user progress. And let's execute it. And catch toast from Sonar error. Something went wrong. And let's import toast and move it here. There we go. So I have 3 hearts currently. If I purchase them, there we go. Now I have 10 points and 5 hearts. Perfect. So our method to refill hearts is working. What we have to do next in the shop is implement Stripe subscription, which we're going to do in the next chapter. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's create a user subscription alongside our refill hearts option for the shop page. So the first thing we have to do is revisit our database schema file. In here, let's go all the way to the bottom here and let's export const user subscription. It's a PG table, which we are going to store as user underscore subscription in the database table. And then let's define its fields. So the ID is going to be a serial ID and primary key. User ID is going to be text user underscore ID, not null and unique. We're going to have a Stripe customer ID, which is going to be text Stripe underscore customer underscore ID, not null and unique. Then we're going to have Stripe subscription ID, which is going to be text Stripe underscore subscription underscore ID, again not null and unique. Let's copy and paste this. So this one is going to be Stripe price ID with a text of Stripe price ID. And this one is just going to be not now. No need for it to be unique. And let's copy the last one, which is going to be Stripe current period end. And we are going to store it as such. So it's going to be Stripe underscore current underscore period underscore end. And again, this one is not going to be unique, just not null. And all of this so far, except the ID, are going to be serial. Sorry, are going to be text, right? Except the last one, which is going to be a timestamp. So make sure you import timestamp from PG core. So I've just added timestamp alongside my boolean, integer, PG enum, PG table, serial, and text. Great. So we have that now. Let's just confirm that there are no typos. So I should have Stripe 1, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 instances of Stripe. None of them are misspelled. Customer, that seems fine. So let me just try it. Customer, then let's see if I have any subscription mistypes. I don't. Price and current period, and all of this is fine. Ensure that your Stripe customer ID is unique, your user ID is unique, and your Stripe subscription ID is unique as well. Now that you've added that, go inside of your terminal and run npm run database push. And this will push it to Neon database, so you have all the new fields here. Let's just wait a second for this. There we go, changes applied. So you can do npm run database studio here. And this should show Drizzle having a user subscription. There we go. So ID, user ID, Stripe customer ID, and you should not have any records for that at the moment. Great, so we can shut this down now. And how about we start configuring our Stripe configuration here. So let's do npm install Stripe in our project. And let's go ahead and create a lib for that. So I'm gonna go inside of the lib folder and create stripe.ts. Let's import Stripe from Stripe, a package which we've just installed. Let's export const Stripe to be new Stripe, and let's use process.environment.stripe_API_key. Like that. Let's put an exclamation point here so we don't have this type error. Let's give, and yes, we don't have this yet. We're going to add it in a moment. Let's add an API version. So depending on when you're watching this video, once you add the quotes, you're going to see the auto-completion. So just use whatever it auto-completes, or just use what I have in this video. And TypeScript is true. Now let's go ahead and acquire the Stripe API key. So I'm going to copy that from here. I'm going to go inside of my .environment file, and I'm going to paste and prepare that inside of here. And we now have to obtain this by going to Stripe itself. So let's go ahead and do that. Go to stripe.com and visit your dashboard here. So if you don't have any project, it's going to tell you to create a new one. Otherwise, if you have projects, you can go into the upper right corner, upper left corner, and click on a new account. And there we go. So I'm going to call this Lingo. I'm going to create an account. This is all going to be in test mode, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to click for API keys for developers, and in here we should have the secret key. So let's click reveal the secret key, and let's click again to copy it. Let's go back inside of here and let's paste the key. I put it in annotations like that. Now we have our Stripe API key. Perfect. So what I want to do now is I want to keep the Stripe tab open. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep this in the developers tab. Now I want to head back to my shop page so that I can complete the UI for purchasing a Lingo Pro subscription. But just before we do that, I want to go ahead and find inside of my public folder, in my GitHub, link is in the description, find unlimited.svg image, which we are going to use to as a premium icon. So let's go ahead and drag and drop unlimited.svg inside of my folder here. And let's go ahead inside of my shop page.tsx, so the page we recently created. And in here, we can now actually start filling the gaps where we added the to-do, right? So in here, we've added a little to-do, I believe, add subscription. So this is what I want to do now. I want to create a method called getUserSubscription. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go inside of our database, queries. Let's go all the way to the bottom, and let's export const getUserSubscription. It's going to be cached. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function, which will first extract the user ID from await_auth. You should already have await_auth imported here from Clerk. If there is no user ID, simply return null. Otherwise, let's get our data and let's await database query user subscription, which we now have, find first, where equals user subscription, that user ID, and our user ID. There we go. So make sure you've added an import for user subscription inside of @database schema. So you need to add this import so you can use it for querying here. If we don't have subscription, very simply return null. Otherwise, let's see if this subscription is active. So remember, just by having a subscription, that doesn't mean that the user is a pro user. So when we add a functionality to cancel the subscription, there's not going to be a webhook for that, right? Canceling the subscription will simply tell Stripe to not renew the subscription next month. So the only thing that matters for us is the Stripe current period end value still valid? That is the only thing determining whether the user is subscribed or not just their user subscription model. So let's check if we have data Stripe price ID and if we have data Stripe current period end $get time. Let's put a little exclamation point here at the end, plus, and now let's go ahead and use a constant day underscore in milliseconds. So let's define that very quickly here. So const day in milliseconds is going to be 86 underscore 400 underscore 000. So this is the equivalent of just writing 86 400 000, but this way it's more readable. You can do that in JavaScript. You can separate by underscore. So we are going to add an extra day of buffering just in case. So if the current period end plus an extra day is still surpassing today's date, that means this subscription has officially expired, right? Is active, not expired. And then let's go ahead and spread the data and let's turn is active into a Boolean by very simply giving it 2 exclamation points at the end. So once a user cancels their subscription, this is active will eventually turn into false, right? When a user cancels, you don't immediately block access to your app. You have to wait until a period they already paid for ends. Canceling just means they've canceled a renewal. Now, if they refund, well, that's a whole another thing to handle. But in this tutorial, we're just gonna handle the purchasing and the canceling of the tutorial, of the Stripe. Great, so now we have a getUserSubscription method. So now we can go back inside of our page here, and let's go ahead and add user subscription data to be getUserSubscription from our database queries. So let me move that here. And then let's go ahead and add that for the second item in the array. And then we have user subscription. There we go. So now let's go ahead and pass that in the has active subscription. So we can already do that here. So I'm gonna go ahead and pass user subscription $is active. And I'm going to turn this entire thing into a boolean by adding 2 exclamation points. So if you're wondering, why do I have to add these 2 little booleans if I already do that here? Well, because we are using the exclamation point here because there is a possibility that the user subscription is null. So if it is null, the result is going to be null. So I have to nullify boolean that by adding 2 exclamation points, right? So we solved that, and now we have to do the exact same thing here. So let me just copy that here. If you want to, you can also like define a constant is pro. And then you can reuse that instead. There we go. Is pro, and remove the to-do. Perfect. And now we can go back inside of the items here, and then we can work further on this. So let's go ahead and do the following. I just want to create the UI for now. So we already have one button. Let's create a second one. So go outside of this div, but still inside of the UL. And inside of here, give this div a class name of flex items center, full width. Let me just add this to the top here. So full width, padding is going to be 4, padding top is going to be 8, gap is going to be 4 on x-axis, and border top is going to be 2. And in here, I will use an image component, which we already have imported. I'm going to give it a source of /unlimited.svg, which is a image we've added recently inside of our public folder here. So you should have unlimited.svg. If you don't, visit my public folder and add it. So we have the source. Let's give it an out of unlimited. Let's give it a height of 60 and a width of 60 as well. And that should be it for the image. And now, besides the image, add a div with a class name, flex1, and a paragraph unlimited hearts. And let's just copy from the text above this class name right here. It's exactly the same. So let me just paste that here. There we go. And now, outside of this div, flex1, we have to add a button element which will check if we have active subscription. In that case, it's going to say active. Otherwise, it's going to say upgrade. And now let's go ahead and give this button a disabled on pending or as active subscription. And now we have to give it an on click on upgrade. So now we have to develop the on upgrade method. So it's going to be similar to on hearts here. On upgrade is very simply going to start the transition, right? And now we have to create a server action, which is going to create a Stripe checkout URL. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and close everything for now. Let's go inside of actions and let's create our user subscription. My apologies. So user subscription.ts. Mark this as use server. That is very important. And then in here, let's go ahead and let's just quickly do one thing first. So I want to go inside of my lib utils right here. So inside of your lib folder where you have Stripe, you should also have utils. And in here, we're going to create one reusable function called absolute URL, which will accept the path and which is a string, and it will simply return a combination of an environment variable called next_public_app_URL, and then it's going to combine that with the path. So as simple as that. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our .environment file and let's add the next public app URL. So copy it from here, go inside of your .environment file, paste it here and write http:/localhost 3000. So we need to do this way because we need to pass the absolute URL to the Stripe API so it knows where to redirect. Because if we just tell Stripe URL, hey, redirect to /shop, that means nothing to Stripe webhook. It doesn't know what is the absolute URL it needs to go to. So we have to do it that way. So let's head back inside of our, we are inside of the user subscription, right here. Let's go ahead and import Auth and current user from @Clerk Next.js. Let's import the Stripe library from @/lib Stripe. Let's import the absolute URL from @/lib utils. And let's import get user subscription from @/database queries. Then let's define the return URL to use the absolute URL and simply go to back to /shop. So this is going to be HTTP localhost 3000 /shop. And then later when we deploy, we're going to have to change the environment variable to be HTTPS, my dummy website, blah, blah, blah. So that's how it would look like, right? So let's go ahead and go to export const create Stripe URL. That's going to be an asynchronous server action, which is going to serve for both creating the initial checkout URL and also the settings URL for the subscription. So let's extract the user ID from await auth. Let's extract the entire user from await current user. If there is no user ID or if there is no user, throw new error unauthorized. Now let's get the user subscription by doing await get user subscription, which we have added an import for. If we already have a user subscription and if we already have user subscription dot Stripe customer ID, that means that we, instead of returning a checkout URL, will return a checkout portal URL. So let's go ahead and write const Stripe session to be await Stripe billing portal dot sessions dot create. Customer is going to be user subscription dot Stripe customer ID, and return URL is going to be the return URL, which we have created right here. So that's why we need to pass that. And then what we are going to return to the front end is an object data, which is going to be Stripe session dot URL. That's the only thing we need. And this method ends here for users that already have a subscription right here. So even if their subscription expires, we still don't want to return the checkout URL. For them, we're just going to return the what's the name? The checkout portal, the billing portal, right? And billing portal doesn't work right away. The first time we are going to try it, we're going to get an error in the terminal because we have to enable it for development, but it's a one-click thing, so don't worry. And now we have to write the code to create the similar Stripe session, but to give us a checkout URL. So let's write const Stripe session await Stripe checkout sessions create. Mode is going to be subscription. Payment method types can be whatever you want. So in here you have a ton of PayPal. I have no idea what these things are. Honestly, I'm just gonna add card, right? You can go ahead and add whatever you want here. And customer email is going to be user, which we have from our await current user from Clerk. So user email addresses, the first one in the array, email address. Line items are going to be an array. Quantity is going to be 1. Price data, currency is going to be whatever you want. I'm going to use US dollars. Product data is going to be an object with a name of Lingo Pro and a description of unlimited hearts. Unit amount outside of the product data, but inside of the price data object is going to be 2000. So that is equivalent to $20. And recurring is going to be interval month. So just to repeat, this is equivalent of $20 US, right? Great, so we have that. And here's a very, very important thing. Without this, this payment will not work at all. So outside of the line items array, you need to add metadata. And in here, pass in the user ID, which you've extracted from await out above. So that's how we are going to know, once our webhooks fire, which user purchased something. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing. So now let's add a success URL to go back to the return URL, and cancel URL to go back to return URL. It's the same thing. And then finally, return data stripe session.url. There we go. We are ready to try this out now. Let's go back inside of our shop page. Let's go inside of the items. And in here, let's use create stripe URL method. So you can import create stripe URL from from actions user subscription. And then let's go ahead and do the following. So create stripe URL dot then get the response. If we have response data, in that case, do window.location.href and response.data, because that's going to be a URL string. Let's also add a catch with a toast from Sonar. Whoops. So we already have toast error. Something went wrong, just in case that happens. Let me just align this like that. Great, so that should be it. Do we already have those? We already have those. Great. So let's see if this is working. So right now, if I click upgrade, I should get redirected to a Stripe checkout page. And there we go. I'm redirected to the Stripe checkout page. But right now, if you try, so with Stripe, you always have test cards, right? So this is an example of one, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. So just type in 42 in that order until you fill it up. And then you have to enter a date in the future, and you can use any three numbers for the CVC, anything for the name. So this is a test card, which will always succeed. So you can see the test mode being written here, and you can see the $20 per month, and you can see unlimited hearts and the name Lingo Pro. When you click pay and subscribe, nothing will happen. So right now, this will succeed. This will be a payment for you, and it will just return us back to the shop page. That's it. But there is something missing here, obviously, and that is to create a webhook, which is going to catch the payment, and then using, where is it? Using our metadata, which we've added here, user ID, we are going to detect which user just successfully initiated a payment, and then we are going to create a user subscription data for that user. So the reason this isn't done with a .then promise or await is because payments can take some time, right? There are security checks, there are 3D secures, and sometimes it just takes some time to process it. But as long as you have your webhooks in place and the correct metadata, no matter how long it takes for the banks to process for your customer, eventually your code will work and create a proper database table for them. So that is the next step. We now have to create a webhook. So let's go ahead and do the following. The webhook is going to be an API route. So let's go inside of the app folder and create a new folder called API. And inside of it, we are going to create a folder called webhooks. And then inside of that, another folder, Stripe. And finally, instead of page.tsx, route.tsx. So that, not tsx, .ts. That will represent an API route. So now you can visit /API/webhooks/Stripe, and that is a request. And which type of request? That is defined by this export asynchronous function. And if you want it to be get, it would be get. If you want it to be post, it would be post, patch. So in our case, it's post. And let's make the request a type of request here. And now let's destructure the body by using await request.text. So text is quite important here. And now let's get the signature to ensure that whoever is trying to access this webhook is an actual application that we expect. In our case, that is Stripe. So let's use headers from next headers to get the Stripe-signature as string. So that's what we are expecting. Let's go ahead and define the event to be a type of Stripe from Stripe dot event. So we are now importing Stripe from its original package, not from our library. Let's go ahead and open a very simple try and catch here. So let me prepare the catch. And in here, we are going to attempt to construct the event. So let's write stripe.webhooks.construct event. And I forgot to import our Stripe from libstripe. So let's prepare that. So Stripe webhooks construct event. So this is some additional security checks. So using the body, the signature from the headers, and one last thing, process.environment.stripe_webhook_secret. That's what we are going to do to ensure that whoever is trying to access our webhook route is the confirmed user. So there is pretty much no breaking this, right? No way to manipulate this. Otherwise, let's return a new next response, which you can import from next server. So let me add that here. The next response is going to return a very simple webhook error.message. And let's get the error like this. The error will also be a type of any. And let's also define the status to be 400. There we go. So the status is quite important in a webhook because a webhook will know what's going on depending on the status. So make sure you give it a breaking status, right? Now we have to get the Stripe webhook secret. So let's go ahead inside of our environment file and let's prepare that Stripe webhook secret here. And now we have to get it in a very certain way. Since in production, it's just a matter of getting it from the console, but in development, it's a bit harder because we are working on localhost. So our website is not publicly available for Stripe. So they cannot really send a webhook to a random localhost computer, right? Your ports are not exposed to the internet, thankfully, and hopefully they are not. So now what we have to do is we have to go ahead and learn how to set up that. So inside of your Stripe dashboard, click on the webhooks here and click test in a local environment. And first things first, you need to download the CLI. So click on this link here and whatever you are using, Homebrew, APT, Yum, Scoop, macOS, Linux, Windows, or Docker, follow the instructions and make sure you have Stripe available in your terminal. After you have Stripe available in your terminal, you're going to run the first command, Stripe login. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and go inside of my terminal here and I'm going to run Stripe login. That will give me an URL link so I can press enter now and you can see how it opened that. And in here I have my code. Nice, I don't know what it is, but it's a code that I just have to confirm is the same, right? It's just a security that no one else is trying to connect but me. So I can see it's the same code, so I just click allow access. And then go back in here and you should see that it says completed. And now what you have to do is you have to copy this Stripe listened forward to. So that's going to stimulate our webhook. But we have a little mistake here. So first of all, we are not using this port and this is not our endpoint. So our endpoint is the following: localhost 3000/3000/API/webhooks/Stripe. So that is our endpoint. Let me close this running. There we go. So Stripe listened forward to localhost 3000 API webhooks Stripe. That is what we are expecting. So you can confirm that in here. There we go. App API webhooks Stripe. So that is our endpoint. And now this bold text is your Stripe webhook secret. So just paste it inside of quotes like this. Make sure there are no spaces at the end or the beginning of your secret. So just make sure you are able to select exactly what's bolded here. And there is one thing we have to do before we try out the next thing. So we have to enable this to not be protected by any authentication at all, because Stripe webhook has its own authentication. You saw that here. So you see how we construct the event. This is the authentication for the webhook, right? So let's try it out. We have to go inside of the middleware, and alongside having a slash as the public route, we also have to enable /API/webhooks/Stripe to be enabled as a public route. And now what we can finally do is make sure you have your app running, so npm run dev, make sure you have Stripe listened forward to running, make sure you have the webhook key added in your .environment variables right here as a Stripe webhook secret. Make sure that inside of your webhooks post, make sure it's a post method. Your webhook needs to be a post method. Make sure there are no misspellings in the Stripe signature and no misspellings right here. A lot of people make this mistake. Please copy and paste that from here. That's the only way you can ensure there are no typos. And now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's copy the third step, which is just triggering a random CLI action. So I'm going to open my third terminal here, and I will just paste that here. And there we go. It says that it succeeded, but if I go into my other terminal, it looks like there are some errors happening here. Looks like something. Oh, no, that's something else. Where is my... all right, so we have an error 500, it seems. So something is definitely wrong. We should not be getting an error 500. So let's go ahead and read what this is. Oh, it's because we did not finish our webhook. Yes, so this is technically correct, but let's go ahead and just wrap this up by finishing it correctly. So we have to go back inside of this route right here. And outside of this try and catch event, you always have to return a new next response null with a status of 200. So Stripe webhooks will cancel themselves and pause themselves if they receive too many invalid events. So make sure that you always return 200 at the end and be scarce with your errors in the webhook. Let's try this out again. So I'm going to go ahead and rerun this Stripe trigger payment intent. And then I'm going to look at this again. There we go. This time, no errors. And we have 200 inside of our post methods. So here where I'm running Stripe listened forward to, the first instance, you should have gotten 500. And now the second instance, you should be getting 200, meaning this is correct. Perfect. So ensure that you're getting the 200 event. And now we are ready to actually write the logic for this. So let's go outside of this try catch event and let's get our session using event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session. So we define the type for this constant and we have Stripe imported here from the main library. Now if event.type is equal to checkout session completed, in that case, we can create a new subscription. So first, let's extract the user ID metadata so we know for which user is this webhook firing. So const subscription is await Stripe subscriptions.retrieve, and we are going to pass in the session.subscription as string here. If there is no session, question mark metadata, question mark user ID. In that case, we are going to return new next response, user ID is required, and a status of 400. And inside of this user ID, just confirm that inside of your, user subscription actions, metadata, user ID values need to match exactly. So capitalization is important here. That is what we are searching for here. So make sure you don't have, if you have user ID 2 here, you need to search for that here as well. So just ensure that this is correct. And now in here, we are going to create our user subscription. So await db from database Drizzle. Then we are going to .insert into user subscription from database schema. So make sure you add that import. Values. And they are going to be user ID, which is session.metadata.user_ID. Stripe subscription ID is going to be subscription.id. Then we're going to have Stripe customer ID to be subscription.customer as string. Stripe price ID is going to be subscription.items.data first in the array.price.id. So how do I know it's first in the array? Because in my user subscription, when I generate the checkout session, my line items has an array and only one element inside. So that's how I know that is the one that I need. And Stripe current period end is going to be new date. We're going to use the subscription.current period end times 1,000. There we go. So that will successfully create the first time subscription payment. And now we're going to create a different if clause. So outside of this if event checkout session completed, we're going to handle if a user is renewing their subscription. So if event.type is invoice.payment succeeded, that means user is renewing their type. So this is if a user is creating the subscription for a first time, but now we are renewing it. So let's just copy and paste this subscription because it's the same thing for retrieving it. There we go. But we don't have to check for the metadata now. Instead, we can use await database update user subscription again. So we already have all of this. .set this time Stripe price ID is going to be subscription items data first in the array.price.id, and Stripe current period end is going to get updated. So that little value of ours, which checks whether something is active using the Stripe current period end and the day offset, will now be valid. So very simply, we are using again the exact same thing, subscription.current period end times 1,000. There we go. And let's use .where, and let's import equals from Drizzle ORM. So just ensure that you have that, and pass in the user subscription .stripe subscription ID needs to match subscription.id. There we go. So user subscription is imported from database schema, and we are comparing a Stripe subscription ID here because in our schema, all the way to the bottom here, Stripe subscription ID is unique. So we can use that without the metadata like user ID here to very simply update an existing subscription and give it a new expiration date. So this is an expiration date right here. Great. And one thing I forgot to mention, this multiplication by 1,000 is simply a way to ensure that the timestamps are correctly represented in our JavaScript database by turning them into milliseconds. So that's what the 1,000 is doing, just in case you were wondering. And now this should completely work. So let's try it out. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of my terminals here. Ensure that you have 200 getting requests, ensure that you have npm run dev running, and in my other terminal, I'm gonna run my database studio here. So my database studio in here should not be having should not be having any user subscriptions. There we go. This is no rows, it's completely empty. So now if I go ahead and refresh my app here, go into the shop, let me just wait a second for my app to completely refresh. And if I click upgrade right now, let's go ahead and do the following. Let me just prepare my Stripe webhook. So go in your terminal where you have your listened forward to, where you're seeing these 200 events. And let's go ahead and do our dummy card, something in the future, any 3 numbers, any letter, and click pay and subscribe. And if everything is working, this should create our user subscription, and you can see a bunch of 200 events, meaning everything is correct. And there we go. We have unlimited hearts. There we go. It's currently active. And as you can see, we have an infinite sign here in our hearts. Perfect. And if I go inside of my Drizzle Studio and if I refresh this, There we go. I have a user subscription. Perfect. So I just want to do one more thing. I want to go inside of the shop here, page.tsx, go inside of the items, and I don't want to disable this button right here if we have an active subscription, right? So instead of this thing update, I want to say settings, right? Because we already have unlimited hearts. So in here, I want to get that error for my billing portal, if you remember. So right now, if I click on settings here, I should get an error. There we go. I got an error. Something went wrong. And if you go into your terminal, you're going to see why. Internal error. You can't create a portal session in test mode until you save customer portal settings. So you have to find this link and click on it and open it right here. And that will lead you to the customer portal. So if you want to, I'm pretty sure you can somehow search for this as well. Let me close this. I'm pretty sure that there needs to be a way for you to search this customer portal. There we go, settings, billing. There we go, just search for customer portal if you can't find the link. And then click activate test link. That's it. And now try and click on settings again. Without changing any code, you should now be redirected to your Stripe current plan settings, and there we go. You can see when our plan renews, and from here we can cancel the plan, but canceling it will not immediately remove my infinite hearts. It's only going to remove my infinite hearts after my plan is supposed to renew. So we still have to fulfill the fact that the user paid for this month. That's a lot of confusion that people have in my YouTube videos. They always tell me, oh, you didn't handle the unsubscribe. There is nothing to handle with the unsubscribe. It simply won't renew. That's the way you handle unsubscribe. I'm not sure if it's even legal to remove users' pro account during their 1 month of payment. So I'm pretty sure that is illegal to do. So be careful with that. Not legal advice, of course. Great. Now we have implemented Stripe. Remember, whenever you're testing Stripe, you need to have your Stripe running. Where is it? This. You need to have Stripe listen forward to running. Otherwise, it's not going to work on localhost. In development, in the production, is going to be a little bit different. Perfect. So what we have to do now is we have to ensure to fill all the gaps for our to-do lists, right? So I wrote a bunch of this to do in our app. So let me remove everything. There we go. So in here, I'm saying to handle subscription. In here, I'm saying to handle subscription. So a bunch of places where we need to handle subscription. And then once we finish that, we're going to add quests and leaderboard. And then we're gonna be able, so for example, here's a little bug. Here we display 5 hearts, and I'm pretty sure I know why that is happening. So that's what we're gonna do in the next chapter. We're also gonna add some new elements here in this tab. And then we're gonna create an admin dashboard. Great, great job. So now that we have our subscription, it's time to fill all of our to-do lists. So first things first that I've noticed. In the shop page, I have unlimited hearts, but in the learn page, I don't have unlimited hearts. So let's go ahead and resolve that. I'm gonna go inside of my app folder, main learn, page.tsx, and in here, I'm not calling the active subscription. So let's go ahead and go inside of the learn page.tsx here. You should be here, right? And then what we are going to do is we're going to fetch the user subscription data using get user subscription. So make sure you've added an import here for that. And then we're going to add that here last in the list and add user subscription as the promise result. So now we have user subscription here. And then let's go ahead and add this here. So double exclamation points, question mark is active. And that should resolve my inconsistency between the hearts. There we go. So now it's infinite here and it is infinite here. Great. The other thing that I'm pretty sure is missing is the infinite hearts in here. So in here, they are still 5. And if I select an incorrect option, I am losing hearts here, right? So we have to fix that on both the back end and the front end so we don't lose any hearts. So first things first, let's go inside of the lesson folder and let's go inside of page.tsx. And in here, there we go, we have a to-do here, which says that I need to add user subscription. So let's go and add user subscription data, get user subscription. Make sure you've added an import right here from database queries, user subscription data, and user subscription is here. There we go. And now we can very simply just pass in the user subscription and we can remove this to do right here. And there we go. So now you can see that this is infinite and there seems to be a little issue here. When I go into mobile mode, it's not really visible. So let me go inside of the header component here. Where is it? Right here, header component. And let me try and give this infinity icon a shrink of 0. There we go. So now it doesn't get smaller. Perfect. So now we have the infinity tag, but I believe this still doesn't mean on the back end that it's working properly. Let's go ahead and ensure that. So inside of page lesson, we now pass this to the quiz. And let's see, where do we use this? Oh, we have a to do here as well. So let's do that. Type of user subscription from database schema.infer select. There we go. Make sure you have imported user subscription from database schema. So now my lesson seems to be having an error here. And that is because the user subscription can be, oh yeah, so this is the problem. Let's go inside of quiz. So my get user subscription here returns a little modified version of that. So it returns the data, but also is active. So we have to account for that as well. So let's open this up. Add is active, which is a Boolean. And let's make this whole thing optional. There we go. Now there is no errors in our lesson page when passing the user subscription here. So let's go inside of here and see all the places that the user subscription is actually used. So in the header, and that seems to be it. I just want to see if that is the entirety of it. Looks like it is. And now let's just go inside of my actions here. So in here we have the challenge progress, and there we go, to do not if user has a subscription. So let's go inside of the challenge progress here. Let's go inside of the first one, upsert challenge progress. And just below the current user progress, I want to add the user subscription, await get user subscription, and import this to do. So just make sure you've added the query. You now have the user subscription here. And then in here, where we have our practice, let's remove this to do. And if this is not practice, and if we don't have an active user subscription. So let me collapse these elements. There we go. So we are only going to return the error for not enough hearts if the user has 0 hearts and this is not a practice and the user doesn't have an active subscription. So if this returns true, in that case, this error will not be thrown. But if this is false and this is not practice and it's 0, then an error will be thrown. Great, so we now have that. And let's go ahead and just confirm, is this the only place where I need that? I think that it is, right? I don't need anything else here. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of my user progress here. So inside of the user progress, I believe, oh Oh, so this is in my upsert user progress. How about I close that and go inside of the reduce hearts instead? So let's go do the reduce hearts instead. So in here, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to remove the to-do. I'm going to get the user subscription using await get user subscription query. So again, make sure you've added get user subscription. And then in here, I'm going to go ahead and first we get the challenge. Oh, wait, where am I? Reduce hearts. All right, so in here, we check for the user ID. Where is my is practice? There we go. Is practice. So if there is a practice, we return practice. If there is user progress, we return not found. And then I have to handle this before I check the hearts. So if user subscription is active, in that case, I'm going to return an error subscription. And that will prevent the reduction of hearts from going on, right? So we won't do this part at all. Perfect. So we have that. And while we are here, it looks like we already have some to do here. I'm talking about this one, upsert user progress. So to do enable once units and lessons are added. So I think we can do that, right? Course.units, get course by ID. So I think that I have to go inside of this get course by ID method. And in here we have a to do to populate with unit and lessons. So let's add with. So this is get course by ID inside of my queries, right? Here it is, get course by ID inside of database queries. So let's add with units, order by units, ascending units order, with lessons, order by lessons, ascending, and let's do ascending lessons.order. There we go. And then we can go inside of here and we can remove this to do. So this is back inside of the upsert user progress in the user progress action. So if there are no course units linked or no lessons in the unit, we're going to return an error that course is empty. So I think you can already try this out. So if I refresh this now, and if I mistake something for a robot, there we go. I don't think my hearts are reduced. So no matter how many times I try and do this, I've definitely done this enough times to be shown an error. But since I am an infinite user, I'm a pro member, I can do this as many times and I can still answer correct answers because I have a pro model. Perfect. So now that we have this, let me go ahead and see, are there any places where I have left my to-do? There we go, inside of lesson ID. Oof, yes. So in a repeating practice is the place I've missed it. There we go. So in here, it still says that I have 4 hearts. So let's just go ahead and resolve that. So I'm going to add const user subscription data to be get user subscription from database queries import. Let's add the user subscription here. And user subscription data is going to be a promise all. And then I can pass that in here and I can remove this to do. There we go. And now, there we go. Now my practice lesson shows my infinite hearts as well. So just make sure you have added the get user subscription import here. Let's see something else here. So this to do user ID in the challenge progress seems to not have broken my app, so I can remove that. Let's see, what about this to do's? This seems to be working fine. This seems to be working fine. These queries right here, I guess we could order them. Yes, we should definitely order them. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to go into get units, which is in the queries right here. And in here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our order by. So we're going to use lessons and we are going to extract ascending and we are going to return ascending lessons.order. Right, so that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to do the same thing with challenges. Right, challenges.order exists, I believe. There we go. So I think that is fine, and units need that as well, right? units.order, like that. Let's quickly try this out if everything is still working. It seems to be working just fine, but we can easily confirm by going inside of the terminal. Let's close the database studio one, and let's do npm run database seed. So that's going to add our new, it's going to reset everything basically. Let's just confirm that the first lesson in the first unit is going to be working still. If I click here, there we go. This is exactly what we had previously. So the order is still working. That's what I wanted to ensure, that the order won't mess things up. The reason it was working previously is because it was ordering them by IDs, right? And inside of our seed script, the IDs are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? They are incremental. So technically, you can still rely on IDs, but if you want to, you can also rely on order. And I think this is a much better way of doing this, right? Perfect. I think this should be fine, right? So units, find many, order lessons. We're ordering the lessons, challenges, right? That's how you do that, I think. So we can remove this to do here. And I just want to find one order by, so I can ensure that one that is not inside of get lessons. So this one, challenges, ascending. Yes, this is how you do it. Great. So to do what's left, move alongside item components into a constant file. We can do that. So in the root of our application, let's create constants.ts, and let's go ahead and find this to do that I have written here. Let's add it here. Let's export const points to refill. Let's remove this from here. Let's go all the way down and let's import this from @/constants. There we go. Let me move that here. And we have one more place where we have to do this. Not in the constant, not in the user progress, but in the main shop. So we remove this and instead we import the ones from constants. There we go. Perfect. So we just filled that up. Now what I want to do is I want to ensure there are no more to-dos in our app. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create the leaderboard, which is currently a 404 page. So all of these things are going to be quite static until we get to the admin dashboard. So let's go inside of main, and in here, I'm going to go ahead and copy the shop because it's quite similar, and let's call it a leaderboard. And that should, there we go. Now inside of page here, let's rename this shop page to leaderboard page. There we go. And let's go ahead and let's actually style this, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So user progress can stay the same as usual. And in the feed wrapper in here, we are not going to use the shop. Instead, we're going to use the leaderboard. And leaderboard is going to be the alt. And then the h1 element is going to be leaderboard. And the paragraph is going to say, see where you stand among other learners in the community. Like that. There we go. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to remove the items here and just add to do, add user list. So there we go. Now it's empty. Let's remove the items. Let's delete the items from this leaderboard folder. Don't accidentally delete the ones in shop, right? So we need those. User subscription data is needed here, but there is one more thing that we need, which is a method to get the top 10 users. So let's go inside of the database. Let's go inside of queries here. Let's go all the way to the bottom and let's export const get top 10 users to be cache. And let's make sure this is an asynchronous method, which will return the data by using await database query, user progress, find many, order by, user progress, the structure, what is this? I forgot how to pronounce this, sorry. So let's go ahead and use that on user progress.points. And let's go ahead and limit this by 10 columns that we need. So columns are the equivalent of select in Prisma. We need the user ID, the username, user image source, and their points. That's what we need. And return data. There we go. Perfect. And let me also do this. So I want to fetch, see if we are authenticated, and if we are not, I'm going to return an empty array. So I just want to ensure this query the same way I would ensure an API route. There we go. And now let's go ahead back inside of our app folder, main folder, leaderboard, page.tsx. And in here, let's go ahead and let's get top 10 users data to be get top 10 users. And then we will have top 10 users matching the top 10 users data promise, like that. Or we can maybe call this leaderboard data and then call this leaderboard. There we go. And now I want us to go ahead in here in this to-do list, and let's go over leaderboard.map. Let's get the individual user progress and index. And let's go ahead and return a div, or we can also return like an immediate return. So instead of opening a function here, you can open an immediate return and return a div here with a key user progress.user ID. And inside you can render user progress.username. There we go. So this is my dummy name account. Perfect. Now I want to add a couple of things from Shadcn UI. So let's add npx Shadcn UI latest add avatar. That's the one we need. And we also need a separator. So let's also go ahead and add a separator component. There we go. So let's add a separator just from here, from components UI separator, just above the leaderboard. So make sure you've added this import here from components UI. Give this separator a class name of margin bottom 4, height of 0.5, and rounded full. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and style this a bit better. So besides key, this div is going to have a class name of flex, item center, full width, padding of 2, px of 4, rounded of extra large, hover, bg gray 200/50. Like that. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and write a paragraph for this, which will say index +1, so representing the position of the user. And let's give this paragraph a class name, font bold, text lime 700, and mr of 4. And then I'm gonna use an avatar component from components UI avatar. So make sure you have added avatar and avatar image from components UI avatar. And inside of here, I'm gonna use an avatar image here. I'm gonna pass a source to be user progress dot user image source. Let's go ahead and give our avatar a class name of border bg green 500, height of 12, width of 12, and ml of 3. and MR of 6. And for the avatar image, let's give it a class name of object cover. And then I want to go ahead outside of the avatar and I want to add a paragraph user progress.username to render our name, and another paragraph saying user progress.points XP. Like that. There we go. Let's give this class name a text of muted foreground. Let's give this one a class name of font bold and text neutral 800 and flex of 1, like that. And I think that should be it. There we go. So now we have my user right here. I have 30 points and this is my name, and other users will appear below. Perfect. So we now have a functioning leaderboard. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create the quests page. So quests page will be quite similar. So we can copy the leaderboard and create the quests page. So let's go inside of the quests page right here. Let's rename this to quests page. And in here, we are not going to need to load the leaderboard data. So we can remove that from our promise all, and we can remove the get top 10 users from here. We don't need that. We just need the user progress and the user subscription in here. So make sure you have those. This can stay the same. The isPro can stay the same. We are passing that to the user progress. That is good. And now in here, I'm going to use the image of quests, and alt is going to be quests. And the text is going to be quests. And the description in here will say complete quests by earning points. There we go. And I'm going to remove the separator, and I'm going to remove this entire thing here. I'm going to simply have to do add quests. So this is our dummy quests page. We don't need the separator or the avatar import. So let's go to the quests page now. It should no longer be a 404. Instead, it should be this initial text, which we have just written here. Let me just see something. So we use a dot here. How about I add a dot in the quests page here as well? And now let's go ahead and let's write some quests. So I'm going to go ahead and write that here. Const quests is going to be an array of objects. Title is going to be earn 20 XP. Value for that is going to be 20. And then we can just go ahead and copy and paste this. Makes this earn 50 XP. Value is 50. Then it gets a bit harder with 100 XP. And then with 500 XP. For example, right? Something increasingly more difficult. And after that, we can do one last one of 1,000. You can, of course, make this dynamic later. And now let's go ahead and let's just make these quests. So just below this paragraph here, I'm going to open an unordered list with a class name of full width. And I'm going to go ahead and write quests.map. I'm going to get the individual quest. So quests is the name of my constant here, right? So in here, first things first, I opened the function on purpose because I want to calculate the progress by using the user progress points and divide them by the value of each quest times 100, so I get the percentage. And then I can return a div. I can give my div a key, and it can simply be quest.title. And let's give this a class name of flex, items center, full width, padding of 4, gap x4, and border top of 2. Let's go ahead and let's use an image component, which we already have imported. Otherwise, it's from next/image. Let's give it a source of /points.svg, an alt of points, a width of 60, and a height of 60. There we go. So we are reusing our points image, which we are already using throughout the app. Outside of this image, let's create a div with a class name. Flex-call. gap y2 and full width. Inside of it, I'm going to create a paragraph quest.title and a class name of text neutral 700, text extra large, and font bold. There we go. And then let's add a progress component from component UI progress. We already have that. We use it in the header of our quiz component, right? So let's give this a value of progress, which we define in each iteration of quest.map. And let's give it a class name of height of 3. And there we go. Perfect. Except the first one, which doesn't seem to be working for some reason. Not sure why. Earn 20 XP. What if I write 10? What if I refresh? Does it work now? Oh, seems to be just some weird cache bug, maybe? I just returned it to 20 and it seems to be just fine, right? I don't know. I guess it is fine. If I made a mistake in the progress here, let me go ahead and just console log the progress in each of these, and let's also get the value of quest.value so I know exactly what's going on. And this is a server component, so it's going to be logged here in this one. So progress is 150. Is that a problem for our progress component? I think it can accept, like if I write 99 here, that's almost finished. If I write 100, that's finished. If I go 150, that's still finished. So yeah, this should work just fine. Great. So that's it for our quests component. So that wraps up the shop. We have quests, leaderboard, we have learn. One thing that I want now is some more items here in the sidebar. One of them will include a promotional component to upgrade to Pro. So let's go ahead and let's do the following. Let's go back inside of our scripts seed, and let's also add a deletion of user subscriptions, right, for our seed script. Let me just see, where is this button going? So that's okay. Those errors are for some deleted file. So let me close my npm run dev here, and let me do npm run database seed. And now let me go ahead and do npm run dev again. So I could have done that here, but fine. And now I should no longer be having any progress, any points, nor should I be having any subscription. So I'm gonna select Spanish here. And there we go, I am back at the beginning. Perfect. And now I want to create some elements here on the side. So first, let's do that in this learn page right here. So I wanna go back inside of my app folder, main learn page.tsx. And below the sticky wrapper user progress, we're going to add a promo component. So we are going to get an error right now. So let's go inside of components here and create a new file, promo.tsx. So this is going to be reusable. So this is where you put it. And now let's mark this promo as use client, and let's export const promo, and let's return a div. There we go. Now let's go ahead and import this from components promo. So let me just move it right here. There we go. And now you should no longer be having an error for the promo component. So in order to see what you're developing, you have to zoom out until you can see that little fixed sticky sidebar that we have. Let's go ahead and style this. So I'm going to go ahead and give this div a class name of border 2 rounded extra large, padding of 4 and space wide 4. And inside of here, I'm going to create another div with a class name of space y2, then another div with a class name of flex items center and gap x2. And in here, I'm going to import an image from next/image. So make sure you add that with a source of unlimited.svg. So I'm going to reuse our unlimited hearts icon. Let's call this pro. And let's go ahead and give this a height of 26 and a width of 26 here, like that. And outside of this div encapsulating the image, my apologies, inside of this div, alongside image, add an h3 element, upgrade to pro. And let's give this a class name of font bold and text large. And then below that, outside of this div, what I started to do was a paragraph which will say get unlimited hearts and more. Let's give this a class name of text muted foreground. And then outside of that div, we're going to add a button from ./UI button or components UI button. In here, we're going to say upgrade today. Let's give this a variant of super. So we have that. We do have a super variant, right? I just want to confirm that's not something I have. Or you can use any other variant that you like. There we go. We do have a super variant. So use the variant super. Let's give it a class name of full width, a size of large, like that. And we can make this entire thing be a link. So let me just wrap that in a link, which will just go to shop. So import link from next link. There we go. Oh, but now we lost the styles. So let's put the link inside of the button instead, like this. And then let me just align this. How do I do this? Oh, okay. And now we have to also add as child prop here. There we go. So now when I click here, I'm redirected to shop. Perfect. And we only want to show this if we are not subscribed, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to use if, so we can now, it would be quite useful for us to do that little pro thing. So let me write const is pro. So I can do that here now, is pro. And then in here, if it's not pro, only then show the promo. Like that. Perfect. And now I'm getting this weird TypeScript error. This will go away on refresh here. So if I go ahead and copy this, and I want to add it now to all my other pages. So that is quests. So let me go here. In the quests here, we already have is pro, and I will just add it below here and import it from here, from components promo. And then I will do the same thing for the leaderboard. So find my sticky wrapper and add it here. If you want to, you can explore ways to reuse this, so you don't have to reuse the sticky wrapper and feed wrapper all the time. But I found it that it's useful to do it this way, so you can pick and choose on what pages do you want to show the promotion and where you don't want to show it, right? So it just gives you some more control. So we have leaderboard, learn, and we should also do it in quests. We did that, and also in the shop page. That's also somewhere where we could display that, because why not? So just make sure in all of these pages you have added the promo from components promo, right? And now they should be everywhere. There we go. So it's in the learn page, it is in the leaderboard page right here, it is in the quests, and it is in the shop. And one more thing that I want to do is I also want to create a little sidebar item for my reusable quests. So for the quests, I want to go ahead and close everything, go inside of my components, find the promo, and paste it here and replace this with quests.tsx, export const quests from here. And actually none of these have to be use client. Yeah, no need for promo to be use client, no need to break the boundary. So for the quests here, let's go inside the learn page and let's add them below the promo. So quests from components quests. Don't accidentally import the page, right? We are importing this reusable component, which we can use. So let me just expand this. There we go. So now you should have two identical components here. So let's go inside of quests here. And we're going to change this a bit. So this is not going to have anything like this here. So let me just remove everything besides the main div here. And let me open a div with an h3, which will say quests. Let's give the h3 element a class name of font bold and text large. And besides them, I want a link component which will take me to the quests page, and it will simply render a button which will say view all. The button will have a size of a small and a variant of primary outline. So right now these two are below another, so I'm going to use the outer div encapsulating those to turn into a flex item center, and it's going to be justify between for them. Let's also ensure they're taking the full width and space Y2. There we go, perfect. So now we have that, and now what I want to do is I want to make sure these points can accept the points here, so which can be a type of number. So type props is going to be points which are a type of number. Props. All right. And now I want to go inside of here of the learn page where we render this and pass in the points from user progress.points like that. So this is the learn page, right? Learn folder page. And now I want to go inside of quests and I want to revisit my old, where is it? My quests page, because I want to copy the quests. So perhaps we can move them to constants. Let's do that. Let's move the quests in the constants file so we can reuse them. There we go. So they are here now. So I can remove them from here and then I can use them here by importing them from the constants. There we go. Import quests from constants. Perfect. So now I'm going back into my reusable components quests and I will add an import for that. And now I can go ahead and iterate over them. So let me go ahead and this is fine. Let me just go, where do I want to go? Just below here. And I want to add a UL with a class name of full width and space wide of 4. Let's do quest.map. Let's get the individual quest. And let me just copy what I already have in the quests page so we can speed up the process. So we don't need no console logging anymore, but I could copy the entire return here. There we go. And I'm just working with points here because in here it's just a prop. But I think by default, oh yeah, I'm missing the progress import. So let's import this from ./UI progress and let me switch it to components UI progress. And I think, well, it actually looks fine. If you like it like this, you can leave it like this. But perhaps I will modify it just a tiny bit here. Let me see. I will remove the border top. I don't think that is needed. Yeah, or maybe it looks better with it. You decide for yourself. You can style this separately if you want to. So let's go ahead and play around with this now, right? Oh yeah, and let's just add the quests somewhere. Oh yeah, and let me change this. Yeah, let me reduce the height and width of this to 40 and change the text extra large to be text small in here. This can be fine. Gap X, let me change this to Gap X3 and let me remove the border. So I do want it to have just a little bit of a different style and change the height of the progress to height 2. So now they look a bit smaller, right? I think That is fine. And instead of padding 4, I just want to use padding bottom 4. There we go. Now they look smooth. Perfect. And now inside of the learn page, let me see how I use quests. So very simply, I just add them below the promo. Now let's do the same thing for the quests. Actually, in the quests, we don't have to do it because we are there, right? So we have to do it in the shop. So below this, I added import quests from components quests. Make sure you've added that. And besides shop, we also need this inside of my leaderboard page. So below the promo, we are adding the quests. So let's import that from components quests. And there we go. So if I click on view all, it redirects me to the quests where I don't have the same information repeated to me in the sticky wrapper. So that's why I didn't create a reusable one. So you can pick and choose when you want to add things. And if you want to, create some different promotions on different tabs, right? Because that's what the original Duolingo app does. There we go. So we can now see quests on all important websites here. Let's also do one more thing. Let's copy the loading page from the app folder main learn. So we have loading here. Let's paste it inside. We have it in the courses. Let's paste it in the leaderboard. Ignore these errors. They're going to resolve this and see. Put it in quests and put it in shop here. And there we go. Now all of them should have nice little loading states and not just the learn page. Perfect. So let's try and play our game now. So if I go ahead and get some new points here, I should be having some changes in the sidebar. So I want to lose some points on purpose now. So let me break this, and there we go. So you can see how much progress I've made by earning 20 pixels, 50 pixels, 100, 500, 1,000, right? So I'm not close to finishing these ones. And if I go into a shop, for example, if I refill my hearts now, there we go. You can see how everything gets revalidated. And now let's go ahead and see if our promo will leave once I upgrade. So for this, you have to ensure that you have your webhook running, otherwise it's not going to work. So make sure you have this running, the Stripe listen forward to command. Let's go ahead and upgrade this. I'm going to use the dummy information that I have. My dummy name here, let's pay and subscribe. And this should create a completely new, there we go, 200. Everything seems to be working just fine. I'm redirected back and there we go. I have infinite hearts and my promo is no longer displayed anywhere. Perfect. So I'm pretty sure we've wrapped up everything important needed for here. Also, if you try and choose any other language, I think now you get an error. That's right, because we hover that, because in the seed script, there are no lessons for that. So we kind of cover that edge case. What we're going to do now is we're going to build the admin dashboard, and then I'm going to show you a seed script that you can copy and paste from my app to test out whether there are any outstanding bugs in your application. But that is pretty much it. You finished the entire app. Great, great job. So let's go ahead and let's create the admin page. So I'm going to go ahead and go inside of my app folder, and I'm going to create a new folder called admin. Inside of it, let's create a page.tsx, and let's name it admin page. And let's just return admin page inside. As simple as that. And now let's go to localhost 3000/admin, and you should see a text admin page. Now let's install the packages we need. So go inside of your terminal here, and I'm going to run npm install react admin and react admin data simple rest. So just wait a second for these two packages to install. I'm going to npm run dev my project again. Let's go inside of package.json. So there we go. I have added React Admin Data Simple REST with a version of 4.16.12 and React Admin with the same version. So make sure you have those two packages. Now let's go inside of the admin page here. Inside of the admin folder, we're going to create a new file called app.tsx, like this. go ahead and mark this app as used client. And in here, import admin from React admin, like that. And then export const app. Let's actually do a default export. So export default app in here. And now let's use this admin, and let's simply, can I just write admin like that? Because we want to import that back inside of this page here. So can I just very simply return the admin? I think I forgot to add. Okay, so how about we do, sorry, app from /app. So it cannot be used as a React component because I forgot to return this. Can I do this? And can I refresh localhost 3000/admin? Let's see if this is going to work just fine. So just make sure you refresh things after you shut down the app. There we go. We have React admin. Our app is properly configured, so we can now add a resource as a child of admin. Perfect. So now in here, if you want to, you can read the documentation yourself, or you can go ahead and see the examples. So let's go ahead first. And let's change the way we import this app. So I want to make sure I'm following the rules, which say that we need to dynamically import this from Next Dynamic. So this is what we are going to do. I'm going to go ahead and write const app to be dynamic, arrow function, import /, actually I can do just app like this, and SSR false. So make sure you don't do server-side rendering on this one, and save this again, refresh this, and there we go. Now we ensured that our React admin is completely on the client side. Perfect. So now we can go back inside of this app, and in here, this is where we are going to do our work. So let's go ahead and let's also add an import for simple REST provider from React admin data simple REST. And let's create our data provider. So const data provider is going to be simple REST provider with a prefix of /API. And then we can pass this data provider right here. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's create our first resource here. You can import the resource from React admin. Let's give this resource a name of courses like this. And there we go. Now in here, should we see courses or not yet? I think I also need to add record representation. That's going to be the title. And for the list, can I use list guesser? Let me see if I can do that. Yes, I can use the list guesser here. So here's the thing. Now we have these courses and we have some errors. In here, you can look at the network tab right here, and you will see that we have an error here for the courses, right? So it's trying to fetch API courses, right? So we have to modify this now. We have to create the API routes for all of our entities so that they can properly be fetched. So let's go ahead and let's first do the courses. So go inside of the app folder, inside of API, and in here, go ahead and create the courses file like this. And inside of here, a route.ts. And then in here, import a very simple next response from next server, import database from Drizzle, import courses from database schema, and export const get to be an asynchronous method, which will simply get all the data here and await database query courses find many, and very simply return next response.json data. Let's try it out now. So let's see what happens now. Now we are no longer getting a 404 page, but we are getting this. The content range header is missing in the HTTP response. So now we have to fix that. There are many ways of fixing that, but the one that I found is that we can go inside of next.config.mjs right here, and you can go ahead and add asynchronous method headers, and you can write return, open an object, and then open an array. Write source, and go ahead and write a regex API dot, so basically a pattern matching everything after the /API route. And then let's add a headers array. Let's add an object of key access dash control dash allow dash origin, and I'm going to allow it for development purposes to everyone like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and add access control allow methods, and I'm going to allow get, post, put, delete, and options. So I'm going to copy this again. This one is going to use headers. So the headers are going to be content-type and authorization. And copy this again. And last one is going to be content range. And for this one, go ahead and add bytes like this, 0 to 9 / an asterisk. Like that. So just go ahead and add this. There we go. So that's our next config here. So if I save this and if I refresh, I think I should be able to see a list of my courses, which I've initially added using a seed script. There we go. Spanish, Italian, French, and Croatian. Perfect. And you can see how we have kind of a generated title by itself. The list has generated itself all alone, right? So this is why that happened. So the reason that happened is because React admin has this really cool thing called a list guesser, which will basically take the contents of the API response and generate a component that you need. But it's not meant to be used like that, because it also gives you the JSX of what it expects to for this to be, right? So it generated a course list for us with a data grid and everything else it got. So that's what we are going to do. But here's one thing that I want to do first. So I want to protect this somehow. I don't want anyone to be able to go to the /admin page, and I don't want anyone to be able to access my /API /courses. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go inside of lib, and I'm going to create my auth.ts, or maybe admin.ts, and let's get export const is admin here. Let's go ahead and let's extract the user ID from await auth from Clerk Next.js. Let's make this an asynchronous method. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and what do I want to do? Basically, I want to go to clerk.com. Just a second. All right, so here I am in Clerk. There are multiple ways we can do that. We can use their new permissions API, or we can simply go into our users and we can copy the ID of your user, right? So there we go. This is you. This is your user. And in here, you can also explore the metadata, for example, if you want to explore that. But you can also just use, user IDs here. So if you want to, you can add return user ID equals that, right? Or you can very simply create, whitelisted or allowed IDs like that, and then you can do if allowed IDs index of user ID is not equal to -1, for example. If there is no user ID, it's automatically false, right? Something like that. So you can try out that. And then in here, you can just throw all the admin IDs, right? So maybe this is admin IDs. That's one way of doing it. If you want to, you can explore. They definitely have this new, is it restrictions? I'm not sure exactly where it is, but you can explore their permissions basically. So going inside of the documentation and explore permissions, perhaps that's something more interesting for you. But I'm just gonna keep it simple for this one. I'm gonna go straight with the IDs here. And now that I have this, I'm gonna go ahead and go inside of my app, inside of admin page.tsx, and I'm gonna turn this into an asynchronous method. And very simply, I'm gonna do if let me guess, to const is admin await, and let's make this get is admin. Get is admin. There we go. If we are not admin, redirect to the root page. So make sure you have all the imports. And there we go. Since I am an admin, I am not redirected from the admin page. So I can safely visit this page. But what happens if I change this to 1, 2, 3? There we go. I am redirected back. And if I manually try to go to /admin, I cannot visit that page anymore. Perfect. So I'm just gonna bring my ID back here. I'm gonna go back to /admin, and now I can visit that. And since this is also reusable, does this have to be asynchronous? So await will, I think this will work even without this. User ID. Yeah, I think this will work even without that. So if I try this again, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it works without it as well. So you don't have to await out. So we don't have to wait this. And I don't have to wait that. And I can call this is admin. And I can import is admin here. And then I can just do if is admin and execute the function like this immediately. There we go. So now if I go to /admin, I can visit it. If I add an additional here, 1, 2, 3, I can still, I get redirected. Perfect. So our logic is working. So now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our API routes. So courses here. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. If is admin from libadmin, return new next response, unauthorized, and a status of 403. Not sure which one is unauthorized, either 401 or 403. I think 403 is, there is a difference between unauthenticated and unauthorized, right? But you can explore that for yourself. Perfect, so now only the admins can also fetch the data. Great, so now let's go ahead and let's not use the list guesser. Instead, let's go ahead and let's create our course list. So go inside of this, where is it? Our page here. In here, we use the admin app. So let me close everything besides this. So app, admin, inside we use the admin app. Let's create a new folder, which we're going to call course as an individual entity. And inside, we're going to create a list.tsx. Let's import the data grid, the list, and the text field from our React admin. And let's export const course list here to display the list like that. And let's add a data grid here with a row click on to go to edit. Let's give it a text field with a source ID, title, and image source. And don't forget to return this. There we go. It seems I have an error here. So it's data grid, but with a lowercase g. So data grid like that. And then we can go back inside of the app here. And instead of using the list guesser, we will use the list, the course list like that. So we don't need to use those guessers anymore, and it's not recommended or expected of you to use them. Great, so now that we have that, let's create an ability to actually create our resource. So for that, we have to create a course ID here, but first we have to do it inside of the API. So API courses inside of here. Let's go ahead and let's create the post version. There we go. So post, same thing. And let's go ahead and destructure our body. So const body is going to be await, and we are getting a request here, which is a type of request. So await request.json. My apologies, request in this way. And then we are going to use courses. We're going to use database.insert courses from database schema. So just make sure you add this import database schema dot values, and we are very simply going to spread the body and make sure you add dot returning, because we are going to bring this back to the front end, and without returning it will not give you what it just created, right? So make sure you do that, and make sure you return the first in the array. So we just need, since this is an array, we just need the one that was created. If you don't add returning, then this will not work. Data is just a Neon HTTP query result. You need to add dot returning when using Drizzle. Great, now you can go back inside of the app here. Where are we? Admin. Inside of course, go ahead and copy and paste this and rename this to create.psx and call this course create. Instead of list, you're going to be using create. So import create from React admin. And instead of data grid, you're going to be using a simple form import. Simple form is not going to have any props. And in here, you're going to not have a text field for ID. No need for that. So you're just going to have a text field for title. Validate. If you want to, you can add validate, which is an array of rules. And in here, you can add required, for example. You can import required from React admin and give it this a label of title. And then you can copy and paste this, change this to image source, and give this a label of image. And then you can go back inside of the app and you can add create, and you can use course create from course.create. So now, if you click on the create right here, is this working? Let's see, course create. Did I forget to do something? Let me just double check. So we have create, we have a simple form. I'm not sure, but I don't see any fields here. I also don't have any errors here. That's interesting. How about I shut down the app and try again? Maybe it's that. So this should work just fine. Course create method. We added this, we added this. We have an image source, which have a title. We added a create to be course create. All right, so it's still not working. So I have to debug a little bit why. So I'm gonna pause the video and see what's going on. All right, I figured what's going on. In my create method, we should not be using text fields, right? We are using text input here. So text fields are only for representation, right? For presenting the data. But text inputs are the ones you would use to actually add something new. So let's try this out now. So I'm gonna add, for example, a new country, and I'm gonna use an image source of hr.svg because I know I have that. So let me save this, and we have an internal server error. So let's see why that is happening. All right, we have something going on here. Let's see what happened. Duplicate key values, unique constraint courses key So let me try. Not exactly sure why that happens. How about I try the following? I'm going to create a new script similar to this one. So I'm going to copy my seed script. I'm going to call this reset. And I'm going to call this resetting the database. And in this one, I'm just going to do the reset part, literally nothing else. So let me go all the way to the bottom here. There we go. Just this. Resetting finished, failed to reset the database. That is all I want from here, just to reset the entire thing, just to see if it is that maybe. So I have a new script now, so I can go back inside of my package JSON, and I can add a new script here, database reset, tsx.script reset.ts. Or you can also use bun if you want to. So let me try this out now. So if I go ahead and run npm run database reset, all right, we are having another problem here. It cannot find. Okay, my bad. Let's try it again. Database reset, resetting the database, and there we go. Database reset finished. All right, so now if I go into my courses here, all right, let's just wait for this to refresh. It's kind of slow now. Let's see, why is it slow? Do I have to reset my database? It's just Next.js. Let's try this again. So I just want to go on localhost 3000/admin. But for some reason, it's not letting me go there. Oh, okay, there we go. Courses, perfect. And now the course is empty. I can now click create. So let me add Croatia /hr.svg. Let me click save. And there we go. Now Croatia is here. Can I now add Spain /es.svg? Can I do that now? There we go. So now there seems to be no problems here at all, right? So I can go ahead and add, I don't know, what else do I have? French /fr.svg. So I can click save here. There we go. So if I go ahead and go inside of localhost 3000/learn here, I should be redirected to the courses page. And there we go. I only have Croatia, Spain, and French. Perfect. So that is exactly what we wanted to do. So now let's go ahead and let's create our admin for updating a course. So let's say I made a mistake in the Croatia label and I want to rename it to something else. So for that, I'm going to copy the create and I'm going to call this edit right here. And in here, we're also going to be able to change the ID. So let's give this a label of ID. And it's going to be called course edit, like that. And then let's go back inside of my app here. And let's give this an edit of course edit from /course edit. The problem is we also have to create our API route so we can delete this course and also edit it. So go into API courses and create a new folder inside square brackets course ID. Inside of here, create a route.ts like that. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and export const get first. So this is an asynchronous method. In here, we're going to have a request, but we're also going to have params. And in this params is the name of our course ID, which we defined through a folder name here. So that's how we get params, the same way we get them in the page props. So params is an object with a course ID inside of here, which is a type of number. We know that because our ID in Schema is a serial. So let's get the data using await database from drizzle.query.courses.find first, where equals from Drizzle ORM courses from database schema.id equals course ID equals params course ID. like that. And let's return next response.json data and import next response from next server. And I'm just gonna do if we are not is admin, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 403. If you want to, you can use the middleware for this or just do it on a larger route group. But I've heard and seen from some certain blog posts that it's not good to use those large groups to do authentication. You should still do it in every single page and in every single route. Basically, everywhere where you access your data, you should also do a check. So that's the only way you can be certain. At least that's what I understood from those blog posts. So let's go ahead and separate this. There we go. And while we are here, let's also create the put and let's create the delete. So I'm going to copy this and call this put. And I'm going to change this from course ID. This is going to be, oh, this is still course ID, my apologies. But instead of doing finding it here, we're going to get the body from await request.json. And then in here, we're going to do database.update courses.set. And we're going to spread the body where equals courses.id params course ID, like that. And then the last one in here, I can just copy get again, is going to be delete. So again, instead of find first, this one is going to be database.delete courses.where equals courses.id and params course ID. So let me just collapse this. There we go, like that. Perfect. And can I also add returning here? Yes, let's add returning here and make sure you add returning in here because we're returning that data back. Great, so I think that now you should be able to do pretty much everything with this. So let me go back to my course here. If I click in here, why am I seeing it like that? Let me just courses, find first course ID. Oh, because I didn't add dot returning in this one. I don't have to. Let's see, data, image, source, or undefined. Let's see what's actually going on behind the screens here. So what network tab is being called in here? When I refresh in this, oh, it looks like no network tab is being called. If I click here. Okay. How about in here? So we do have the courses, but they don't seem to be triggered. So let's go inside of the app back here and let's debug. So we have edit, which should, oh, I know why. Let's go inside of course, edit. It's because it's wrapped in create. It should be wrapped in edit. My apologies. So edit, there we go. So now if I change this to Croatia 2 and click save and I go to localhost 3000/courses and leave this site and try and refresh this, maybe it's just cached. Oh no, I didn't save it. Croatia 2 and save. Element updated. So it's still doing that, I think. Oh, so we do have an error, it looks like. Let's see what was an error. So yeah, we have to wait. The response update must be like data, but the received data does not have an ID key. The data provider is probably wrong for the update. Let's see, what did I miss here? So inside of my route here, I suppose, we're using a put here. What is the data? Oh, I think I have to give it an the first in the array again, the same way I have to do it here. Yes. let's refresh now. So I think this did update it, but it did get that weird error. So let me go to localhost 3000/courses here. There we go. Now we have Croatia too. Perfect. If I try this again, back to Croatia and click save, there, let's wait a couple of seconds, and now there should be no errors, and there are no errors. Perfect. So if I refresh now, it's back to Croatia. And I can also go here and click delete, and I can refresh here. Did that get an error? No. There we go. So it's just a little bit of cache. Perfect. So we officially have finished the admin dashboard for creating the courses. What's left now is to literally copy and paste this for all other entities. So that's exactly what we are going to do. So the next entity we have to take care of is unit. So let's just copy and paste this, and let's name this units. And now you should have units in your sidebar here, and right now it's going to do the exact same thing. So now let's go ahead and let's copy the course folder, paste it, and rename it to units. Sorry, to unit, individual. First, let's do the list. So this will be the unit list, and let's go ahead and modify the data grid to what we expect. So we have the ID, we have the title. Besides the title, we also have a description. And we are also going to introduce something else. So let's go ahead and replace this last one with an order. But let's also do this. Let's add a reference field from React admin. And let's give it a source of course ID and a reference of courses. Like that. So we have the unit list. Now let's go ahead to the app folder and let's use the unit list here. From /unit list, I'm just going to separate this. And there we go. Now you should have that ready. Let me just change. So the record representation is correct. So let me just refresh this to see why. There we go. Okay, so this is units now. It's not found because we have to create an API route for it. So it's exactly the same. Let's go inside of API, copy the courses and paste it here, call this units, go inside of route.ts, and in here, you're going to change the import. We are only going to work with units here. So first in the get, change the query from courses to units, and that's it. In the post, insert into units, and that is it for this one. So now if I refresh here, I think there we go. So we don't have any units, so that is fine. So then change this from course ID to unit ID, go into route.ts, go ahead and remove all instances of course ID. So in all three methods, we don't need course ID anymore. We only work with unit ID. And then remove don't use the database schema courses, instead units. So now we have to replace all instances of courses and database query units. So in here as well, units, units, units here, and units here, like that. Great, so we have solved the API routes for everything. So now we can go back inside of an admin here, unit, and let's go ahead and let's resolve the create here. So this is going to be called unit create. It's going to have a title, which is a title. Instead of image source, it's going to have a description and the label of description. And then it's going to have a reference input. So make sure you import reference input from React admin. Reference input is going to give it a source of course ID and reference of courses. And let's go ahead and add a number input here, because our source is going to be order here. Validate is going to be the same thing, required. And label is going to be order. So order is a type of number, if you don't remember. And let's also add a number input here. There we go. So now if you go ahead and click create here, you should, oh yeah, we forgot to go inside of app, and we need to replace the course create with unit create import. So make sure you add that. There we go. So now you can see how in here you can choose the course, which can be Spain or French, right? And let's go ahead and do the same thing for edit. So I'm going to copy create. Actually, I'm going to copy everything inside of create. I'm going to go inside of edit, and I will just paste it here. And I will replace the create methods with edit. So I have export const unit edit, and I'm using the edit methods here. And the only thing that I can add here, if you really want to, is also the ID field. If you really want to modify the ID, though this would be a number input as well. So let's say I create a first, for example, unit 1, learn the basics of French. And I choose a French course and give it an order of 1. I click save. All right. And yeah, I forgot that I have to go back inside of the app and replace course edit with unit edit from /unit edit. There we go. And there we go. So now you can see how I have my units here, and I have a relation with the French course inside, and I can directly see which unit and course that is. Perfect. So now if I go inside of here, for example, if I select French, all right, so it's still not working because I need to create a couple of lessons. So now that's the next thing we have to do. We have to create the lessons. So let's go ahead and do the lessons. So first thing I want to do is the API for that. That's easier for me, kind of. So let's go inside of the app folder, API. Let's copy the units here, lessons, and let's call this lesson ID. So first thing we're going to do in the lessons itself, and instead of using units anywhere in here, we're going to be using lessons. So I'm going to search for units, and I want to make sure there are none. So lessons and lessons. That's what matters. All right. And in here, I renamed this to lesson ID. That's good. Let's go inside of here. Same thing. We don't need units. We need lessons. And actually, I'm going to search for individual units so it catches this as well. So we are no longer using unit ID anywhere. I need lesson ID now. Great. And let me again search for units so I keep track of things. So I'm looking for lessons here, equals lessons.id. Same thing here, lessons. Basically, every single instance of unit needs to be replaced with lessons. All right. I think that is it. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's create a list for our lessons. So I'm going to go inside of admin here, and I'm going to copy our last unit. I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to rename it lesson. Let's go inside of the lesson list right here. Let's rename this to lesson list. We're going to have the ID. We're going to have the title. We're going to have a reference field to unit ID, which references the units. I'm not going to have the description, but I will have, and this is a number field actually. I mean, it doesn't really matter for the representation, right? Because you won't modify it from here. But there we go. So this is working. This is the lesson list. Now let's go inside of the edit here. Actually, let's first do the create. So this will be lesson create. And in here, I very simply want to modify my title. I don't have the description. Instead of course ID, this is unit ID, and it will modify the units. And the order is still here. And that is it. And then I can copy this, go into edit, paste it here, replace this with lesson edit, and replace the create imports with edit. There we go. Now I can go back inside of my app here. I can copy and paste this resource, give it a name of lessons. Representation title can stay the same because we are still working with title. And then lesson list from lessons not list, lesson create from lessons create, and lesson edit from lesson edit. And I will just separate them visually like this. There we go. So now we have the lessons as well. So I can go into the lessons. I can create a new one. I can give this a title. So this will be, for example, nouns, right? I can go in and select the first unit, and I can go ahead and give this an order of 1. Element created, there we go. If I go in here, it refers to the unit 1, which is right here. Perfect. Excellent. So now let's go ahead and let's create the challenges one. So same thing as always. Let's go inside of my app folder, API. Let's copy the last one, which are lessons. Let's rename this to challenges. Make sure you don't misspell challenges. I'm going to change this to challenge ID. And let's first resolve this one. So no lessons in this run, only challenges. So let's do database.query.challenges and database.insert.challenges. Control F, no lessons in this file. Perfect. Let's go inside of challenge ID. Same thing. We'll remove the lessons and write challenges. All instances of lesson ID are to be replaced with course, challenge ID. I search for lesson and I make sure that none of them will exist after my changes. So lessons replaced here and here, here and here, here and here, no lesson in my code. Perfect. So challenges, challenge ID, all of those things replaced. Perfect. And now that we have the challenges, we have to create. So let me copy lessons from here, challenges. Let's start with the list. So challenge list. And this should be single challenge like this. Let's stay consistent. So this is a challenge list inside of here. And in the challenge list, I want to go ahead and we are still going to render the ID. Instead of title, this time is going to be a question. And then let's go ahead and let's import a select field. So let's add a select field right under the question. Select field here is going to have a source of type, choices, open an array, open an object, open an array, and open objects inside, like this. ID is select, and name is select, and then we're gonna have one more. So basically those two enum options from our database, assist. I believe those are the ones. So if I find the type, there we go, challenges enum are select and assist. So that's what we are doing here. We are allowing user to choose between the two. Then we have a reference field to the lesson ID and a reference to lessons. And text field, again, a number field is order here. Great, so that is my list. Now let's go ahead and let's do the create one. So we are not having the title, we are having a question. So let's give this a label of question. And the order can stay the same. This will be a lesson ID, lessons. And let's go ahead and let's import. This will be a select input this time. So I'm gonna add a select input. I'm gonna give it a source of type, and I'm just gonna copy from the list the choices in here, like that. And I'm going to copy the validate required as well field. I'm going to copy this entire thing and paste that in the edit here. So this is going to be challenge edit. Did I rename the previous one? I didn't. Challenge create. So make sure you have challenge list, challenge edit, and now challenge create. So we are in challenge edit. We have to change all the instances of create to use edit. There we go. Let's go back inside of our app here. Let's add a new resource here. Challenges, challenge list, challenge create, and challenge edit. There we go. And record representation will be a question this time. And let me just separate my challenge imports here. There we go. So now we have the challenges finally, and I can create a new challenge. So for example, which of these is the man? I'm going to give it a type of select, and the lesson will be nouns, and order of this challenge will be 1. Perfect. So now I can see my lessons, and I can see my challenges, which have a lesson nouns, which is right here, which has a relation with the unit, which has a relation with the French course. So I think now I should be able to click on French, and I should be able to see my first lesson. There we go. And I should even be able to see the question that I've added, but I don't have any challenge options. So that is the last one which we are going to create. You can of course create this for every single entity in your app, but I want to keep it only, you know, enough for us to have a useful admin dashboard. You can make it as useful as you want it. So let's go inside of API, let's copy the challenges, and let's rename this to challenge options like this. I believe, is that how I want to call it? Yes, challenge options. And let's change this to be challenge option ID. Let's go ahead inside of this route. Let's use challenge options. Change the query from challenges to challenge options. Insert to challenge options as well. So be careful with this one. Make sure you don't have challenges. So nowhere should you have the word challenges. These two are similar. Now let's go inside of challenge option ID. First thing I want to do is replace all instances of challenge ID to challenge option ID. So the exact name of our folder, it needs to match. The capitalization matters as well. So if you keep getting that your records are undefined, it's probably because of the incorrect param. And now we have to do the same thing. So it should all be challenge options. So I'm going to search challenges, and I want to bring this to 0. So challenge options here, challenge options, challenge options, challenge options, and challenge options. There we go. So our API is done now. So let's go ahead and let's create a list for the challenge option now. Inside of app admin, I'm going to copy the challenge, paste it here, rename this to challenge option singular. Go inside of the list here, rename this to challenge option list. We're going to have an ID. Instead of question, we're going to have text. We are not going to have the select field anymore, but we are going to have a Boolean field. So let's just replace the select field with Boolean field import. And the Boolean field will have a source of correct. And the reference field will go to challenge ID, and reference will be challenges. And it's also going to have a text field with a source of image source and audio source. And you can remove the number field. We don't have it here. Actually, we do have it. It's the ID. Except if you're working with UUIDs, then it's a string. Let's do the create one. So challenge option create. Instead of question, it's a text. There is no select input here, but we do have a Boolean input. So let's copy the Boolean input, add it here. The Boolean input will have a source correct and a label of correct option, and we are not going to make it required, right? You don't have to label this as correct. The reference input is going to go to the challenge ID and reference to the challenges. There's not going to be an order. There's going to be a text input here, and it's going to source an image source. So we're going to say image URL here, copy and paste this with audio source, and let's call this audio URL. And none of these are also required, right? We don't need those. Perfect. So no number input here. Then I'm going to copy the challenge option create, go into the edit, and I'm going to paste it here and rename this to challenge option edit and replace the create with edit. Let's go inside of my app here, right here. Let's go ahead and copy the challenges here. And let me replace this with the challenge options. like this. And let's have a record representation here of text. I think you can also give it like a label. Let me just check for a second. So you can see how this is called challenge options, right? In the sidebar, it kind of looks bad. So how about oh yeah, we can use name. So you can change the name to be challenge options, right? You can just write this. My apologies, I thought it was something else. So let's change this to challenge option list. This is going to be challenge option create and challenge option edit. So these 3 new imports here, there we go. And record representation here, I think it can be text. So let's go ahead and try the challenge options now. So, all right, it seems to be having an error. Let's see why. Oh, okay, I know why. So the name needs to match our API route, which is challenge options, right? So this is the name which we'll call the challenge options API route. But in here, we can add options and then add a label challenge options. There we go. Now that is better. And if you click here, there we go. Let's go ahead and create one. So I'm going to add la mujer. I'm going to select the challenge, which is which of this is a man. I'm going to give it an image source of woman.svg, an audio of es woman.mp3. I'm going to click save. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and create a new one. This one is going to be a text of el hombre, which is the correct option. The same challenge. /man.svg /woman /es man.mp3. Click save. And let's create a third one. So I don't know why we're getting that error there at the bottom. I'm going to explore. The last one can be, for example, el robot. Select the correct option. Let's add /robot.svg /es robot.mp3 and click save. And there we go. You can now see, oh yeah, so robot should not be correct. Oh, so we're having an error. Oh, okay, okay. Let's try this. So I cannot load an individual challenge option. There is a bug. So let's go ahead and see challenge options, challenge option ID. Challenge option ID. Oh, I'm querying the challenges here. I should be querying the challenge options. There we go. That is the bug. Let's try it out. If I click El Robot, there we go. Now I can edit and save. Perfect. So only El Hombre is the answer for this question. Right here we have audio sources. So the same way we did in our Drizzle, but this time it's in an admin dashboard. Perfect. So now I can go ahead and try this out. Perfect. So let's go ahead and try this out. If I select robot, I should get incorrect. There we go. If I select la mujer, it's incorrect. And if I select el hombre, I finished the entire exercise. Perfect. Excellent. So we're done here. And if you want to, you can go ahead and, explore this React admin dashboard. It's very powerful. You can create it as useful as you want. For example, these challenges, for example, lesson nouns and this relation with the unit might get a little unuseful if you have a lot of languages and a lot of courses. Perhaps it would be better to have something like Unit 1 French, right? And challenges, nouns, French, right? So something like that. I'm pretty sure you can do that, just by changing the source and the label. React admin is very, very powerful. And you can see there's a ton of features. So for example, I did not implement pagination here. If you want to, you can explore that as well. Their documentation is absolutely amazing. Great, so you have the React admin dashboard finished. Great, great job. I'm gonna see what there is to do next, or are we ready to deploy? So the last thing left to do is to deploy the application. But just before we do that, I wanna show you one quick thing that I will add. So we won't write this together. This is another seed script that I will do. So I will call this production, like this, prod. And I'm going to copy this directly from my snippets here that I have, and I'm just going to change this to go to, where is this? Just a second, let me see how I do it in here. All right, let me copy that. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and give this a ts ignore, like that. All right, so in here, I don't need get is correct option. I'm not using that. So basically, this prod is going to be a huge script that I do, and it's going to fill the Spanish course pretty much ready for production. Basically, it's going to create 2 units, and it's going to fill all of these lessons with a bunch of different challenges. You see, we will have even more characters like zombie, the girl, the boy. So we're going to go ahead and do all that. So let's go ahead and just populate our public folder with everything we need as well. So go inside of my public folder here, and let's go find boy.svg. So all of these are Kenny assets. So I'm gonna download boy.svg here. Let's wait a second for this to be downloaded, and I will drop it in my public folder. Then I'm gonna go ahead and find boy.mp3 in Spanish, and I'm going to download that as well. So let me drag and drop that in the public folder as well. And I have to do that for girl. So let me download girl. So all of these are from Elevenlabs AI. You saw the process of how I do that. You have 10,000 free quotes, so you can go ahead and generate as many of these as you want. And I also need girl.svg right here. Let me add that to my public folder, and one more character, which is the zombie. So let me add the zombie character here. And let's go ahead and find the zombie.svg. There we go. So those are the 3 characters that I have added here, which are being used in this seed script here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead in my package.json. I'm going to copy my seed script, and I'm going to call this db prod like that, and I'm going to use the prod script. So let me go ahead and run that now. So I will shut this down, and I will run npm run db prod. And let's see what mistakes did I create here. No database connection. Oh yes, my apologies. I mean, you're not going to get this error. So inside of prod here, I just have to import .environment config. So it loads the environment variable. So this is quite a long database script. npm run database prod, but I just want to check with you. So this is how you run it. You do npm run prod, and it's basically going to fill a bunch of these lessons, 2 units, but it's only going to be for 1 course, right? It's going to be for Spanish. Because I have the assets for that. There we go. So seeding database seeded successfully. And now let's go ahead and let's see how this works. So I will refresh this entire thing. There we go. So we only have Spanish, but we are filled with courses. As you can see here, I can click start here. There we go. So we start with our familiar ones, but there we go. We have El Chico here, for example. We have, let's see what you didn't see yet. The boy right here, right? And then we have questions like this to switch it up. So this is a script which you can, for example, show in production to test the app out. There we go. So I showed you which pictures you needed to add and which sounds you needed to add for this to play correctly. Perfect. And all the questions will then repeat for the next one. So if you go into the next one, you're going to see the same questions, right? So that's the only thing, but for a demo, it's enough. And if you want to, you can go to localhost 3000/admin here. And then in here, there we go, you have Spanish, and you can see all the units which you have. There we go. So you have 2 units here. Then you have all the lessons, and you can see how they repeat themselves, because at some point they stop and then they become the lessons for unit 2, right? And same thing is for challenges, right? But this is basically to show you how this would technically look like in production. And then you can play around and find a way to improve this. Maybe you would find a way to do pagination here, or maybe, you know, instead of showing nouns here, somehow indicate this reference to show nouns, and also for that to be lesson with the unit 1 or something, you know, something to make this clearer to navigate, because it can be quite complicated. You can see, especially when we have a lot of similar questions. Great, but that is a script I wanted to show you. Now it's time for us to do the deployment. So the first thing we're going to do is the following. Let me go ahead and shut down the app, and let's run npm run build. So npm run build is simply going to tell us whether we have any TypeScript errors inside of our app. If we do, we will not be able to deploy. This is fine as long as the final output has been received. There we go, compiled successfully. Now it's linting and checking the validity, and this looks like it's completely fine. There we go. So if you get this result back, that means that you have no type errors inside of your app, which means we are ready to deploy this. So the first step to doing this is to create a GitHub repository. So let's go ahead and prepare our new repository here on GitHub. I'm going to call this Next14 Duolingo clone, and I'm going to make this private, and I will simply create the repository. So now we have to go inside of our terminal here and run git add, git commit, and I will write 28 deployment here. For you, this can just be initial commit. There we go. And then once you've added everything and run a git commit, you're going to run this second option to push an existing repository from the command line. So let me push that. And then once that is done, you can refresh here, and bam, you have the entire project right here. After that is done, go into Vercel here, and you should be seeing your new GitHub right here. So go ahead and add that. Now you have to fill the environment variables. So go inside of your .environment file, and you can just copy everything. And then go ahead and open the environment variables and select the field and simply click paste. So all of these are fine, but we are going to have to modify the Stripe webhook secret and the next public app URL. But we can only do that after we deploy, because we don't have the website URL yet. So I'm going to go ahead and pause and let the video play again once this is deployed. There we go. So we deployed our project. So I'm going to go ahead and click continue to dashboard here, so I can get my full domain name. So there we go. I have my app deployed. So copy the URL. Make sure you don't click on this deployment URL. So not this one, because this one changes with every deployment. You have a static URL. It's this one, next14 Duolingo clone.vercel.app. So it's the shorter one. That's the one we need. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go inside of Stripe. And do you remember webhooks? Well, we only have a local listener. We never created an actual webhook for a hosted endpoint because we never hosted our app, but now we do. So let's click add endpoint under the hosted endpoints here. So you can access this by going into the developers tab and clicking in the webhooks here. So this is our local listener. Now we have to do the same thing, but for a hosted. So change the endpoint URL to use your new app /API/webhooks/Stripe. Make sure you don't misspell this. And click on select events here. The ones we need are checkout, session completed. Remember, we have 2 events in our app. And the second one we need is invoice. Where is it? Payment succeeded. If you are not sure, you can go inside of the webhook and find the 2 events. There we go. Checkout session completed. And the other one, invoice payment succeeded. So those are the 2 we need. Go ahead and click on add events. There we go, confirm them here once more, and simply click add endpoint. And then click reveal signing secret and copy that. Then go back to Vercel, go into settings in your project, click on environment variables right here, find the Stripe webhook secret, click on edit, and replace the contents inside, and click save. And then you also have to change the next public, next public app URL. So find that, click on edit, it's no longer localhost. It is now HTTPS and your Vercel deployment, but remove the backward slash. The forward slash. Remove the last one. So just make it like this and click save. After you have done that, go back inside of your deployments tab, find the one that is ready and working, click on the three dots and click on redeploy, and simply press redeployed without any additional changes here. And then you can go ahead and open the building to watch that. So I'm going to pause the video again and show you when it's complete. There we go. So the second deployment was successful. And now we can finally visit our app and let's go ahead and try it out. So I'm going to go ahead and click I already have an account and I'm going to log in. And there we go, I am back inside. So what I'm interested in now is, does my upgrade Stripe work? So now, this is where I should see my events. So make sure that, let me just ensure where I am. Here on Stripe. So I'm using the test card again because I'm still in test mode, regardless if this is deployed or not. Let's click pay and subscribe. And let's refresh here to see if there are any events happening. There we go, invoice payment succeeded. Right here, we have our event. Great. So where was I? Right here. Perfect. You can now see that I have a lifetime deal. Sorry, I don't have a lifetime deal. I have a pro deal. Perfect. So all of that is working. You successfully deployed. You have a nice production script here. Great job. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial and see you in the next one.